Hello everyone, my name is Erangel and I play the role of assaulting for Team Stalwart Esports. This season we are back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already gone through a lot of top class competition and we only rise from here. We know the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team, that's why they are here. But my team want to stand apart and break our limits. So, we missed the title in PMPL Season 3 and this time the competition with ourselves. We want to perform better than we did in the past. I hope our fans will be support us with all their heart. Watch our matches live on PUBG Mobile official broadcast channels.
हेलो गाइस, मेरो नाम चाहिँ साहस भण्डारी, मेरो इन गेम नेम वाइब्स क्लर र म वाइब्स स्पोर्ट्सबाट एसल्टरको रूपमा खेल्छु। PMPL सिजन 4 चाहिँ एकदम टफ हुनेवाला छ। PMPL सिजन 3 मा जति पनि हामीले गल्तीहरू गरेको थियौ त्यो कुराहरू एनालाइज गरेर चाहिँ हामीले एउटा स्ट्रङ्गर रूपमा चाहिँ आएका छौँ। यो पालि चाहिँ हाम्रो टिम एग्रेसिभ रूपमा खेल्नेछ र ओभरअलमा हामीले PMPL जितेर PMGC पुनः ट्राई गर्नेछौँ। थ्याङ्क यू गाइस फर सपोर्ट गर्दै गर्नुहोला र PMPL को लाइभ एक्सन हेर्नको लागि चाहिँ PUBG MOBILE को अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुनेछ, त्यहाँ आएर हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला। #KillWithVibes।
Team T2K.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to see a revamped roster this time with players from P and Crew joining the party. It is going to be Legend and Sandesh, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to make the team even stronger, I believe, because the last season we remember, I mean, we were quite shocked to see Jane in the form that he was in, and that was because of the pressure that he was under, because he was idling as well during the few matches. But this time, since the addition of Legend is there inside the team, and I believe he's going to be the main IGL, that pressure to lead the team and be the one calling the shots is going to be taken away, and we're going to see the GI Jane return into action.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to love that, right? Because the first time when we did see Jane in action, we were all but praises about this lad. Yeah. But now, coming into this rendition of Season 4, of course, we're in the PMPLs. Like, the pressure has certainly been lifted overall to him. Now, he can perform at his max potential. Now, that is not where things end, right? You've got Gurkha also coming in as an addition to this team. Now, the kind of experience this lad carries along with him, that is definitely going to help the team. Ideally, I would consider it to be the best team, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, on paper, this is the best lineup because you have an experienced lad like Gurkha that is going to help the team rein in a little bit. Because let me tell you, the only flaw that I see from a distance with T2K is that every one of these players is really aggressive. So I don't know how they're going to play inside the match.
Well, they certainly have to channel that Ayo Gurkhavi spirit in them, but we wish them all the best. Team High Voltage.
Exactly, and High Voltage this time they're going to be a lot more interesting because the man that we saw perform for this team the last time, Assassin, has left the roster, and that sort of brings a lot of shifts within the team's dynamic itself. And with that, I mean, a lot of the fragging power will fall upon Aussie, and also the man replacing Assassin. It is going to be an experienced player nonetheless. It is Wadu, sir. So we're going to have to figure out what this team will be able to accomplish.
Yeah, well, the biggest objective for them would be first to get the synergy just right. Now, with Assassin being such an instrumental player for the team, that's going to affect the team's mentality on multiple aspects, and a lot of questions are going to be raised as to how they are going to be performing, right? Well, the answer is directly once the matches begin. So, best of luck.
DEADEYES guys.
Well, of course, I mean, they have been there right from the very start, but the only problem that I have with possibly every Nepali team, apart from DRS, is their roster shuffles, right? They cannot stick along together. But again, I mean, we've got Rated back from his little stint at T2K. Well, he's back over here to perform. We know he's really consistent, really good player that you can always rely on. Now, which player I really think can make the difference is, of course, has to be Frag, right? The way he's been performing in the recent tournaments, he's been phenomenal. Now, the question again arises, how are the shoes of Hungry Fox are going to be filled? Because he certainly was one of my favorite players.
Exactly. I mean, those are pretty massive shoes that you have to fill. But I believe if anyone can do that, it is Rated, who is a really amazing all-rounder, can do everything inside of the game, and that is something that we're going to have a look at when the team actually starts to perform in the matches. But for that, good luck to DEADEYES, guys.
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We're in the first ever Super Weekend day number 2 itself, and it's all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. And joining me, well, I'm going to be your host, but joining me today is a little bit of gap right here, Varun. What's happening, dude?
Yeah, I mean, we can't see Ocean. I guess we have to summon him now for some reason.
Yeah, we have to.
Ocean, reveal yourself. Hey,
I mean,
here
half
he
of
is.
you guys, Ocean is here if you just talk about it. And, well, that was good.
GG.
That was a win.
Can we send him back?
Yep. I mean, you know, that's a good thought, actually.
just for the first segment, like the entirety of the day, I mean, that's a bargain that I would want to have with you.
In fact, Varun, if we've got the power, we could very well just keep on doing that to him, just to irritate him a little bit.
No, so my head hurts in that. Just don't. I mean, my head
Definitely,
hurts.
dude, definitely. But of course, this is going to be an exhilarating start to the entirety of the saga itself, because when it comes down to the Super Weekend, yesterday, day number 1 for the Super Weekend was looking really good, but today is going to be a different affair, hopefully, because, I mean, you talk about the entire saga altogether that was showcased yesterday, but bringing that all down to how it's been laid out. We've got 20 teams that have participated during the league play days, from which only 16 have moved on forth into this first ever Super Weekend itself for PMPL Season 4. Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those 16 teams, we will be, seeing those names once again, but obviously a few of them have been doing amazing. If you talk about yesterday's day, that's T2K when they started and things moving forward. But yeah, it's a 3-day affair today and tomorrow as well. Then we'll see where the points just lock in, and then we start up again with 20 teams, in which again there'll be the competition of being in the top 16, and then the same thing goes on and on.
Exactly, it goes all the way into week number 4, where we will be looking at those top 16 teams participating in the finals. And when it comes to the finals, well, there's a lot on the line. When you look at just the money part of it itself, you've got $150,000 on the line. But along with that, when it comes to the Super Weekends, Warren, there's a different thing that is entirely going on when it comes to the stakes.
Exactly. I mean, every single chicken dinner that you get in the Super Weekend, you can walk away with $1,000 along with that chicken dinner and the points for that chicken dinner performance. But when you make it to the finals, that's where you'll be fighting for the big money, as we like to call it, because the first place will be walking away with $10,000, second $6,500. Along with that, for the league stages, $2,500 to all the 20 teams that are participating. And let's not forget that one individual who will be walking away in the finals $1,000 richer as the MVP of the tournament.
Exactly, and to be a part of that MVP, you have to be a part of certain criteria, and in those criteria, all the teams are working towards these points. Every single kill will give you that 1 point, but along with that, you get a chicken dinner. Well, you're already up and rising and soaring. But on the other front, Ocean, I mean, we've seen teams that have walked away with not a lot of kill points, but a lot of placement points as well. Let's talk a little bit about that.
I mean, yeah, talking about the fact that the team has been going out with a lot of placement points, well, it's a win-win situation for you. I mean, you are getting ahead of the table for right now. But, well, a chicken obviously is getting you $1,000 as well. But 1 kill, 1 point, that's where I would say you'll have to even focus to balance everything out. Because every team that has had chicken yesterday, you remember, Johnny, right? 11 kills, 12 kills, 13. Like, it's exactly a good number.
Yeah. It certainly is. It definitely is. I mean, every single time we talk about a chicken dinner winner team, they are walking away with a huge amount of kills for themselves. And with that, talking about the teams themselves, we have the teams on our screen. Starting off right off the bat, it is Train to Kill, who were looking dominating as they started off their play yesterday with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, Varun.
Exactly. I mean, train to kill or take 2K, what we like to call them now, since they won $2,000 for themselves. But they are being closely followed by I8 Esports from Pakistan, who are doing they are performing phenomenally well in the Super Weekend this time. The performance during the league play days was sort of mediocre, but in the Super Weekend, where it all counts, I8 Esports, they have showed up big. And it's not just them. Yesterday, we saw a really interesting sort of comeback from, as we were expecting, from the Mongolian teams.
Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah.
Yeah, Ocean, as we continue on forth, of course, to the next set of teams, we do have, Mongolian teams we're talking about. We've got Seal Esports as well as Stalwart. And again, to talk about the play that has been showcased by both of these teams has been pretty phenomenal, I would say. What do you think, Ocean?
Especially Stalwart Esports. I mean, I would love to just talk about this team more and more, because this team in the final game, they started picking up the pace. They had really good area for themselves in the circle, and after taking down Raw, they took up an impressive fight against DE, and DE is here as well. I mean, DE was just playing pretty amazing on their own front, but Wizzes with vibes. I mean, this team has been doing pretty decent. If you talk about the league days and Super Weekend right now, obviously it's just one day, but today, tomorrow, I expect more from this team as well.
Absolutely, and as we move on forth to the next set of teams, we've got 8 teams introduced, 8 still remain, and in that comes in A1 Esports, followed in with ZEUS Esports. Now, Varun, I want to talk about ZEUS Esports. Do you think today might be a change coming in from this team as to their playstyle?
Maybe. I mean, we're going to be expecting a lot of changes from ZEUS Esports, because, I mean, they're not living up to the expectations, right? We expected this team to, keep their eyes set on the first position. I mean, even the top 2 for them looks like a little bit, it looks a little disappointing, because ZEUS Esports, they've always shown up big. They've always been the dominating team since the moment they were introduced to the South Asian region. And now the performance, it is a little underwhelming, but it's not just them. I expect A1 Esports to make a few changes as well. There's going to be a comeback from them. And Future Station, want to see how many placement points that team can get.
Exactly, dude. On the other front, Ocean, as we move on to the final set of teams, now this is where things get a little convoluted, because again, I mean, the Real Soldiers, they showcase some amazing plays throughout the league plays, but in the Super Weekend, they're a little faltering.
I mean, yeah, the Real Soldiers, the thing about this team is they did try to just have pretty amazing games for themselves, but that did not work out. I mean, the League Days performance versus Super Weekend, it has just been like 180 turn up, and I'm pretty sure the fans are not loving it as of now.
Exactly. With that, as we move on to the overall ranking, or like I call it the storyboard, we are looking at teams, especially right there on the 5th spot, right? It is Stalwart Esports with that chicken dinner that they were able to sustain, along with that jump. I mean, 9 position jump, Varun. Now that is a good game, dude.
Exactly. That was the last match yesterday. Stalwart Esports and DEADEYES, guys. In fact, both the teams, the top 2 teams from that game, did in fact make a massive jump from their performance in the last match. But today, I believe there's going to be a close combat situation between Train to Kill, I8, High Voltage, the teams that are going to be competing for the first position on day number 2 of Super Weekend 1. But along with that, I want you to focus on the points that Seal Esports has. 37, right? On the 7th. Then we have Wizzes with Vibes on the 8th with 34. Now, when we move to the next page of the standings, you're going to see something very interesting that, we have Future Station on the 12th with just 30 points. The difference is not that big, even Vibes included. There's like a 9-point separation right there. So one game, not even a good game necessarily, just one decent game, and you're going to be in the top 8.
I mean, one top 3 game can just get you to a really, really good position for yourself. That's like a really good thing, but if you talk about it, it's not easy. It's still going to be a lot of pressure on the players, on the teams for sure.
It definitely will be. But when it comes down to the pressure, we do see Stalwart making some heads, turning, of course, in terms of the playstyle that they've been able to showcase. On the other front, talking about another team coming in from Mongolia region itself is going to be ZEUS Esports, a team that hopefully today is going to be bringing a different level of gameplay altogether for themselves. Because again, I mean, that's what the anticipation was since the start. Ocean.
I mean, that definitely has been the case, but for Stalwart and ZEUS, it has been a topsy-turvy curve. Stalwart, no doubt, they had really good game for themselves yesterday. Their total points 42 right now versus ZEUS 34. Now, if you just look at the points, it's not that much of a difference, but if you look at the survival time, that's where the entirety of the difference is. that's like 55 seconds of difference. And we know a lot happens in 55 seconds. If it's like 56 circle, you might be on 12th position and your opponent might just be on 3rd position. It happens, right? It happens as the teams just, go down. But that's the thing. For ZEUS to win, the damage dealt versus damage received should be a better number. It should be a better ratio. It's pretty close right now as compared to what Stalwart has been doing. They have been popping down players. They have been taking those kill numbers, and they have been doing it in style. I mean, given the fact last game was needed for them to have a chicken dinner, and they got it.
Yeah, and I mean, Stalwart Esports, they have looked so impressive with the way they have recovered. Because, I mean, it was an interesting start for them as well. The first few matches of the Super Weekend, we saw them struggle a little bit. But then towards the end of the day, we did see them come back into the action again. On the other side, ZEUS Esports, certain times overcommitting to fights is the thing that puts them in a really, really unfavorable situation. This game of Sanhok was impressive, though. I mean, that final 1v1, that was an intense situation. Godless, as I said yesterday, he got hit pretty hard when it was a 2v2 situation, 2v1, and he went for Delta, and that sort of gave the advantage to his opponents over there, Wizzes with Vibes. But still, we can expect a recovery from ZEUS Esports today. I mean, I'm always going to be hopeful for this team.
I mean, a few games of ZEUS did show that, they wanted to actually improve. Think about it, right? Game number 2, game number 3, game number 4. It shows that their graph was going up, but then obviously it was just the last game that they faltered down badly. But that's where Stalwart just got their best. For the first 4 games, it's not like the most impressive performance by Stalwart, but that one game, that just shot them to like good numbers.
Exactly, and that we can clearly see right here with the performance seismograph itself, where the final game did bring them up in terms of course, that 9 point, or not 9 point, my apologies, but 9 placement, right? I mean, the position make a huge difference on that leaderboard, and the more you got up on top, the more lead you're going to be able to create. And talking about that lead, I mean, talking about that lead, dudes, we have to talk about T2K, right? I mean, trying to kill, the way they were able to just dominate in the first day of this first Super Weekend itself was overwhelmingly awesomeness, is what that team showcased. Warren.
I agree. I mean, Train to Kill have looked really impressive, and I mean, you can clearly see the difference that was there in their performance, and why we were shocked after the first 2 games. Because during the league play days, I mean, they were doing really well. Their first match of the league play days was also really good, but after that, things sort of slowed down for T2K, and they were sort of hidden by the show that was being put by DRS during the league play days. But then the Super Weekend begins. First 2 matches, absolute domination, and that is something that I believe they're going to try and replicate today as well. If they can convert those matches, I mean, even if you don't do well for 5 or all 5 games, just 2 matches back to back, and that's all you need.
I mean, their average is looking really good, right?
Yes.
Overall, if you just talk about it for the 5 matches, we get it. I mean, it's 8 matches versus 5 matches, but it actually shows that even if today they have back games for the start, their average is not gonna disappoint them. I mean, their gameplay has been on point amazingly, and just like you talked about DRS, right? There was this thing, the first game in which T2K actually got second position in the league play in the league day. DRS won that game, but still that game kind of just made sure that T2K would be having good numbers for themselves. I mean, they had 12 placement points and I guess 14 kills for themselves. That's an impressive, that's an amazing stat for them. And now, well, once they started getting chicken dinners when it actually mattered, this was the game when they started fight first yesterday. They were the ones taking down the first teams and everything, so it meant that they were ready for the business. It looked like T2K is a team that had different strategies for League and Super Weekend.
Exactly, and no strategies were revealed during the league play days. That is the thing that's keeping them in contention right now. Towards the very end of yesterday, the last game, it felt like, I mean, teams knew exactly what they had to do, like just take them out early, because T2K, they had an unfortunate start to that last Erangel. But, I mean, today, I expect this team to again start making a push, and they're going to try and get as big of a safety cushion, as big of an advantage against i8 Esports, because i8 is, they're keeping them on their toes. The chase right now, it is intense.
It definitely is. I mean, talk about the point difference itself. Train to Kill right now on 75 points on that first position, with, of course, the 2 chicken dinners that they were able to get for themselves on the other front. i8 only 15 points shy of that leading position. So, in here as well, as we talk on about the performance seismograph itself, Ocean, I mean, we can clearly see that there was a little bit of a dip throughout the league plays, but as they moved on into the Super Weekend itself, I mean, as so perfectly mentioned by Johnny as well, they had the strats completely set up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look from the game 2 till game 8. You see them just playing, just by the sidelines. The first game kind of ensured that they are definitely going to qualify. I mean, C2K they would want to qualify, right? But after that, game number 9, game number 10, like that's where they just started outshining, and well, they had everything for themselves. They were amazing.
Talk about the jump. That definitely did favor them. On the other front, though, as Varun was just mentioning, we do have I8 only 15 points shy on that second position. And in I8 itself, we have to talk about these two lads, right? We've got Crypto, who is being the reigning supreme champion for the team. On the other front, to compare him, let's of course bring up Bishal as well, because that dude from his side for RAW has been really, really good.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, definitely. I mean, Johnny, you and I, we were talking about this lad as well, Crypto. Since the previous season, this lad has been delivering for the team. And if you look at it, right, his survival time is not exactly up to the mark as that of Bishal. I mean, there's this slight difference. But still, he has been delivering. And especially yesterday, I would say the lad started just popping up. And League Days last days, like those 2 days kind of just made him unstoppable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and it was needed for I8 Esports, for Crypto, for in fact the entire team, for Crypto, Johnny, Uzum, all these guys to actually start building up the momentum, because the first day of the league play days wasn't really good for them. Day 2 onwards, we saw a decent performance. Yesterday, I mean, I8, they just blew everyone out of the water, and they were doing really, really nicely until, I guess, game 3 was when things slowed down. And that is when actually we see Raw and Bishal sort of pick up the pace. Bishal was really key. I said this yesterday as well. He was a key player for RAW to actually be a part of the fight on the overall leaderboard. But as you were pointing out, the low survival time of Crypto, I would say he doesn't need to survive. Look at that kills. Look at those kills and that damage number right there. I mean, this man is a death threat to everyone.
For me, what I would say is, had he, if he survives more with the team, the best part's going to be chicken dinners. I mean, that matters as well. Like, that's where I'm just pointing up with it. Like, survival.
That's exactly what I was going to lead on down towards as well, because when it comes down to I8, I mean, yes, they are on that second position, but they have not got a chicken dinner as of now. So when they do, that is where the lead is going to be created from their side. On the other front, we have some amazing news for the fans, of course, when it comes to PUBG Mobile. This game has been nominated at this year's prestigious Esports Awards, but it's been nominated. Now I want your help for us to win. We have been nominated for Esports Game of the Year as well as Esports Mobile Game of the Year. And to be able to help, all you need to do is go down to the link that is in the description, where you can vote every single day for PUBG Mobile Esports itself. And for that, again, like I said, I'll need your help, because the voting is only going to last till the first week of November. So start clicking, start voting, and all of that is going to bring you rewards, mates. It's all going to bring you down to rewards, and those rewards are certainly set up for you guys, because we have some incredibly set up rewards for you right here. We've got the glorious buggy skin that's going to be for you, and for that, you have to be able to participate in, of course, the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page. This is very, very, very crucial. You have to be on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page to be able to participate for this reward. And again, I mean, just keep an eye on the chart. It's as simple as that. You grab the code and the buggy is yours. And that's not it. So, once again, start voting. Help us out, and we in return are going to be giving you so many incredible gifts. Following along with the buggy, we also do have this beautiful looking PMPL permanent t-shirt that could be yours. That definitely could be yours. But this is where things are going to get a little tricky for you, because there are going to be Q&As happening in the chat as well. So if you get the right answer, you get it, and you do move on in with the perfect opportunity to get this for yourself. And this is going to happen during game number 3. So keep an eye out on that chat. And once again, this is very crucial. Just be very specific that you are following all of the awesomeness on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. And while you're there, just click the red button and subscribe as well. With that, let's get our day started off. This is the second day of the first Super Weekend ever in PMPL Season 4. And that means it is time for the schedule, Varun.
I mean, also I have to say, I mean, you guys don't need to worry. Ocean is not going to be asking any physics or maths questions, so.
I wish I could, but well.
Yeah, but
Alright, well.
talking about the day, we're going to be having the same schedule as yesterday. I mean, the same rotation of maps. Erangel followed by Miramar, map number 3.
Alright.
That is when the opportunity will be given to win the wonderful T-shirt.
Yeah.
It is going to be Erangel followed by Sanhok and Erangel in the end.
All right, Johnny, if
Yeah.
we're talking about it, I guess let's have this discussion about the map chance right now. We had this discussion, I mean, previously as well.
Yeah.
Future Station, their placement point marker, it just shoots up because they have been looking really good overall when it comes down to Erangel and obviously, surviving till the end. That invisibility cloak is just helping them. But the kill I would want to see the kill department shoot up as well, because that team has potential and we know it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the team has a lot of potential, but I would disagree on the fact that they need to get those kills. I would say what they're doing works out for them, but they have to be consistent. That's my only trouble with Future Station. They have to make sure, because those top 3 finishes just keep coming. They always manage to go inside the top 3, the top 4 somehow. And if with those positions they can get like 3-4 kills every single game, that's good enough for me.
Absolutely, that's going to work in their favor as well. And again, as so perfectly mentioned by Ocean, if they're part of that chicken dinner, well, they walk away with $1,000. Nobody wants to shy away from $1,000 in the bank, of course. So keeping our fingers crossed. Hopefully, FS is going to be bringing that sort of a play. But now it is time to jump into the game and to take us through the games itself. We are going to have to move on to our casters, who are once again going to be none other than XP and Play.
Thank you for that, Blotter. I have to agree with him, XP. I would not shy away from $1,000. Okay, you're
absolutely.
T-shirt. I get it. You got
that
a
is good money.
Fair enough.
Plus, I was just thinking, I want to win that T-shirt as well, because I was like, I love rocking these PUBG Mobile shirts. Why not have a PMPL one? As well?
Sell out. Yeah.
Oh God. Anyway, $1,000, you say, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What do we have to do?
Be good at the game, get into the server, and win some chicken dinners, and beat some of the best teams in South Asia. It's not that hard, man.
I mean, it started off good. I mean, I'm kind of decent at the game, but then you said get in the server. That's going to be a bit difficult since, the costing. Get a chicken dinner. Does it have to be against these guys? Or can
Yeah,
I
it has
just,
to be against these guys. You got to get those
oh.
kill points. Anyway, jokes aside.
All right,
I'm
so
excited.
basically, I'm never getting that $1,000.
You're not getting the $1,000.
Thank you.
That's just the way
Lovely
it is.
way for a morale booster at the start of day 2.
Listen,
of
you
the
don't
Superweekend.
deserve it. Neither do I. Neither do I. That's why we're here talking about the game, not playing the game. That's the difference. But playing the game, XP, are going to be some very known names. You had a very exciting day yesterday. T2K, they came, they saw, they conquered. They did kind of fall flat in a couple of the games, but 3 games, they were fantastic. 2 chicken dinners as well, almost getting the hat trick. We saw I8 really step up, Stalwart getting a chicken dinner of their own as well. And I just did allude to the fact that I8 right now in the second place, a lot of kill points. However, that chicken dinner, it just eludes them. But I feel like eventually they will find one, maybe today.
Today definitely could be the day. And another interesting thing was, we kind of in the Sanhok action, but I was, in the audience, so to speak. Man, ZEUS finally woke up, albeit a bit late, but they finally made a little bit of a mark. But of course, Wizzes with Wives were the team that actually got the job done and had the chicken dinner in that game. I mean, again, the best thing about this PMPL, about this Super Weekend is that all the teams, it kind of feels like they deserve to be here because as far as the competition goes, it's pretty even Stevens. I mean, you win some, you lose some. For one team to rise, another has to fall, and that's what's been happening. There's a give and take. There's a back and forth that's going on because, yes, maybe one team dominates for a couple of maps, gets that momentum rolling, but someone comes and stops them, and a new name rises, and that's what makes it all the more exciting.
Absolutely. Speaking of new names, we have a couple of old names who had an incredible start in the group stage, but they kind of fell off. Look, I don't like pointing fingers. I know it's only been one day of the Super Weekend. Yeah, I kind of. But DRS were incredible. They were in pristine form in the group stage, topping the table, hyper aggressive on day 1, winning the duels. Yesterday, they were nowhere to be seen.
Now, this we did kind of brush off on this point a little while ago, which I'm going to hold on to for just a second because looks like, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Finally, the action is going to break out on day 2 of the Super Weekend with the big bird in the sky, and El Capitan shall take us through the flight path.
Thank you for that, co-pilot. We are, of course, going to be entering Erangel and looking at the plane path. It is going to be coming up all the way up north. So I'm a little curious. Going to be just the east of Zaki, where it's going to be coming in. It's going to be into its melted power. Now that could, I wouldn't say it's going to spoil the plans of any particular teams, but especially for certain teams, like we have Stalwart Esports, who have been liking dropping towards Nova Rep Noi. We have I8, who we know are going to be somehow making their way to the military base. It will, I wouldn't say spoil their plans, but it could make things a little interesting indeed, looking at this particular plane path. Do you expect to see any big changes, though? Any teams mixing things up, making things a little bit more curious?
You know what? Maybe, yes, because again, funnily, yesterday in the Erangels that we had the opportunity to cast, action did not break out at the beginning. However, Blade, last game, I mean, the squads had barely touched the ground when, you know, a couple of them were wiped out. So again, it's all about, like you did mention, we do know I8 is going to head for the military base. Now, in order to do so, they have two options, right? Either they glide all the way to the island or they drop down somewhere on the main island and pick up vehicles. That is where a lot of mayhem was seen yesterday. So I want to see something of the sort. Again, as I say that, and judging by, you know, where all the teams are positioned right now, we're not going to see a lot of conflict early on, but looks like Sadha, as spotted of the enemy, he does take cover behind the rock, and well, entry right at the get-go could be in trouble, but there you have it, backup coming in the form of a couple of his teammates. But again, no weapons, no harm done.
Wait, did his teammate just leave him? Did they just leave him?
Well, I think they went and dropped one.
Oh, here they come back again. All right, I like that. They dropped the teammate off, yeah, like you pointed out, and then they come back in. But I like the attempt from Shada. Like, he's like, all right, oh, they've left him. There's an opportunity for me for a bit of vehicular manslaughter. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that early kill. Magnet now waiting, holding onto this compound for the rest of his teammates to cross that little bridge and come on in and loot up some goodies. Looking at the plane, looking at the zone, though, it's going to be a very normal one. It's actually going to be aligned with the plane path, so most of the teams are going to be very comfortable here, XP. Except for I8, who, as usual,
lighting.
Yeah, as usual, they still haven't reached a military base. They're going to be heading there, though. I'm assuming they're going to be making their entry into the, like, re-entry into the main island via the Western Bridge, because there's no one there, and they should be aware of that.
And especially since, you know, they were dropping down, and, you know, the fact that they might be getting the vehicles right now. They were gliding down. Chances are 100%, I mean, not chances, they do know that Stalwart are going to be in Nova. They should have seen those chutes open up in the sky. So, again, taking the Eastern Bridge is going to be a bit tricky, especially since the flight path kind of ended in that direction. And, you know, we know that all the teams do their homework as far as the drop spots are concerned. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I8 should be taking that Western Bridge. Now, however, if you have a look at the circle and have a look at Future Station kind of moving down to the usual spots, the fact that the gas station behind the bridge is still in the circle, you never know, Play. We might just see a blockade finally set up for I8.
Yeah, it's been tantalizing. It's been teased a couple of times, right? But haven't really gone around to it. Taking a look at the overall rankings, though, you can see T2K on the tippity top at 75 points, but nipping at their heels are I8. High Voltage as well, putting up a massive showing. They got that one chicken dinner. And then, of course, right below them is RAW, who have definitely impressed me, considering they still haven't got a chicken dinner, yet they have cracked that top 4 placing. Narrowly trailing them are the Mongolians in the form of Stalwart Esports on 42 points, who managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday. I do believe the 4th game where they managed to get the chicken dinner there. And then, of course, we've got DEADEYES Guys, Seal, A1, ZEUS, who did manage to crack the top 10, and Wizzes with Vibes. Looking at the bottom half of the table, though, XP, like Future Station, a little quiet. Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes, they're on top of the table, top 4, top 5 in a group stage, struggling a bit. Seal 9 from Mongolia struggling quite a bit as well. Paradox, the new boys, in the league, I'm not going to be too harsh on them. It's their first Super Weekend ever in the Pro League, and it's a kind of a learning experience. Maybe they're going to be bouncing back later on over the weekend. But DRS, that sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, I feel I would be doing a disservice to the audience if I just ignore their position there. Now, 2 days remaining, definitely an opportunity for them to really rise up the ranks and potentially, crack the top 8 maybe. But what do you think needs to change here? Because they look like a whole different animal compared to what it was in the group stage.
And just to sum it all up, I think the best thing is we've already kind of discussed this. Now we were going to talk about this before this game started. Now DRS this season around, I think one of the reasons why they really stood out was because they changed their game style. They came out of the doors basically guns blazing and mopped up the opposition and were comfortable doing that. Now, mind you, they had racked up quite a good lead by day 2 of the league play. But if you remember, the last 3, maybe 4 games, suddenly the aggression stopped. Their momentum just changed. Now they were just playing to hold on to that position.
True.
So that basically kind of goes to the opposite way of what they were doing thus far. And kind of looks like right now, again, they're trying to play for those placement points, which is evident from the matches yesterday, especially, when they made a mad dash for the cliffs at that end stage of Erangel. They weren't taking any fights, but this was a beautiful shot. I mean, Mafia Ninja is one lucky man because he had the armor to take that shot. But again, coming back to DRS real quick, they need to up the aggression again. They are falling back. I wouldn't say complacent playstyle, but they're playing it a bit too safe. And I think they just need to get their fingers warmed up a bit and just take a few chances. Yes, they might lose out once in a while, but then, if they start triumphing more often than not, it's going to get them right back where, well, they want them to be.
Yeah, and that's a curious thing, considering they showed they can, hang with the Mongolians and all these, hard fragging teams when it comes to taking team fights on day 1 and even on day 2 of the group stage. So it's not like, it's not like they can't take fights. It's not like they don't have the firepower or the teamwork. They absolutely do. So as you pointed out, yeah, I do agree with you. When they start getting the lead, they start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. If that makes sense, right? They play trying to defend the points that they have accrued early on. The problem being for them right now, they haven't got any points.
Plus, play when you have a butterfly for a backpack, violence really isn't going to be a thing, is it?
Hey, listen, man. Listen. When I was in school, I saw some kids. I saw some kids who had butterflies and they on their backpacks and butterflies in their, on the pencil boxes and stuff.
But they were mean.
They were the most violent asses I've come across. But right now, who's being very violent is Seal9. They've got a couple of knocks already, and Raw, who had a great day 1, they're off to a bit of a rough start. And Seal9 have been struggling as well. The other Mongolian, the 4th Mongolian team behind Seal Esports, and of course Stalwart and ZEUS Esports. And with BABLU and Shawl on either side of the bridge and no backup arriving. And if they do come and try to go for the res, it's kind of open field. And you can see Seal9 waiting for that to happen, waiting for the res to come in. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. Armor is going to be providing a bit of cover fire if needs be. And Senor is going to finish off the job. It should be 2 early kills. The first 2 casualties in the server. And it's going to be the kills getting racked up by Seal9.
Mind you, the fact that Seal9 are pretty well spread out, of course, you just have a visual on 2 of the members. The remaining members are going to be in the northern city of Georgopol. Now, they're going to cut off any angles in case Raw makes a move. But again, this is inevitable. They are going to lose 2 members, and I'm pretty sure the members of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors knew that as well. But it looks like the aggression is on point, and they are going to be a bit ruthless as one of them is knocked down. Now, again, this was what I was talking about. Inky and Monkey's position is going to be something that's going to keep them on their toe. Now, since Inky has engaged the enemy, this could give them a chance to move in. But wait a second. Looks like Joker could have made quick work of one of the members, but it looks like it's another knock. Or was that just a kill feed?
It's an old kill feed. A little bit of a delay there. But it's okay. Like, the res should be coming in. Take a look at the knock here. Oh, that's clean. That's so clean. He gets a knock, but Amra's actually bleeding out, but the res has taken place. So, of course, now they're going to be going in for the hunt. The question does arise. Was it worth RAW taking the fight in a 2v4, considering they're going to be pinned down and they know that Seal9 are going to be going in for the squad wipe? Or would it rather they had just kept quiet and waited for them to, disperse, fade away?
The position's already given away. They only have 2 options now. If you have a look, they're just outside the circle as a big bad gun is going to fall from the heavens above. It is the AWM out in the middle of nowhere. Doubt anyone's going to pick it up. But now, as far as Raw's concerned, if you have a look, if they have a vehicle stacked up behind the house, they could pretty much head straight towards the hill and cut left behind those trees that you see and possibly get away, of course, taking a lot of shots in the process. But now it is a do-or-die situation. If Seal9 back off, which doesn't really seem to be the case, they could be in for some good times. But right now, they've got to take the fight to the enemy in case Seal9 decides to push. Now, Inky's position is already given away. I'm not aware whether Monkey's position is out or not, but the main thing is, if the remaining members of C9 decide to move in, that is going to be the deciding factor. If they move out, well, Inky and Monkey are going to have to do the same. So Raw for now are in a stalemate as Inky gets taken down with another Mosin Nagant shot to the face.
Is that a suppressed Mosin Nagant? It is.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I love it. It's a bolt action. Oh, it's going for more. Joker's been a thorn.
Now,
And-
just to add another point, Blake.
Look at
this is the moment, if they want to make a break for it, this is when they can skedaddle out.
They have, but Joker's still sticking around. He's kind of being the one-man bait on this building. Another clean knock coming in for the Mosin Nagant. But his teammates already evacuated the premises, XP. Joker's alone in his compound, while his teammate Shada trying to get... I love this. They're trying to get that flank and trying to pincer the players, get them caught in a crossfire. And Shada's actually a pretty good spot. A couple of well-placed nades could make life miserable. The problem being, though, if either of the two players for Raw get knocked down, they're done for. There's no res coming in.
Also, just to keep Sada at bay, they only need one of their members. So that means 3 members can unleash on Joker and take him out, systematically coming back to Sada. So again, it is a good move. It looks flashy, but is it going to do what it's intended to? And it actually is right now. So C9, if you have a look at that, they're kind of hesitating. They're a little indecisive as to what the course of action should be. And I do believe they are just going to get out, possibly hunker down near the mountain or near the ruins at the church, and then wait for them to come in.
And they also have time, because as we just saw in the play zone, it's the circle's right next to them, right? Even though they're going to be fighting in the blue, they have control of the board, so they don't really have to budge much. And with the zone, it stopped? Yeah, it stopped. So the next zone is very close by as well, so they're not going to be worried at all. And right now, just a waiting game. And for Joker and Raw, sure, they are hunkered down in a very good position. Sure, they're tickling away the HP of Seal 9, but it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of a rough fight for them. Sada's actually crossed the bridge, which is interesting. He's taking the fight to Seal 9. And Seal 9 are just being extremely, considering the man advantage, they're being very passive, XP, which is very interesting.
Oh, this could be devastating for Sada as grenades are going to go off nearby, and his HP has been brought down.
There we go.
He needs to administer a first aid. It's not going to come in, and now finally Raw is going to be broken. Joker is going to be the last man standing. Again, all his attention is towards one of the members from that team, and the fact that it's now a 4-on-1 situation, this is when C9 literally needs to assault his position, get this threat dealt with, and move on to the circle.
Look at Umbra. Look at Umbra. Look at Umbra.
That was a little ambitious, but then you are up against a sniper who's been popping heads left and right. That is a wrong decision, and the follow-up bullet is going to make sure he's 6 feet in the ground.
Oh, poor Umbra. He was trying to be so cheeky, XP.
No sympathy there for me.
He was so far away, though, because, like you said, at that distance, unless you confirm the kill, if you get knocked down within the blue, you're screwed. And
you don't do that against a seasoned sniper.
I get the tactic. I understand what they're going for. But in a 1 versus 4 XP, I mean, just pick up your guns, grow a pair, and just push in. Just push in.
Easier said than done, because we did say, a couple of minutes before, they're being indecisive, play. And once that mentality is set in, unless someone takes charge. Now, I wonder what the IGL is going through right now, because he's the one making all these calls. They lost a member, which I feel is quite unnecessary. And now Joker, he knows this is it. He's a rabid animal against the wall, and he's going to give it his best. He's going to fight till the end. And, Seal 9 are paying a heavy price. The zone is doing the damage. The utilities are pretty much down to zilch. And even if they do make it, Joker, that is a dangerous game. Even if they do make it, play, what's going to happen in the next circle when someone's waiting for them?
No first aid kits. Oh my lord. He just got bandages. He only has bandages left. Sure, he's got that, the veins. It's pumping a lot.
T2K!
Wait, what?
Was that T2K?
No. Wait, that was very sudden. I think a bullet did hit him, but the zone took him down. Yeah, I think the zone took him down in the last second. So, the bullet hits him, so it gets tagged down to, I think 1 HP, and the next tick of the zone damage takes him down. But what an attempt. What an attempt from him to just stay alive for as long as possible, even taking down a member of Seal 9. Although, like you said, XP, no sympathy there. Umra got a little too,
you know, when
overconfident?
you
I
go
don't know.
up against a proficient sniper, especially in the distance, you know, you can easily make out movement. And the fact that he's on top of the hill.
I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry for like breaking it up, but cutting you off rather. But the top 3 team in the Super Weekend High Voltage are facing off against Paradox, and Paradox have already got a kill. But that being said, Wiz has also fallen as well. So they have equal trades. And Jane, this could be free kills. These could be free kills for Jane.
They could be, because T2K did hear all that commotion early on, and now they're going to let loose.
Oh
A couple
my
of them are going to be in the
lord.
crosshair. One goes down, the other could be taken down by the blue zone, as Jane is going to be hungry for some kills. I think he does spot the enemy.
That's
Monkey
over.
is alive by a sliver of HP. Now, mind you, there is one man by the buggy down to the right. He needs to patch himself up. No, he's down too.
He's down too.
I think the blue got him.
Yeah, Monkey I feel he's just going to try and delay the inevitable. Look at, I like this intimidation. I was going for some vehicular manslaughter. He's going to find him? Yep, they found him. Kind of an ignominious end for CL9. Like, we were so hyper-focused on that battle between CL9 and Raw, but we kind of, T2K was listening to all the commotion.
Oh, they heard it.
And
they
as you
waited.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you pointed out as well, XP, they expended all the utility. They were taking so much damage. So by the time they arrived into the play zone, they have no information as to what's happening. They have no idea who's there and waiting, and they just get picked apart by T2K. Free kills for them. Right now, though, Stalwart Esports going up against Future Station. And Future Station opening it up with a nice nade knock onto Pika. Is not down for the count yet, but Entry could potentially find him. In fact, he's going to find Top as well. 2 knocks now. And Stalwart, they're struggling a bit here, XP.
They are struggling, and it's one man who is raining down death on them in the form of Entry from Future Station. Now, his teammates are a bit behind him under safe cover of houses, and this man is a one-man army right now, just keeping Stalwart at bay. Now, another grenade could be devastating, as Top is going to get that revive. A lot of smoke being deployed, Blay, which definitely makes sense, but now Entry is going to get taken down, and it's T2K from afar.
T2K is they're just happily jumping in and picking apart. And C-Wine, Future Station, they're going to finish off the knockdown player. In the meantime, the A1 coming under heavy fire from Vibes, the Bangladeshi team. They're getting besieged on all sides. The utility damage, it's going to confirm the kill. 9boy, Dante, and Sinister. At least Naman and Dante have managed to evacuate the premises, and they're now waiting. At least one of them is waiting outside, but Sinister's still trapped inside, XP. And if he tries to head towards the roof, he can get shot at by Assassin and even by Killer. They are harassing them with the HEs right now, but I guess they're right now waiting for the smoke to dissipate. In A1, they're hunkered down, lying still, not trying to make a single bit of noise.
Absolutely, and I did see DE moving, and I'm going to hold on to the thought, because it looks like Mongolians are going to be fighting one another as Seal goes up against ZEUS. Icy, I beg your pardon, overhead, laying down some cover fire while his teammates are going to be picked up. Wall E down on his knees, and that grenade is going to overshoot just by a little bit, doing a lot of damage to the vehicle and not the player. I do see I8 nearby as well, but again, ZEUS, they are getting ready for a little bit of a strike. The only thing that I'm concerned about is how they are not covering enough ground. Now, Zake is going to make sure he's got the angle. Have a look at Baron's position. If he makes it to that bridge play, he could literally flank them and lay down some heavy fire without them even knowing what's happening.
True. That could be a massive flank, but still a long way to go. And especially when you're prone down and you get spotted out, XP, your mobility is non-existent. There we go, he's been spotted out, but Icy getting shot at from the distance by someone else. Killer, though, ably, he's gonna try and go for the drive-by, but Killer is gonna get the knock on him. And ZEUS, they are bleeding out, and I do believe the days are numbered. Icy, the last member standing for the side of ZEUS, and I believe he has been taken down as well. ZEUS getting eliminated in the 14th position with 0 kills to their name. That's a rough outing for the Mongolian side, taken down by their own countrymen. A1, though, they've lost one already. 9boy's down on his knees, and Vibes are going in for the kill.
They are indeed. It did kind of seem like Deadeye's guys were going to be a thorn on their sides, but Jiggle is making sure that that front is secure. They're going to drive by around and join the action, but right now, Assassin and Prabeen in the house up against Dante and Sinister. Deadeye's guys are going to come in hard. Jiggle goes down, Killer goes down in the blink of an eye, and over here, A1 Esports are going to be obliterated as well. But right now, no, 2 members from the opposition is down. Deadeye's guys are going to be moving in play. There you have it, one off the other through the buildings. They're getting closer and closer to their prey.
T2K, though, getting absolutely wrecked by BABLU. In the meantime, we can take a look at the kill feed. And Paradox and High Voltage are still duking it out, but it looks like High Voltage are going to be coming out on top here. A couple of players getting knocked out instantly for the side of Paradox, leaving only Keat alone, or Parakeet as we like to call him. And I feel like this entire game has been teams coming in at the end of a team fight and mopping up the survivors, right? It's happened 3 times already, XP. But this time, though, Vibes at least do have 3 still standing. Barely, though, because Killer is bleeding out. And Assassin, well, he's a little too late. The nade's going to confirm the kill. And now Assassin and Praveen, they need to do something special. Look at the way they're harassing them. And this compound, XP, if Deadeye's guys get control of it, that's the perfect place for them to play the end circle. Because they are in the play zone, they have cover, and they have the fortification. And Deadeye's guys, they know they can finish this one off. Assassin, he's going to be left alone. XP is trying his best. He's going to find one. It's a 1v1 right now if you can isolate the kill, but Illusion is being very smart, waiting for his teammates to arrive, and instead they're going to be going for the res. They could have swarmed him, but they're going to give him an opportunity to go for the res under Praveen. Now Praveen needs to heal himself up real quickly. Assassin in the meantime, trying to use his utility to keep them at bay, tossing it outside, hoping to get lucky, but he's not going to find anything. At least the heal has come in for Assassin, but it is still very much a 4v2 favoring Deadeye's guys, and look at the amount of teams arriving and joining the party. So many gate crashes, XP, and this is just turning into pure absolute pandemonium.
Man, I've got to tell you one thing. Those preemptive grenades were the only reason why Vibes are still in this game. And you said it. It is going to be a King of the Hill situation soon enough. But right now, Deadeye's guys, they need to deal with the problem at hand. And that problem is 2 members from Vibes, Assassin and Praveen, with grenades going off inside the compound. And let me tell you one thing. Those grenades are so close by, it could do some friendly damage as well. Elsewhere, Top A gets knocked out as Seawine is going to get his HP back up. Action moving towards the enemy in the same smoke. Now they are going to come face to face as two of the closest face force. Sound Sense is going to be part of the game, but when a McLaren comes through and runs you over, there's not much you can do.
There are 4 teams battling there. Finally, it is going to be it is going to be Deadeye's guys taking control of the compound. Vibes will finally fall. BABLU and the 2 Pakistani teams, there's no love lost between the 2 of them. They are going to be nading each other, trying to just take them down. One place nade could completely eliminate I8, and that's exactly what BABLU is going to find. Wolf, 1 nade, 3 kills, and that is going to be I8 getting knocked out of the server. BABLU just wiping the floor with them. However, if you look at Seal Esports XP, we haven't really seen their fight so far, but they have 5 kills to the name, to the tally, and they have 4 players still alive and running. And so does Deadeye's guys. And the thing is with Deadeye's guys, they still have the compound to work with. So if you ask me to look at the odds, I gotta give it to DE right now.
See, they are at the periphery, and if you have a look at the way the mountain slopes up, you're gonna, kind of assume there's not enough cover, but the trees are going to provide enough cover as you move on, especially along with the smoke grenades. But now, for Deadeye's guys, they do seem to be in a good position, but the fact that they have these 2 enemies on either side of the hill, one in the form of Clarity and the other in the form of the DRS, it could get problematic as, of course, BABLU, they're going to get that revive in, but the last man standing for FS is going to be Clutch Mama, who is going to be spotted from the distance, but with lightning fast reflexes, moves out of harm's way. Now the question is, did Deadeye's guys see that little movement? Because he is going to administer that first aid, but the question is it going to come in on time? I think he realizes it's not going to be a possibility. Hits the deck, and now finally Galzin atop the rock is going to spot him in the distance, which means we are down to the final 4 teams, 14 players alive, and have a look at this play. Deadeye's guys and DRS are still 4-man squads.
All of them, apart from I do believe BABLU, who only have Wolf and beyond. Zake is on his knees, so the rest needs to come on in. But if that does take place, Seal's also going to be a full squad as well. DRS though, XP, we took their name. We're like, they have been very quiet. Where the hell are DRS? And it looks like they are looking to get the first chicken dinner here. It's been a low fragging affair for them, but we all know how DRS likes to play. BABLU's had enough, XP. He's had enough. He wants to take the fight to them. He stands up and he tries to deliver, but he gets mowed down by 2 members. And with that, BABLU will bid us goodbye. 12 points though. They're going to be pretty happy with that particular outing. The final 3 teams in contention. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3. Baron, very low in health. He needs to heal himself up ASAP. And despite the tree and the exploded vehicle for some cover XP, they are not in a comfortable spot. The zone is going to decide whether they are going to be ruined or whether they're going to survive. Baron gets spotted out, running across towards the smoke, will be knocked down. But the zone screwed them. The zone screwed everyone except for Deadeye's guys, XP. And they are looking and they're eyeing for that chicken dinner. And I believe it's just a matter of time.
Now, it's not just the wall that they can take cover behind. Have a look at the mountain in front of them. They have that beautiful ridge for cover, which is going to give them a decent amount of cover. But against a barrage of grenades from DRS, it could be problematic. Now, DRS are doing the right thing. They need to make quick work of Seal before they can focus on the enemy down below. Now, Seal, of course, is going to be survived by one man with Killer bleeding on his knees, and that revive could come in. However, the fact that the smoke is going to be dissipating soon, it is problematic. Now, Deadeye's guys realize got to make a little fortification. Check that out. They've got the wall of smoke to obscure the vision, and in that smoke, they're going to make sure they park the vehicles to get enough cover from this side. Again, they're using that ledge, that ridge, and their vehicles as a makeshift fortification. They know someone's in the smoke. They're going to keep an eye on the kill feed, and there you have it. Forget it. They don't need to. Shifu is going to put Wally down on the ground, and now, Blay, it's been a long time coming. It is going to be a 4v4 affair as the final two teams lock on for the first chicken dinner of the day.
5 kills for DRS, 6 for the side of 5 for Deadeye's guys, and 5 for DRS as well. So whichever team comes out on top here, they're gonna add 4 more to the tally. DRS though, it's a downhill battle for them, but this time around you don't really have the high ground advantage. They need to move in to the circle, and Age is going to be very brave. Getting inside of the UAZ, he's going to be pushing on in. He's going to group up with his teammates, but they get mowed down. AJ so very low in health, and they have that tree for cover, but they need to patch themselves up. But Shifu is going to get the knock onto Nima, and they're going to find both the players there. Actually, AJ manages to patch himself up. So just the 1 kill for the side of Deadeye's guys. Mafia Ninja being sneaky behind a tree. That nade chunks down Illusion to just 10 points of health, but he will still be alive. So that's unconfirmed damage, but Mafia Ninja spots him out. He sees him with his elbow out, but he had the chance, he had the opportunity, but it's unfortunately slipped past. But Mafia Ninja XP, if DRS wants to win this map, if they want to win this game, it's going to come down to him. He needs to go nuclear.
He does indeed, and on top, is he going to run inside the grenade? He does, and he moves back. Let me tell you one thing, that little preemptive grenade that pretty much caught Nemo off guard was just played to perfection. They saw the smoke suddenly deploy out of position, threw a grenade as soon as the vehicle came in. Perfect timing. But now, Deadeye's guys, the thing is, the circle has kind of shifted away from them. They are going to have to make a move. And but still, the fact that they have all that smoke, and have a look at Mafia Ninja's position. A lot of tree cover above there as we slope a little bit higher on the mountain. Now, Deadeye's guys, they need to put down fire on all positions, Play, because once the smoke dissipates, they're going to have to make a little bit of a run for any and whichever tree that they can. They have to disperse. But AJ and Gyals and Mafia Ninja, all they're going to do is just hold their ground, hold their angles, let them make a move, and start gunning as soon as they spot it.
They got a vehicle. They got a vehicle. It's basically an armored vehicle out in the open, but Illusion gets spotted out. Mafia Ninja needed to confirm that knock. He won't, but Illusion is going to find Nima. And AJ able to reply back onto Rated Sir, though. It is now a 3 versus 3 as Shifu pushing in, but he's going to get mowed down. The double team action. Only 2 players left standing. Illusion very low on health, and on top having to isolate a kill. But now it's all on top as Illusion gets caught out, and DRS, they turn it around. They turn it around. It looked like it was going to be Deadeye's guys getting the chicken dinner, but DRS, we said they were quiet on day 1 XP, but they start off day 2 with a bang.
They did indeed, getting the job done. And again, let me just tell you one thing, clinical finish over there, just holding their ground, holding their angles, letting the enemy make the mistakes. And Deadeye's guys, the moment they got in that vehicle, especially when they committed 2 members in that vehicle, that is when, well, their hopes were kind of dashed. Again, Mafia Ninja would have been the course of action to take. They should have rotated towards the right. Of course, the analyst desk is going to make light of this, but what a wonderful win for DRS, the real soldiers, getting a job done. And I like the fact that it was tactical. That just, for me, is like the cherry on the cake.
Absolutely.
Precision.
It was probably the most exciting map of Miramar we've had so far in Season 4. That was fun. There was fights throughout the entire game. I really had a blast. But yeah, we're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have the analyst desk, the beautiful people on the analyst desk to break down the action.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the Super Weekend, is where we're at, day number 2. The first game that we've just seen. What a perfect surprise that was.
Yeah.
And of course, Ocean and Varun. I mean, the real soldiers were missing from the action, but now they're back.
I mean, they're back with $1,000 for them. So that's where they're starting it up, and well, it was needed for the team, and I would say the final circle kind of just shaped in a way that it actually helped them, because you see, there was one time when Nima was just rotating with his vehicle around DE. He tried to get, but he was caught off guard. Still 3 lads remaining. They had impressive fight for themselves.
Yeah.
And you can say now Nima was actually a bait in that moment, and the team capitalized on it.
I mean, but it was, as you said, the team capitalizing on that bait was something that was done really nicely by the players of DRS. Also, I mean, even earlier on, the situation was laid out a little bit against them when they were trying to come down the slope of that mountain into that final fight. And that was that one moment where DE could have actually... could have actually come out on top, but hey, if you give a team like DRS the breathing space, they are definitely not going to waste it. Also, sitting at the second last position on the overall leaderboard, I guess yesterday was just a little bit of a blunder from DRS, and today they are back in action.
They most certainly are, and again, as Ocean perfectly mentioned as well, I mean, coming back with a bang, along with $1,000 in the bank, is looking phenomenal for the team. And they're not yet done. They're just getting their day started off. They're just warming up, so to say, in simple terms. But on the other front, again, when it comes down to the entirety of the game, there were so many fights. I mean, you talk about the raw fight that initially took place against C9. All across the board, there were so many wonderful fights that were taking place. So I wonder who the MVP for this game is going to be, because it is going to be a little bit of a tricky affair between so many of these teams.
Well, Blotter, I still have one thing for you. Like, your rhyming was like a tang, but do you have some more beats to drop, or are you blank?
Well, I could very well talk about them blank in talks, but right now, as we move on across with the show, perhaps we'll stick to the script, or kind of like the script, of course. And in that script, one more thing that I do want to discuss with both of you is going to be the fight that ZEUS was part of. That, of course, did not favor them, dudes. I mean, that was just a disaster working against them.
Well,
I would want Johnny to take. I feel like Johnny has some words right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've seen, Ocean mentioned this as well, that we've seen a lot of changes that were done inside of specifically Erangel by ZEUS Esports, and it was to basically counter a situation that they were going to face on their usual drop location. But we know it takes time to adapt, especially in a lobby like this. You will have to be extremely careful, and that is something that's missing from the side of ZEUS. Even with the changes, even though they're going on their secondary drop, they're still playing with the same level of aggression. Learning to slow things down is where I believe things can definitely change, just like they did for I8. And also talking about I8, I want to see what's going to happen at the top, because T2K, they took a pretty early exit in this match.
Exactly. On the other front, Ocean, as we bring up I8, I do want to bring up that fight also that took place against I8 and Clarity, I believe it was right there. Where Clarity walked up with some amazing stats for themselves, Ocean.
I mean, this is not the first time when they have been just against each other in this kind of lobby. The first day as well, we saw them just taking a fight against each other. But now the major factor is, it was the blue zone that was actually pushing the competition away, right? So they were ready with their weapons, obviously. They were ready. And you saw a lot of nades just going back and forth on that fight. But the thing is, the zone factor was something that they had their eyes on. So no doubt they were taking fight against each other. They still had their vision that, we have to move inside the circle as well. So they wanted it to end early, both the teams. And in that, one good nade from Clarity BABLU just actually got them back. So that's the thing,
What a play that was. With that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in from this game. We shall see, Varun, what sort of a point surprise are we going to be showcased from the table. And it is the real soldiers stepping in with those 9 kills, 24 points to them. But right along the tally, 4 points shy with 12 kills, is going to be Clarity Esports.
Yeah, BABLU Clarity, they looked really impressive with how aggressive they were inside this match. It was a totally different team compared to how we saw them yesterday, how we saw them during the league play days. And this is the sort of momentum, I guess, that can help the team in the matches today. But along with them, DEADEYES, guys, their positioning was really, really good until that final fight that happened against the players of DRS. And yeah, the early exits of ZEUS Esports, A1 Esports. We talked about both these teams. I specifically mentioned that I was expecting comebacks from both of them today. But hey, I mean, maybe after a slow start, we're going to see them slingshot themselves to the top.
Probably, yeah. But you know, this is where you talked about these teams. Obviously, these teams are not in the match summary right now because of their bad gameplays. But talking about the teams and the players that there is, I mean, DE had an impressive game for themselves. Clarity BABLU, I mean, full with the highest skills and Nani with the longest distance travel. So a longer distance actually shows that obviously you covered more ground with you and your team. I mean, that's where you see, right? Danny, Zibian, Wolf, and 420 Boy just coming up with the longest distance travel. But it also means that maybe or maybe not you were a part of potentially a lot of fights, or maybe you were just focusing more and more on rotations, as if maybe circle was favoring you or was not favoring you, things like that. So that's where we see the longest distance travel coming up by BABLU Clarity.
Absolutely. On the other front, as we talk about those skills, well, it is certainly going to be going down towards Wolf from Clarity, and what a play. Again, I mean, this is certainly a different style of play that has been showcased from the side of BABLU Clarity, and that is something that was anticipated from them. I mean, this is something we spoke about as well, you know. I mean, you guys brought it all the way back through the PMCO itself, where the team was introduced, and now as you move on forth, well, the team is back, and I'm sure, Ocean, you're going to be really happy with that, mate. It's time for you to take us through all the rotations that took place through, of course, the zone analysis.
Yeah, so in this game zone analysis, right, there are quite a lot of things to talk about. Well, let's just keep it here right now. First things first, you remember I8 was dropping down. Obviously, they dropped just here and then they started rotating. Or I get it, right? They always kind of struggle if the flight path is not facing the southern area. So that happens. More or less then, moving forward, I mean, let's just move forward right now. We saw a lot of central shifts of the circle happening till almost around the final circle. We saw the circle just ending around the area where Vibes is. If we just, keep it right around here. Yeah, let's just pause it here. This is where we saw the zone kind of just, marking up its end point. And now if you see the teams that actually had the chicken dinner for them, that's DRS. They tried to move from this side. If we look at I8, and Clarity, think about it, right? The teams actually met just around here, take up a fight. And then all the other teams that were just left outside the circle, well, they were having their own skirmishes outside the zone. And that kind of just went bad. And DE as well, think about it. DE starts at Rozhok. The circle favored them. They stayed at Rozhok for a long time. And then they start moving forward. If we move forward, we'll see some amazing fights as well that happened alongside these circular rotations and the teams as well. So it was all in all a pretty good affair with the zone and with the teams, as we just were witnessing slowly and steadily. So yeah, that was pretty good. But moving alongside with these zones, right? Now is where you'll see a lot of teams just focusing on their major rotations. Let me just keep it here. I mean, Vibes, they did try to just have pretty good fights for themselves, but yeah, things did not work out. Again, the circle just not favoring them. I8, they tried to mark up their entry. The best part is for Clarity, they tried to have a really good fight, but then they rotated. This is where we saw a lot of fights happening with the nades and a lot of things. But it actually gave DRS the time, a righteous time for them to actually just rotate and stay in their zone. And they did not have to worry about any team. I mean, Paradox was taking fight against High Voltage. Once they tried to enter in, they were being taken down by, DE Vibes. There was a cluster of teams. But DRS, they just had it for themselves. They had not, they never had to worry about anything. And that was really good thing for them.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. It's just, this is where it gets really interesting. I mean, just let's pause it out here. It was really amazing because if you see now, this was a higher ground area, right? And then DE had such a good area for themselves. This is a minute cover, and then there is this wall as well. DE actually pressurized teams around this area with this thing. But if you talk about DRS, right, one of their lads started rotating, actually went here, and they created a 3-1 split for themselves. I mean, that's a 3 if you guys, I write back with the mouse. But yeah, that's a 3-1 split that DRS tried to create, and that's where Nima was. Nima tried to move to the other side. He was doing really good, but look at that. Let's keep it here only. That's where Nima is. He reaches there. He tries to put a lot of pressure, but DE spots him out. DE takes him out. But these three lads were ready for one thing. Mafia Ninja has that airdrop cover. They have a vehicle cover. They have the smokes for themselves. And the circle just favored them. I mean, for DE, it's what? A 5-meter distance. And that 5-meter distance snatched the chicken dinner away from DE because that 5 meters is in the open where DRS was. DRS was putting pressure. They had their fires and they got the game. It's so basic, but it just helped them overall.
Definitely did. I mean, it is certainly a tactical approach that we saw coming in from the real soldiers, as the name also literally suggests. They are the soldiers in the battlegrounds. On the other front, talking about DE, yeah, I mean, the only thing that did not favor them was that zone itself, moving away from them. And had it not been the case, perhaps it could have been a DE game, because it was looking like to be the case as they moved on along from that compound, taken down Vibe, looking real good. But that was not the only fight, right? I mean, right off the bat, we had, of course, Raw taking fight against Seal9. We had Seal Esports take fight against ZEUS. Let's move on through the open performance.
And the moment you mention ZEUS, we see them colliding against the players from DRS. And I mean, there was an opportunity, because I mean, you could have disengaged earlier on, but this was a game that was filled with a lot of action. I mean, Ocean, as he pointed out, there was a massive cluster of teams towards the western sides of the circle, and that is where we saw a majority of the fights break out. You are going to be rotating from those open areas. It's not going to be easy. You will be forced to take those fights.
Yeah, I mean, those fights, they do happen there. But well, talking about Joker, right? I love the way the lad was just, using a sniper on point, like the bolt action just coming up. And well, Jane, he had the most perfect opportunity out here to take down the players of Seal9. But well, a lot of clusters just forming around school, apartments area just showcase, the way the fights were being executed. And oh my god, these bolt action shots, they were just so amazing.
That was a nasty shot indeed, but then I mean I want to focus on that one play, Stalwart Esports, the moment when they were taken out. That was an interesting sort of approach to the entire situation, but this one as well. Seal Esports just destroying ZEUS. Over aggression, again, slowing things down is going to be key. You have to try and see if you have the opportunity to back away from the fight, and this is what I was talking about. Stalwart Esports, I mean, they knew where BABLU clarity was coming from, but still just trying to force a fight that you're going to lose, because I mean, both the teams are pressuring towards the circle, are slowly and steadily moving towards the circle, but BABLU, they were just hell-bent on just finishing off their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely were, and with that, just moving forward, I mean, it was just amazing as each and every team did try, but at the end, DRS, I'm actually happy, Blotter and Johnny, for one thing, and that is DE and DRS both are kind of back in their element.
Yeah.
Yep. So true indeed. With that, as we move on forth to the damage draft, this is where, look at Stalwart, mates. I mean, my apologies, 1,034 damage coming in from that team, but only one kill. So, not the kind of outing that was anticipated from their side, of course, but the fights they certainly were a part of.
But I have to say, look at Future Station as well. I mean, 1,116 damage. Did only walk away with 3 kills, but even during the game, I was thinking to myself, I mean, Future Station, they definitely heard what Ocean was trying to say, and they were like, all right, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive. We're going to try and get those kills for ourselves. And along with that, we know they're good with their placement. So, hey, I mean, this sort of playstyle for Future Station, it might just work out.
I mean, it's a balance that they're creating, I would say.
In all of this, we've spoken about so many teams who are just coming back with the vibe, working it perfectly for themselves. That's A1 Esports, though, that's lacking. It's lacking. It's so very much lacking from their side, because, well, they were, yesterday also we were talking about that team was getting so close to getting the chicken dinners and whatnots, and opportunities certainly were being created from their side, but till now, they've just not been able to pop the grounds for themselves. On the other front, talking about the storyboard, it is still going to be favoring Train to Kill with 79 points. What a play.
Well, I mean they're sitting on the first, but Deadeye's guys on the fourth, just 19 points away. T2K is feeling the pressure. Yeah.
I don't know why I have this feeling that I8 might surpass them by the end of the day. I don't know.
I think it's going to happen in the next game.
It is an intuition that's just coming up, because yesterday, if we talk about, till yesterday they had 75 points. Today they just accumulated 4. Meanwhile, every other team is catching up to the competition. I get it, they got 2 chicken dinners, but they'll have to get more if they want to stay there.
Well, exactly. On the other front, talking about picking up the pace, picking up the slack, it's the real soldiers this game around. Warren, where they got that chicken dinner, moved away with $1,000, and have moved 6 positions. And this is a story for comeback for them.
Exactly, from the 15th to the 9th, and now I guess they're going to be eyeing the top 5 as well. If they can get another game just like this, the same level for aggression, the same finish, I mean, the chicken dinner finish, DRS, they're definitely going to be where we expected them to be from the start. It was an uneasy position from them to be in on the bottom 2, but now DRS, they look like themselves, so I'm happy, man.
Oh, yes. Oof. What a day. What a start to the day this has been. As we move on through to the schedule, we're going to be looking at the second map that will be playing, where these teams are going to be playing, and that's going to be Miramar this time around. And again, when it comes to the expectations, well, we'll see what the stats say when it comes to the map chance. But overall, I mean, we can certainly expect the teams like, for example, Ocean.
Yeah.
Clarity BABLU to perhaps once again be on top.
I8.
I8.
I feel like that. I mean, for me personally, why I feel like I8 should be on top right now is, they're so close to being at the first position, and whenever it just happens, whenever they feel pressure, no doubt if it's second first position or if it's qualifying, we know that they just pull out something amazing out of the box and they do it. So I feel like it might just be an I8 game.
I mean,
all right.
I agree with that because I mean, as I said before this as well during the overall standings, I think it's going to happen in the next game on the map of Miramar that I8 will be surpassing T2K, and the only reason, along with what Ocean mentioned, they went out on Erangel was they were trying to reset themselves to jump back into the fight. They wanted to get a little bit of a breathing space so that they could heal up and then charge on the players of BABLU Clarity. But Wolf, he took a risky move. He got the reward. Let's see if things can be changed for I8, or maybe we're going to see a comeback from T2K in Miramar.
Perhaps we'll find out. But again, when it comes down to the bold action that was showcased on Erangel, I'm sure XP is going to be really happy. But as we move on to Miramar, that should hopefully increase. A lot more bold action should be showcased right there from all of the teams. And never mind the team names. Let's just move on along into the game itself. It's time to go on over to XP and Blade to take us through the next game of the day.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, it's gonna be Miramar XP, and we saw quite a bit of bold action in the previous map. It was Joker popping some heads in a valiant last stand. It didn't quite work out for him, but he did manage at least deal a bit of damage, get a kill of his own. Now it's gonna be Miramar. We might be seeing more of the same.
We might indeed, and the funny thing is, we did see an AWM drop in the last game. No one picked it up. Perhaps it's going to drop in this game. Somebody might pick it up. And we did kind of see yesterday in Miramar as well that he who has the AWM usually wins the game. So, we definitely should see some sniping action. And I'm excited. You are not a big fan of bold action, is it? Because by your face right now, you're like, I'd rather see some CQB.
Well, that's because I want Sanhok, but since we're doing the first 3 games for this entire week, we haven't seen Sanhok. Makes me a sad boy. But we will see Sanhok later on. Obviously, it's going to be covered by a wonderful duo of Fixes and, of course, Necro. Right now, though, it is, of course, going to be on Miramar. And taking a look at the path, it's going to be starting from the western side, right on top of El Pozo, cutting across Los Leones. So, again, well, we've noticed that the majority of plane paths on Miramar, at least so far in season 4 rather, has been kind of smack in the center of Miramar, it feels like, where everyone seems very comfortable. And that's why we've been seeing some pretty slow games. We've seen some very action-packed Miramar games in Season 3, but so far, though, it has been very quiet. But then again, we saw the previous Erangel game. That was action-packed, so you never know, XP. It could be quite interesting how this one plays out.
I mean, yeah, anything can really happen. Now, time in and time out, we've seen the circle form around Los Leones, except the last Miramar yesterday, where, of course, it was a bit further up north, near Minas Generalis, where we saw final action breakout. So, yeah, it definitely depends on where the circle is going to form, because as of right now, everyone's going to be heading off to their favorite spots. And the thing about Miramar is that certain cities and certain towns are big enough for more than 2 teams. So, we do expect some skirmishes to break out, but again, it's all on the team and how hungry they are for kills. Now, for example, DRS, I mean, they're definitely changing things around, as we've kind of seen today. They have been good at rotations, as the analyst just pointed out. And well, if you have a look at the circle, it is going to be a bit towards the east, and the junkyard, in fact, is going to be pretty much at the center of things, which means, we are going to have a lot more open warfare over the deserts and pretty much over all the mountainous regions. So action this time is going to break out a bit quicker, especially
Hell yeah.
in moving vehicles, which are going to go boom pretty soon.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. I8 and BABLU on opposite sides of the map. BABLU really like dropping on the peripheries of the maps we've noticed so far. And I8 going for the 2-2 split. Now, this is something they've gone for in the past as well. I do believe our analyst pointed it out during the group stage. Now, obviously, considering they dropped very late, they are aware that there's not too many teams around. it's an interesting ploy, right? It does allow you to loot up very, very quickly, but also puts you at risk of potentially being just beleaguered or surrounded and attacked by a full squad of 4 while you're just a squad of 2. So that could be problematic. But looking at this, it looks like no one's really going to be migrating towards the eastern side anytime quickly. It looks like most of them are actually going to be heading towards the Minas Generales or maybe towards El Azahar. So Uzum and Johnny should loot up their heart's content, and then they're going to be heading up north to group up with Crypto and Blade. And for the side of I8 XP, like when are they going to get a chicken dinner, man?
You know, I mean, Ocean and the boys, the analyst desk, they are pretty adamant that, you know, this could be their game, and we're going to have to wait and find out. Now, you know, just to continue on I8's point, they have been landing at Puerto Paraiso and at Impala, you know, time in and time out, and only a couple of times have I seen Paradox kind of jump towards Impala as well. So at this stage, I'm pretty sure Blade and Crypto would have expected a little bit of occupation over there. Since that isn't there, they are going to loot to their heart's content. And we saw them in this position yesterday as well, where that eastern seafront basically is always open, and they've been the only team to, you know, traverse those roads. So for them, the beginning stages of Miramar have been pretty comfortable throughout this tournament.
I just want to point out, Nima seems to be trying to get out of the map.
I think he just wants to go and have a look at the fabled oasis and see whether it's myth or reality. Of course, you know, when it's a little bit hot on the summer days in a desert, you do have a few mirages, you have a few heat waves, and sometimes, well, an oasis can be a mirage. I think he just wants to check it out. He wants to make sure, Blade.
And then if it is a mirage, you get a sunstroke and then you die, which is unfortunate. But
pretty much.
Well, at least there's no one nearby. It's not going to be any shots. I have to say the Oasis might be the safest part of the entire map. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone even go there, even like in random
Legend
games.
has it that the water actually has healing powers.
Oh, so you get inside the water, you heal up. That'd be interesting, right? Imagine you're going to play the
right. You never leave that place.
Imagine yeah, exactly. You just play the blue out, play a heal battle, and just like soak it in, and just battle out the blues sitting in that nice little pool of water. But right now, though, all fantasies aside, we're going to be jumping into Vibes POV, who were spectacular in the group stage, but have kind of fallen off here in the Super Weekend. A very quiet day yesterday, and even today it hasn't really been a great start. But then you look at the gap of the points between themselves, and that's a DRS who just got a chicken dinner, right? 41 points. They're in 34. 7 points difference. They can easily catapult themselves into the top 8. So, yeah, even though you look at Future Station, Wizzes with Vibes, AI and all these guys, they can easily, like 12 points difference between Raw and these guys. So, just one big game, and that's all they need. However, that being said, T2K still holding on to the top spot. But as we pointed out, the gap is pretty minuscule. A couple of good games for any of the teams, even in the bottom half, and they can easily find themselves in the top 5 by the end of the day. So yeah, nothing's confirmed yet.
Nothing is confirmed yet, indeed. And again, yeah, one game can make it or break it. But the best thing about the Super Weekend is that, you have 15 games in a row against the same opposition. And you can really, if you can read your opposition like a book, oh my goodness, you can really start taking off a few points and making things go in your favor. Now, what happens in the league stages, when a new group comes in, it does kind of ruffle some feathers and, you have to be a bit on your toes. But over here right now, they can really practice a few of the tactics right now. And again, in proper Miramar fashion, the action is going to break out. And of course, bullets are going to be fired at a moving vehicle, and entry in that pickup is going to be one lucky guy to escape certain death, making sure he reacts a bit quicker. But again, this is how they all fall down in the beginning.
As A1, they decide that they've had their fill of loot, and now they will be heading further east, because looking at the play zone, XP, it is surely going to be towards the eastern side of the island. And yeah, Magnets do attract. Oh no, entry, what are you doing? Okay, he's got to go to reload. Now he can find it. Just one bullet is all he needs. But 9boy, not quite able to land the finishing blow. And, well, suddenly the hunters have become the hunted. T2K from the mountain. A couple of warning shots from the Scarl. Gonna tickle Jax, but won't quite confirm the kill. But at least now A1's aware that now they are not the only predators in the region. There are some other coyotes nearby on that mountain. So, yeah, early exchange of bullets. That's a good sign, XP. It's not going to be one of those Miramars where everything's super quiet. And if you can take a look at the minimap real quickly here, ladies and gentlemen, we can... Yeah, there we go. Considering about 25%, 30% of the play zone is in the water, that's going to force, like you said, a lot. Look down south, XP. Look what's happening down south. What the hell is that? Is that a rally race or what?
I've been trying to make some sense of it while you were going on, and it kind of looks like they're trying to recreate Mad Max right now. That's the only possible explanation. Everyone is in the vehicles driving by. Maybe they have someone riding shotgun.
Can we take a look? Can we take a look at that production?
We need to have a look at what's happening down south, because it's going to be just cars whizzing by one another. Maybe people alight from their vehicles, put down a few shots, and then they're like, you know what? It's not worth it. It does look like
BABLU. It's Hazard. It's high. Sorry, it's high voltage. It's Paradox and. I believe it's a one.
The best thing is they're heading towards Los Leones, right? So they are going to get lost in all of that urban noise. Again, it is going to be a race to the blue line, and looks like Paraquet is going to be the first with that big bad gun, rain down some lead. Waru G still alive on his feet, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place because the enemy surrounds him.
I love this from Paradox. Right? I like this. They were duking it out in the previous map as well. They were super quiet, super passive during the group stage, managing to squeak their way in qualifying for the Super Weekend. But right now, they're feeling very confident here. And DRS and Seal, the moment they reached the safe zone, they're like, oh, god damn it, gotta go further down south now. So it's an interesting battle. Zibian now. That Tesla of his taking a lot of damage, and he runs away from the M249, but walks in straight to the M4s of G1's. Paradox are coming out on top. Witness them.
They're definitely making the best of, all the free kills down under, literally speaking, because they are outside the circle, they are down south, they do have to traverse up, but now that does mean that, teams are going to be waiting for them, because yes, they are getting all these points, but it would be smart if they do not head straight for the zone right now. They need to circumnavigate probably a bit to the west and then head in, but it does look it's going to be problematic. High voltage, on the other hand, Blair, have a look at that. They've got the right idea. They realize that, Los Leones is going to have a couple of teams waiting for us. Let's go elsewhere. But right now, Baron is taking the fight to DRS. He does spot Gelson, and the enemy in the form of Mafia Ninja is trying to make his escape, which he does in that AK. Well, the Rathatha is not going to be enough, as grenades are going to be now chucked in his position, and now he comes under fire. But again, Gelson is one man in a sea of seals. This could get problematic.
A sea of seals. I like seals, but you know which seals I don't like? Leopard seals. Those are nasty little bastards. But right now, these seals are being leopard seals indeed, although I don't think you find leopards in the desert, but it doesn't really matter. And Seal are just mowing down DRS, and DRS suffering a couple of casualties early here, just the one though. But they spread so far apart, XP, that I do fear for the Mafia Ninja. He needs to be a ninja, but in the desert, with no cover, no trees, nary even a singular rock in sight, he's going to have to try and emulate an ostrich, XP, and unfortunately, he's going to be spotted out, and DRS are getting picked apart one by one by the seals, and there is no reply coming in from any of the teammates. This is that's a rough start.
It is a rough start, and it did kind of seem like Mafia Ninja did not really need to put himself in that position. He did have that buggy to make his escape. Of course, his teammate was done for, but it is what it is, and the buggy flips, and you don't want to make sure it doesn't hit your head. But again, sometimes physics takes a backseat in PUBG Mobile. But again, coming back to the situation, AJ and Nima, I believe, are the only members surviving DRS. Now, Nima made the right decision. He was out on the blue play. He's gone around them to the west and is going to be coming down possibly somewhere near the opposition in the form of Raw. Now, RAW, they heard the commotion, and they are pretty much setting themselves up for a fight. Of course, the minimap is going to be on our screens in a moment as the circle is going to change. But again, all RAW is doing is holding down the fort and gatekeeping DRS potentially. But as Suyog, he's going to be a happy man. He does have the AUG, but on top of that, all that level 3 armor is definitely something you don't want to miss.
Absolutely not. Especially the end game, right, where you have to be the raid boss, just running in, soaking in those bullets while dealing out damage as well. DRS, they were going for the usual play, XP, you know, coming in late into the circle, playing into the zone, mopping up some of the stragglers, but yeah, they just ran into a very angry bunch of seals out in the open. And I don't think they were ready for it, right? You saw the way two of the players died. They were so far from each other. Nima's still almost a kilometer away from his teammate.
I kind of want to say that, you know, they were the ones who, in fact, started with the aggression. They alighted from their vehicles and started laying down some shots on Seal, as you noticed. But again, the tables were turned. Now, Nima is going to be driving in their wake, so to speak, keeping a distance. But Zay could be in a position to spot him and lay down some lead. RAW also realized that, you know, the circle has shifted further down south. They need to make a move as well. Now, AJ could be leading the charge, but have a look at that. It does seem like that road is going to wind on down right into the enemy in the form of Wizzes with Vibes. Now, Wizzes with Vibes play, they've been kind of quiet today. Perhaps they could do something, and AJ makes a good decision of going off the treaded path, and well, he goes into the wilderness trying to get around the enemy. Not a bad idea, as Godless is under fire from action.
Mongolian on Mongolian action with action using a I wanted to say bolt action, but he had a semi-automatic sniper, so that ruined it for me. God damn it. But anyway, he's going to be tapping some fools in the distance. And considering that they do have the zone right now...
Does he pity those fools?
Does he pity those fools? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, XP. Paradox have, however, finally arrived. They did take down a member of High Voltage, if memory serves me right, and they're looking for more. They're looking for more, and Hazza, you need to pick your fight. Who are you going to shoot at, Extreme or the person in the vehicle? He spotted Extreme, and I love this from him. He's going to slowly fade back, tossing in a nade, trying to make Extreme feel uncomfortable. And High Voltage, I feel like, are in the same spot that DRS were in, where they're all isolated by the Lonesome. But if Paradox get a little too over-eager, they can get taken down from above. Because 3 members are downhill, 2 members of High Voltage are uphill, and I think they realize that, XP. They're going to be immediately going upstairs, because Parakeet is going to be the recon dude, and he figured it out.
Good decision on their part, on Paradox's part, to move a bit towards higher ground as soon as they realized Havoc and Ozzy, you know, made that little break and got there before them. But now High Voltage, on the other hand, realized this. They realized, wait a second, they're not firing on us from that position. That means they're moving around. Of course, the sound of the vehicles is going to give it away as well. And they deployed enough smoke, and they got out of there. But someone who is not out of harm's way is going to be Seal as they find themselves up against Wizzes with Vibes, with Rules down on his knees in a bush, a little hidden for now. But if his team gets wiped out, well, he is going to be needing his maker as well. Grenades are going to be lobbed in. That one is going to be just a bit too short. And wait a second, Delta retaliating as well. Now, Wizzes with Vibes are in a bit of a pickle, but it looks like Seal are going to make the decision to move further in the circle.
Well then, fights definitely breaking out, and I'm glad we were right, XP. This is a much more exciting start to a Miramar than we saw yesterday, and even during the group stage, right? So, Killer... Interesting. Nade deployment. But he's going to come out worse for wear. He's going to use a smoke, though. I like that. Using the smoke to prevent Malik from peeking through that angle. And he's going to pull off the Great Escape. Now, both these teams are still inside the play zone. So there's no crazy rush to try and take a fight. And Seal, this I like. Knowing when to take the fight and knowing when to relocate to a more superior position. They're going to be going by the coast, XP, but they might be running into DRS and they're like, hey, hi there. Wait, AJ, hi, we meet again. Oh, goodbye, good night. Nemo left alone. That's just so unlucky for DRS.
I mean, they lost all the members to this team, but Nima is trying to keep the fight alive. He got 2 of them. But it's finally going to be taken down.
What are the odds, XP? What are the odds? What are the odds?
Imagine traveling all around the map and then finding them once again. That is just going to sting a little bit more. But what's going to sting is that grenade. The trajectory
High voltage.
Did look good. However, it did blow up a bit too quick. High Voltage, they are making it to the circle. I do see Havoc leading the charge. Hey man, sometimes one member is all you need. A little bit of luck, but he's heading straight towards Seal.
No, look at Paradox. No, look at Paradox and ZEUS. They're side by side, XP. They're side by side.
It's been a while, but now Paradox, I kind of thought that, you know, they were putting themselves in a bit of a position, which we saw earlier with High Voltage, and now it seems like they're going to go up against ZEUS. But right now, it's going to be Raw versus Wizzes with Vibes.
Havoc's gone, XP. You said it. You called it. He's like, oh, he's gone from the frying pan straight into the fire. And the fire was, of course, I8. Now, Malik is a lone man surviving who Wizzes with vibes. The blue is dealing quite a bit of damage as well, so he needs to make a bit of haste. But the moment he gets spotted out, Raw are going to skin him alive, and that's not something he's going to be looking out for. There we go. Paradox decide, hey, we can take a fight with these guys. And I8 are like, not really. 2 knocks down. Uzum with a well-placed nade could find Hazza. That shit. No, just whoa.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, it's an 8. All right. Now, the smoke was from Wiz, but I love this from I8 XP. They're pushing in. They're not allowing them any respite, any time, any space to go in for the res. And Uzum finally, the nades should be landing. No, he's healed himself up. The res hasn't taken place yet, though. But everyone's down. One member surviving for the side of Paradox. No, Wiz is still there. Wiz is still there, but for how long? I feel his days are numbered, XP, and just a couple of nails remaining to be fired into his coffin via a nail gun. Instead, it is going to be the M-Force that's going to do the work. I really liked what Paradox did there, getting those kills and being aggressive, but they kind of waltzed into a wall, and the wall had cannons, and its name is I8. That's unfortunate.
That position they got themselves in wasn't like really helpful as well because, well, all grenades are going to roll down to the middle of the pit, and it's going to be devastating. Again, they did get caught out. It is most unfortunate, but right now, looks like Pika is going to be using that M24 of his to good use as he does get C-Vine from Future Station on his knees, but the zone is going to close in another 5 seconds, which means all these teams are going to have to get up and move once again. But the question is, who is going to be the lucky one out? And looks like we only have a few members inside the circle right now, as it is going to be pretty much open warfare, as Senor is found out by Assassin, who is still not down. Sealed 9 coming under heavy fire for Bean, going on the flank with Monkey and Inky inside the house. Now, this could be problematic. It is all smoked up. Vision is obscure, but right now, Assassin comes in from the side.
1v3.
Gets one down, which means it's going to be a 1v3 or 1v2?
1v3.
It is a 1v3. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Seal 9 have been wiped out. They've had a tough time this game going up against team after team.
Yeah, they've just been struggling so far. Do got a feel for the Mongolians, but while the other Mongolians, though, they're having a good old time. And speaking of the other Mongolians, the other Seals going up against Stalwart Esports, and it is going to be aerial bombardment by Baron and his teammates, and that's going to knock down Top from atop that little mount. Smokes will be deployed by his teammates to provide him a bit of cover. The rest comes in. Now, Action has a lot of responsibilities in his hands. He needs to keep T2K at bay. He needs to ensure that he has his eyes peeled for other teams arriving as well. But I believe the rest is going to be coming on in, and that is going to be Illusion with a perfect nade to take out 420 Boy. And with that, BABLU will bid us goodbye. 6 teams out already, and we have 10 left alive.
10 teams alive, and let me tell you one thing, DEADEYES guys once again in a good situation where they can actually just pepper the enemy with bullets and just keep that pressure on them. Of course, Stalwart are going to be in life and death struggle with Seal Esports, and only one of those teams can make it out. But right now, Icy is going to be in a daring situation. He is going to rush A1's position. Shoykon is down. Jack's going to come with the heavy fire. A1 does have some smoke to cover, but it's going to be relentless. That Grotza is going to do a tremendous amount of damage. You have a Grotza, you have an M24 man, but wait a second, ZEUS are on the receiving end as 2 of the members have been knocked out. Now Godless and Icy, they do finally get the job done, but oh my goodness, at what cost? That could have gone the other way really quick. But again, I like the fact that ZEUS are amping up the aggression once again, as the last member from A1 is now hold up. I like the fact he's still not giving up, getting a knock on ZEUS.
There's another knock taking place though. Another team has joined the party, and that is gonna be ZEUS getting eliminated. They had 4 alive! They had 4 alive! It's like 2 seconds ago, and A1 is still in contention. What was that? ZEUS they just disappeared. They pull out a vanishing act.
Quick thinking on A1's part over there, making sure he takes cover, but it's not going to be good enough because it is a short-lived victory. As they're finally taken down. Dante finally goes out with that. A1 is out in the 7th position. Now, the revive was almost there, but it's not going to be, as Sky realizes that, you know, his teammate is going to get picked up. He wants to go. Wait a second. He just left his teammate. Now, that does make sense because Action is going to patch himself up, but I thought he was going for a little bit of a flank on the boys from C.
I believe there's another teammate of his knocked down, so he's actually gone for the res there, XP. But Yeah, I mean, it's hard to miss
Makes
these small
sense.
little things considering the commotion that's going on here. Deadeye's guys, though, I8 have all 4 alive, and they are the only team who are kind of in the middle of the zone. Now, the problem is they can be surrounded from all sides, and that is not going to be a comfortable position to be in. Super long-range defeat by Assassin. Not bad at all. Airdrop taken. Baron, you need to be very careful. And Johnny's going to remind him why he needs to be careful and wary of the potential of an enemy waiting for them. I8 have, however, lost Blade. So while they do have the zone, they do have that slight man disadvantage. They would rather have kept all 4 alive. But everyone's going to be waiting for the zone to close in. Almost everyone is on the edge of the circle, except for one team, and that is Vibes, who is slowly making their way in from the southwestern side of the map. You can take a look there, but as they move on in, they're going to be going straight up against Stalwart Esports. So they're still in a bit of a pickle here on the side of Vibes, and if they're not careful, they can just get mowed down by Stalwart.
That is correct. Stalwart is going to have to stop that opposition. But right now, Deadeye's guys do have some options. It's kind of curious as to why they're heading towards I8 when Seal should be the first team they should deal with. Now, let me tell you one thing. I8 are good. Have a look at Crypto and Johnny's position. But Uzum is really behind them. Just a little bit of a backdrop. But now Shifu goes in, lets down some lead from the stall and almost gets the job done. But Crypto is the one who's going to put Shifu on his shoes as now the other member, Illusion, comes in. Illusion goes down as well. This is going to be devastating for Deadeye's guys again. This is not a rush that they should have done as of right now. They're going to get the position, but Crypto is going to be taken down. That means it's going to be a one-man Johnny. This is it. Now the fact that Uzum is all the way back there. Question is he going to make a move play?
Oh, they just got wiped out. Uzum.
What?
Uzum finds them, but he's left alone now. He cannot go for the res. He just got to buy this time. Johnny's going to be finished off. And I8, one man surviving. Stalwart getting wiped out as well. Deadeye's guys will be knocked out. 8 staying alive. 3 teams in contention, but for how long? Uzum, he's not breathing. He's not moving. He's not going to flinch. He's just going to hide behind this truck and wait for Vibes and Seal to take care of each other. And he's got a great angle from this position, and it's still in the zone, XP.
But now the thing is, it's going to be just a few seconds away from the new circle. It doesn't matter. He's done his job. He's got them to the top 3 position.
Come on, Ayed. Get the chicken dinner. Come on.
Deadeye's guys making a bit of a mistake. I kind of called it. They should not have gone for Riot, but it is what it is. That has happened. But now Seal are going to take the fight up against Wives. Now, Wives Assassin, he is going to take the first stance over here. We do have a little bit of a phalanx formation spreading out over here. Praveen is going to be at one flank, while Jiggle is going to make sure the left flank is secure. Now, Seal are really close by. If Uzum wants to play spoilsport, mind you, he did have that grenade in his hand. One grenade could be devastating here, Blake.
The problem here for Uzum, right, he is just slightly outside of the zone. Now, if he can make his way towards that crate, towards a drop, he has a semblance of cover. But apart from that, the moment he shows himself, Seal are going to take him down instantly. Just to take him down. But there is a tree as well. I'm not too sure if that tree is inside of the zone, but it looks like Zake is still paranoid. He's still aware that there's someone lurking around. They knew I8 still have a member alive. And you said the nade, XP, the nade.
Well, it's not just a grenade. It's going to be a barrage. However, the artillery position is a bit to the right. It needs to be a bit to the left. But now Seal Killer is going to make the first move. Again, it is going to be a fight for this hill. This is a king of the hill situation. And now only a little bit of ground separates the two teams. Of course, grenades are going to be thrown in each direction, Blay, and then just expect a blind charge, so to speak, as the enemies are going to be facing off against one another. Again, I'm not counting out Uzum. He could be a real thorn in the side for Seal.
Oh, he could be a harpoon, in fact. Please don't harpoon seals, though. They're really adorable. Yeah, we should stop wailing and killing seals and stuff. But right now, Uzum, he's snaking in. He hasn't been spotted out. He hasn't been spotted out. Assassins, where is the... someone must be there. Is it spotted out? Jiggle finds him. That was a valiant attempt from the final member there for the side of I8. But here we go, XP. The 3 versus 3. Who is going to be the king of the hill? Is it going to be Praveen, Jiggle, and then merry men in the form of Vibes? Or is it going to be the Mongolian Seal Esports? Both of them in the zone. Although for Vibes, they have that blown up vehicle for a bit of cover, and for the side of Seal, they have that crate. Now, Brabeen might be trying to go for a sneaky play, flanking around, but I don't think it's really worth it, because if he gets spotted out and taken down, it's going to be almost now impossible for the rest to come in. And look at Seal, they're already going for the prone positions, proning around. Baron slowly, like a sidewinder in the desert sands, sneaking his way towards the right-hand side, using the smokes which have been deployed for a bit of cover. And with that, Vibes are aware of the possibility of the flank coming in from the left. So everyone's slowly moving back towards the right-hand side, which is a curious decision. They're going to be downhill, XP. I'm not too sure about that.
I wonder. No, see, right now, the downhill is not going to be a problem for them because, again, they're getting these amazing angles. Now, what I did kind of see was Jekyll does have a few Molotovs still on him. And I wonder if he's going to create a little bit of a no-go zone soon enough. But it looks like Baron has kind of given them the signal that, the coast is clear as far as the summit is concerned. And now they're going to make a move. Assassin, again, is going to deploy some smoke, obscuring Baron's vision. He wants to go behind them, behind the drop, and lay down some fire. Now, this is going to be a beautifully orchestrated moment because fire has started. Jiggle as well. It needs to be all in one swoop, and it is. Jiggle goes in, Assassin goes in. Seal are finding them at the receiving end of things. Baron is going to be taking some heavy damage as well. He goes down, which means it's one man from Seal who is going to give it his all, but there you have it. Vibes are going to get the better of Seal Esports play, and what a way to win this chicken dinner.
They played that so well. They played that so well. With the 3v3, I was starting to worry for them. Like, they might be going out on the plains, but what the hell do I know? 14 kills, and of course, they get 15 placement points as well. 29 points in total. And considering where they were in the positions, we were talking about them, XP. Every team that we are critical of have got a chicken dinner so far. We're like, DRS have been sucking. Boom, chicken dinner. Vibes have been struggling at the bottom. Boom, chicken dinner. What a showing. And especially in that situation. But that was a fantastic game. Even I8, right? Like, they got a little unfortunate. DEADEYES guys pushing in and taking the fight, but they were able to survive. And unfortunately, Uzum, the last man standing, getting caught out in the open. One of the more fun maps of Miramar we've had so far in Season 4.
Absolutely, and again, it just came out. I mean, the teams that we expected to hit hard, they hit hard. We had plenty of drama in this game. We had a few ups and downs. We had the tables turn one after the other. We had DRS running away from a particular team only to get caught by the same team.
Seal, that was Seal.
Once again. So, we had a bit of everything, but of course, a well-deserved victory for Vibes. And with that, the action is going to come to an end on map 2. But guess what? We still have 3 more games in store for you today. So what we're going to do is take a quick little break. We'll be back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to the virtual studio of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the first Super Weekend itself, and it is off to an incredible start when it comes to the games. Of course, it is all sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro, and joining us along when this comes to the journey is the analyst desk. And dudes, I mean, that game was so very wonderful indeed. Starting off with Ocean, what are your impressions?
I mean, I love the game for a few things. That is, first things first, the circle as it was just moving around. I8 had so much cushion for themselves just to, play. But, well, their fight with DE, that just actually changed a lot of things. Well, we'll talk about that. But right now, Assassin with 9 kills as an individual and just 109 healing done. That's brilliant. And he has 2 assists as well. Like, he had his impact with the team.
I mean, he is an impactful player. That's all we have said about him since last season. I believe he was.
High
really
voltage
impressive.
assassin times, right?
Yeah, exactly. Different times, but the player still puts up the similar performance. I mean, even this one, as you mentioned, the numbers, the damage, the kills. But it was that final sort of push from the side of Vibes that was. It felt a little tricky because Seal Esports, they were looking pretty strong. Vibes and Seal, we couldn't say like, oh, this team has a high ground advantage because that fight happened on a slope. And it was the utility that was in fact actually laid out by the side of Vibes that turned things in their favor.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on and have a look at the top players coming in from this match itself. We do, of course, see the MVP right there in the name of Assassin from Vibe Esports. But on the other front, two of his teammates are also going to be joining into the party with, of course, Jiggle right there. 767 damage that he was part of. GG play being showcased from yet another team. That is going to be Vibe for now. But on the other front, going back to the conversation that Ocean started off with, dude, I mean, this team, they had everything working for them, but then it all came shambling down.
But Ocean, our prediction was correct, right? I believe.
Yeah, I was. I would say, it's a win-win situation for us. I would say. So where's our money? Come on.
We're gonna have to win chicken dinners for that.
Would do classics work?
No.
Oh,
not at all.
Then no.
It
Well,
has to be
moving
the same
forward, moving forward, I'll ask these people to just carry me or something. Well, moving forward to the match summary, right? This is where it just comes down to look at Killa. Look at Zaki. I mean, those were the players that just had a good distance, like from Seal, if we talk about the team, right? Till the final, not exactly, but till the final moments, they had a lot for themselves. Yeah. Assassin, just shining up on a lot of things, and the things that actually mattered, right? He had utilities being thrown down, just like you said, Johnny. He had the damage, he had the kill numbers, and they had the chicken in.
Exactly. I mean, this chicken dinner Vibes, they were able to secure this really, really nicely, not allowing a single opening for Seal Esports to actually capitalize. And also, I loved the small little interactions that were there between Seal and DRS throughout the game. I mean, those were
one
nice.
player.
Yeah.
Again and again. I mean, turning all the way across, making that rotation and still finding the same opponent again is just devastating, of course, for the side of DRS. On the other front, talking about the match ranking, we are looking at a very awesome performance coming in from Vibe, of course, but on the other front, I8, they're doing pretty great as well. I mean, 10 kills for themselves along with the 10 placement points, definitely working in their favor, but so did the zone actually. I mean, overall, the zone was definitely circling around I8. On the other tangent, I do want to bring up the conversation about ZEUS Esports for a few moments. In the game, it did seem like ZEUS was back.
It was that rotation that they made right after they took down the players from A1 Esports.
True.
Like,
that was a risky one. That was a long one. But we'll talk about that. But Johnny, 20 points for I8. If we just go for 9 to 16, that's where we'll find T2K. So I don't know. Maybe
as I said, we were correct. We called it right. This game.
That's where it is, and I'm pretty sure the fans from Pakistan are going to be really happy.
Yeah,
true.
I agree.
Most definitely have to be. On the other front, I mean, talking about that team that was on that 9th front right there, which was Paradox. Walking away every single game with kills, but sadly, no placement point working in that team's favor is just not working for them in the overall storyboard. With that, of course, let's have a look at when it comes down to the zones, the rotations. Ocean, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just, keep it here. And this is where DRS just, the mistakes for a team that had chickened in the previous game started. I mean, think about it. You see a few players are away, a few players are behind, and they are surrounded by a Team Seal, right? And that just created a lot of difference. Well, Team ZEUS, look at this as well. Team ZEUS is onto the back lines. They will start moving forward. And the southern cluster behind Lost Leonis, did anyone expect a lot of teams just moving forward? But in all of these situations, now let's just, keep it here. Look at where Nima is. Look at where AJ is. They have an entire party in between them. And you would not want to be so away from each other. I mean, the team had momentum of the previous chicken dinner. But, things went bad. Well, on to the other side, I8, they had a really good area for themselves in the circle. I mean, they had that Impala Puerto Palacio split for themselves. Everyone moved to Impala side. Vibes just keeping the central hold for themselves. But this is where you'll start, seeing ZEUS in a really good rotation. I mean, previously they were at this area. They started moving, and they will move forward. We'll see that. In the upcoming circles as ZEUS was moving. Seal would move down. They'll see 1 or 2 players of DRS as well. I mean, in the upcoming circle. So everyone was so much focusing on the rotations for themselves as things were moving on. But Vibes had just one thing. Now look at this one. As we see the circles just slowly and steadily moving forward, you'll see Vibes as soon as they just were done with the problem of Seal 9. They had a good chunk of circle right behind them, as we'll see in the upcoming zones, right? They had such a good chunk of circle that they never even had to move. Let's just pause it here. They never even had to move for themselves. And I8, no doubt I8 had the circle, but the main problem came in with the final fight of DE. I mean, it looked like they were ready for DE's fight, but I don't know, things just did not look right. I mean, you saw that, right? Crypto was trying to take the players on. Johnny was there as well. Uzum on the backlines, he was the last one surviving, was taken out, and well, it was standard 3v3 after that.
Well, I mean, the game came to an end with as much the same level of intensity as every other fight in the game. But as you were talking about I8, I have to say, I mean, it was the split. I blame the split right there and the timing of engagement that was taken against the players of DE. Otherwise, they were looking so good.
If you're blaming the split, it's not just one split. DRS's split, I8, like there were so many splits that just, at the end took the game away from the players.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, I had no idea. Like, they just got unlucky, I guess, because the moment they tried to move, like the moment they would try to go from point A to point B, they would, like, Sealy Esports would just pop out of nowhere, like, hey guys, we're here. How are you doing?
Every time.
Well, again, I mean, talking about those moments, let's of course combine all those moments together through the Oppo F19 Pro moments where things started off really heated up in the first few minutes once again.
Yeah.
We hardly expect this from Miramar. I mean, first early game stages, we usually expect quite a slow start, at least for the first 12 minutes. But this time, I mean, based on where the circle was, as Ocean pointed out, I mean, towards the eastern edge of the map, that sort of forced a lot of teams to actually traverse a little bit sooner than their usual timings when they would like to rotate, and that sort of created a lot of chaos.
Yeah, that definitely did. And in that chaos, a lot of teams did thrive. Obviously, we did not see a lot of third parties or something happening, but there were so many times when teams actually had the chance, but, well, they were focusing on them. Well, Nima, he did take down 2 players. That was brilliant, but from the backlines, he was easily taken. Obviously, was on low HP as well. So all these things did not work out in this favor. And Parakit, I mean, this lad was really good with that MP, dishing down damage and maybe, taking down a few players here and there. But at the end, it was I8's affair. I still remember when I8 had all their 4 players alive, it was 7 kills for them. Meanwhile, their opponents were sitting on 4 kills, 5 kills, maybe 3 kills. Like, still, they were just, racking up those numbers, which was really good. And then this shot, this was such a brilliant one.
And again, as we were talking about I8, they played this so perfectly. I mean, we know the zone was set up for them. You pointed this out as well. It was on the eastern side. Where I8 like to land, and they took their sweet time getting into those fights, and that is what I liked from them inside this match. Quite unfortunate what happened. I mean, because the way they were taking those fights and the way they were moving towards the edges of the circle, I expected them to actually walk away with the chicken dinner, but DE just catching those players off guard. Uzum getting into the top 3 definitely was a good conversion right here. This is what we're talking about. The split right here was like something that was, well, it was required for them to move in, but that was also the thing that costed them the position, the chicken dinner, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, Vibes did pretty good, and Vibes just, had it for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that certainly did give them not only that bragging right, but also $1,000 on the bank. So looking pretty good. On the other front, talking about fights that did not favor teams, well, we did see DRS, I mean, making the rotation, being caught off against Seal, of course. On the other front, High Voltage as well. We did have High Voltage bring up against a fight with Paradox, but of course, it was Paradox. That was the one who was able to walk away with the kills as well as the number. But right now, ZEUS, do we see you come back, Ocean?
Next game might just be the chicken dinner. I just feel it. Well, but talking about ZEUS, right? The other part for them was, they are getting those numbers, but they are not. So in a map like Miramar, certainly, you'll have to be aware of the surroundings as well most of the times. And that's one thing that I just found out that it was a bit lacking on this side somehow.
Exactly. Warren, what more could you add to the team's play from this Miramar?
I mean, this Miramar was really interesting because whenever the circle is either going to be anywhere towards the southern side of Miramar, it creates a lot of havoc for teams. Majority of the cluster you're going to see on Miramar is going to be towards the center of the map. So rotations were definitely weak points for a lot of those teams that we saw getting taken out earlier on in the game. And on the other side, though, ZEUS Esports, it was going so well. Before that one, again, it was the rotation as well, but I don't understand why they would do that. They just ran into the gunfire, ran towards the sounds.
Wow.
Exactly, I mean, 1 minute. They were doing so good, and then the next minute, as soon as they make the rotation, they're just completely grounded. And there's no movement from them that can be anticipated. But on the other front, talking about the storyboard altogether itself, this is looking pretty interesting. Talk about YB Sports. One good game, they've jumped 9 positions, so a GG play for them. But I8, consistency working in that favor. Without a chicken dinner, find themselves on the top of the leaderboard with 8-point lead.
I mean, next game, they are if they touch their 50 kill marker, it's going to be a bit of a big achievement, right? They obviously will be the first team to get that 50 kill marker for themselves. Plus, in next game, if not next, then next to next game, obviously they are definitely just going up ahead to the triple digit marker. C2K, well, they have fallen down right now to second position, so they know the importance of just climbing back up again. So I would love to see what T2K does, but what I feel is right now, vibes did good, but 9 to 16 is where a lot of troubles are just arising here and there.
I mean, definitely, but I have to say, I mean, I wonder what's going on through I8's head. I mean, they are going to be happy, definitely really happy sitting on the first position for now. But had they gotten those chicken dinners, it would have been thousands of dollars in their banks right now. But as you said, I mean, looking at interesting things, ZEUS Esports sitting on the 12th position, A1 on the 13th. Something no one expected. It is going to happen in the first Super Weekend. DRS as well on the 11th. And Future Station. I mean, the consistency is being brought up slowly and steadily. But, I mean, again, those high position finishes, those top 3 finishes is what I'm expecting from their side. And that is what they need to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, let's move on with the show's flow. Of course, let's move on and have a look at the schedule. That'll be on our screens now. We've got 2 games done, 3 games do remain. And for the third one, we'll be going back to the OG map of Erangel. What would be your prediction, Ocean, for this Erangel, dude?
I told you, it should be a ZEUS's game. I just feel like it. It should be a ZEUS's game. It's just one thing. And, we saw them picking up the numbers in the previous game. This time, they'll just have to deliver even better in one way. And that is just, make sure that they're aware of their surroundings and it's their game.
Exactly, because I mean, you've spoken about it earlier as well, right? It is the rotation itself and the drop location that comes on for ZEUS on Erangel that kind of falters their playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, that as well. Plus, I would want to see a different circle. As of now, we have seen circles that have school apartment area. The previous Erangel that we saw, we've seen circles to the backside of Milta. We saw a circle, onto the northern side of Novorepnoy Bridge as well. But we have not seen Johnny, I'm missing PMPL Season 3's that query circle that we used to see a lot, right?
Yeah.
Query circle. I mean, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that, and that actually had a lot of challenges for the team.
See, here's the thing: query circles are totally different, and Gatka. I hate Gatka circles, to be honest. That it turns the pace of the game to totally different level of slow. Query circles I like though. I mean the sort of layout of the terrain makes the fights towards the end really fun to watch. But all right, so I know Blotter, you're gonna put me on the spot, and I'm feeling really risky for this match. So I'm gonna go with Paradox.
Ooh,
why not?
All right. That's an interesting one. For Paradox, the only thing I have to add on is dudes just work towards the placement points. I mean, seriously, they've got, kills that they are able to showcase in every single game, but the placement points is just something that they end up slacking on. On the other front, when it comes down to the zones that you guys were talking about, right? It is military base that I would love to actually see the zone go down towards and push all the teams all the way down south.
That would be really good, because if that happens, right, teams like A1 Esports can have a really good chance. I mean, they drop around the areas of farm, and I mean, I8 as well. I get it. I8, they'll stay there for the first circle. They don't have to move. I'm talking about teams that will move, right? Because Stalwart, they are around Novorepnoy area. The first team that can move is A1 Esports from the farm side to the bridge first. They can, if they want to, they can camp the bridge, they can guard the bridge, or they can just slowly instantly move around to maybe the center lines of the circle. That will be the northern side of military base, and they can stay there because there are a lot of mountains that can actually just give you potential cover, but I still feel ZEUS.
Alright, well, that is enough banter coming in from the analyst desk. It is time to jump into the game itself, and we'll take the conversation on forth to the casters as well and ask them what do they think when it comes down to this game and the zone. Where should the game lead them to?
Let me just think. I think I can see your lips kind of move, but then no sound is reaching my ears. I guess you're going to have to just tinker around a little bit, Blay. But anyway, let's see what this game has in store for us right now. I do kind of see something interesting happening. Paradox has been picked by the analyst desk, one of their picks. And I still see some movement, but no sound. Again, we're going to wait till Blay is going to sort out his audio again. Technical issues, this happens. I was at the receiving end of things on day one. Luckily, it's not me this time. Yes. Anyway, coming back to what is going to happen is, again, now, I'm kind of fixated by the fact that, I can see him say something, but nothing's coming. Anyway, while he reconnects, let me just quickly bring you up to speed. All right, 2 matches have been underway. It is going to be Erangel, and talking about circles, the analyst desk, Blade, did kind of mention they haven't seen any action in the quarry recently. I'm going to agree with them. I want to see something happening towards the west of the map.
We remember the previous season we had, I'm hoping you can hear me now, we used to have circles all the way in the southwest of the island. I think like 7 times out of 10, which was ridiculous, you remember. It was always towards the western side of the map, and the fact that most of it has been kind of Gatka, Yasnaya oriented. I have to agree with the analysts. I have to agree with Johnny that it is it brings the game down to a crawl, right? Pacing wise. Johnny said a very interesting thing. He thinks Paradox is going to take a chicken dinner. Look, there's optimism and there is delusion.
It's whoa. All right,
I don't think it's going to happen.
I get it.
I won't lie. It's
I get
very
it.
unlikely.
Right. Now, what's happening for Paradox is, as they mentioned, I'm just going to brush up points that the analyst desk brought forward, that they're picking fights and they can hold themselves in a little bit of a gunfight. But, of course, our host Blotter did kind of mention that, you got to go for those placement points. Now, again, it is easier said than done, especially since the game in a map like Erangel, like we kind of mentioned, has become monotonous as far as the zones are concerned, because, it's the same thing day in and day out. Now, if we do have a drastic shift to the first circle, suppose if it's one of those old school circles with the fairy pair at the center with a lot of water, it's going to throw a wrench in a lot of game plans. So again, Paradox as a team, they can hold their ground in fights. As for the option of going for placement points, again, easier said than done. Let's see what this game is going to have in store for them, because it does look like the big bird is taking to the skies one more time.
Yeah, it's going to be the final game for us, as we have spoken about earlier. This entire week is going to be us doing one of the first 3 games. I know Sanhok, but I like Erangel, especially the first game. XP, that first game we had today was so action-packed. There's some crazy stuff happening early on, good battles as well, and yeah, a quarry circle, all the way, maybe a military island circle. We haven't seen that yet. That's what I love to see. I want to see like a water zone, a bridge zone, maybe a Primorsk circle, maybe Fairy Pier. Something wild is what I'm going to be praying to the PUBG god for. The plane path is going to be starting from Novo, Lipnoi, which means I'm assuming Stalwart and I8 are going to be dropping over there, and heading towards Georgia Pole. Now, there is this discussion that's happening in the green room where ZEUS Esports, there's an assumption that ZEUS Esports are opting to drop with shelter because there's too many teams in Georgia Pole. But knowing ZEUS, do you think they give a damn? I feel like they're just going to drop in South Georgia.
They don't. I feel they're going to drop down early on this time as well. South Georgia could be their position, but again, what they need to do is, as soon as they loot up, they need to go out on the hunt. Now, it all depends on the mentality, whether they're ready to do so, because they have realized that, unless we don't have the element of surprise in an attack, a lot of the teams can hold their own. So, that is something they need to work on. But judging by the fact they haven't jumped out yet, it looks like South Georgia could be where they're heading. But of course, like you said, some things are certain in life. Death, taxes, and I8 heading to the military base. That is what's going to happen. Stalwart are going to be in Novo as well. And it is the usual suspects heading to their favorite spots. T2K are going to be dropping down at the farm with a little bit of a split if you have a look just north of that bridge at the gas station, while Wizzes with Vibes are going to call Milta their home. Have a look at Paradox's position. They could, in fact, get an early skirmish going on with Wizzes and Vibes, and, well, the circle forms. It's going to be a bit north. It isn't what we're used to, but I do like that little bit of a change this time. I want to see some stuff.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't wind up in Yasnaya. That would be kind of boring. Imagine a final circle all the way towards Kameshki, right? Imagine a mad dash that's going to be. Or the northern slopes of Stalwart, for example. I think that'd be pretty cool.
it's going to wind up at Yasnaya again.
Oh,
I mean,
screw you.
that is how
Screw
it's
you.
been going. I mean, if we have a look at anything history has to offer. But anyway, we're going to wait and see where the circle's going to go because
BABLU's happy though. BABLU's happy.
BABLU is happy, and in fact, they've done something different this time. They haven't dropped down towards Primorsk or the quarry. They've gone up north to Zarki. So they do have that straight entry point just north of the shooting range. Again, most teams play are going to be happy right now. It's only when they come closer to one another that is when decisions have to be made.
Decisions might have to be made a little early as well here, dear XP, because as you pointed out as well, you look at all the teams the way they've dropped, and even though initially for the next few minutes these teams are going to be busy looting up, they will have to go for a mad dash up north. And I can even envision a few other teams going even further north just to avoid all the other teams rotating in. Now for DRS, here's the question here. They drop towards Yasnaya, as always, and for a change, the circle is smack on them. They are in the middle of that zone. That means they are aware that they are going to be a magnet for a lot of the other teams who are going to be coming to Yasnaya, trying to kind of fortify themselves in some of these compounds, some of these buildings, some of these houses. Now, we know how DRS don't necessarily like going for fights. Are they going to stick around towards Yasnaya, or are they going to be heading up north towards Stalwart? Because that is an option available to them, because they know for a fact there's no one up north at the moment.
All right, I think I'll sum this up perfectly with an example from the first game of the first day of the season 4 of PMPL. Now, they dropped in Yasnaya. The circle was pretty much similar to what we see right now. But mind you, they did something that even the analyst desk picked up on. They moved out of the city, went out on the hunt, and eventually they did come back because, the last circle did kind of force them to come back where they started. So, again, it all depends on the mentality. I do assume they are not going to fortify themselves in Yasnaya because, again, that is a different kind of a playstyle. But what I do think is going to happen is they're going to wait for the next circle and make a decision then. Because, again, right now, like you did mention, everyone's going to be looting up and everything looks tickety-boo. But, of course, if you can quickly just have a look at the circle on our screens, as we do see Jiggle jumping around. Now, have a look at this. We are going to have a massive migration coming in from the south, which means places just north of Pachinki, especially around the school area, are going to be hotly contested because you have that giant mountain, which teams love conquering every now and then. So expect Seal to head up there. A1 Esports could head up there. But now, for teams like I8, they have a decision. Either side of either bridges really are going to be occupied, and it does seem like this time around, Future Station Blay, they're holding off a little bit late this time around. They haven't really moved because the circle's already on the move, which means, again, either they know that A1 Esports or someone or some opposition is waiting for them, or maybe they could be waiting for I8. Again, down south is where we're going to have the action. And just one final point to add, up north what the advantage is, you have a lot of open area play, but there are so many hills, so many ups and downs, so many dips that a lot of teams can actually find good cover. Or you could just hide behind a pillar on the bridge. Anything works. Right. I think he saw him. Already, I think we might just see some action break out over here. Again, I do believe Seog left it a bit too late, or maybe he should have had some more trigger discipline over here to, capitalize on that situation, because an AK with a red dot at distance isn't really the best option, as Seog, of course, is going to move back. But again, we could have seen some action. I do believe...
we will be seeing some action, because Future Station are on the Western Bridge right now, and I8 are making their way there, and so are Stalwart Esports. So it's going to be a three-way battle for that bridge. And with how far the zone is from where these three teams are going to be, I don't know. This could really get messy for both I8 and Stalwart. We can take a look at the minimap right now, or rather the radar production, if possible. So we can take a look at how Stalwart are on a trajectory for the side of I8. There we go. And I8 haven't crossed yet. This is getting very, very ugly very, very quickly.
Now, I8, they are going to suddenly realize, oh my goodness, opposition is coming in, especially right about now. Crypto could unleash some hell on the members of Stalwart driving by, but also Future Station could catch a little bit of the commotion and might just prepare for a blockade, but looks like they're going to drive right by. Now, Blade, they're heading in a collision course with Stalwart Esports. In fact, the cars should be whizzing past one another right now, and shots are being fired. And wait a second, that is not the map we are on. This is a little confusing, but it's Parakeet who's doing the shooting, and looks like Malik from Wizzes with vibes fire.
Heavy fire, and oh my, wait, what? Okay, I don't know who is shooting at whom right now, but people are just falling by the wayside. Seal, I thought both of them would be knocked out, but it looks like it is actually going to be Wizzes with Vibes who are taking a lot of damage. I'm just confused. Like, there are multiple fights breaking out here, and the fact that both these teams are green is really throwing a mind for a toss. But it looks like Seal will survive, but Zake will fall while able to patch himself up. But Wizzes with Vibes have suffered a lot of casualties. Rules, Malik, and Delta have been taken down. And Killer getting pushed here. Para! Come on, just one bullet! One bullet is all they need, and they will find Killer. Wally, he's trying to make a run for it, but he will be found out as well. And Paradox taking down Seal Esports. One member survives, and that is Baron, and he's not too far away. And unless he's not careful, unless he doesn't make a bit of haste, XP, he might get just hunted down, and he knows, and is gonna yeet the hell out of there. Runs for the hills like Iron Maiden sang.
Well, it does look like Haza has an idea that the enemy is in that direction. He is going for the kill. Paradox is hungry. The enemy has been spotted, and there you have it. A hot pursuit is now ensuing, as Baron does have some distance, and, well, that compound is going to put a little bit of distance between them. The question is Haza going to overextend? I know he's hungry. He's going for the kill. He wants to get a nice clear shot, probably get back to his passenger position and lay down some lead, but, again, it could be a little risky. Now, the circle is going to shift up north. Blair, we might just see a final circle on the slopes of Stalwart.
Hold up. Stalwart went left, I8 are going right. What?
I mean, it's survival of the fittest. It doesn't matter. Like I said, it was going to be all about a mad dash in cars. They're like, oh, the enemy's coming. All right, let's just take a right.
They completely flipped position, which is hilarious. The funniest thing is none of them died. No one took any damage, but I8 gonna go to the eastern bridge with Milta. Guess who's waiting for them? It's Future Station 1952. These two are meant for each other. Wally will be found, and he'll actually be run over. There was a bit of a delayed kill feed that caught me by surprise, but yeah, Seal will still stay alive. They'll stay in contention. Baron, he has managed to escape the embrace of death of paradoxes, so that's at least something going the way. Meanwhile, BABLU and Vibes, they're chilling, they're vibing, just driving alongside, not really taking any pot shots either.
Again, you don't want to just get off your vehicle out in the open because, yeah, you might have vision or a visual rather on one of the members of the opposite army, but of the opposite team. But then again, you have no idea what the others could be hiding, especially in this situation, because, you know, we've seen the moment someone alights from a vehicle, chances are they're taken out. But as the circle is going to still make sure everybody comes in close, the Stalwart are going to be a bit late coming by the way of school. Looks like I8 is going to take the fight, but Paradox are coming in the fire from DRS.
Ooh.
Now, GI almost taken out over there, is going to spin out, make sure he is going to get some first aid in. Could possibly rain down some death from above while his teammates are doing what everyone would kind of want to do in the situation, get to the highest point possible. And, well, in the circle right now, that place is Stalwart.
A Stalwart circle. That's as rare as finding gold in a river by your house. I don't even have a river by my house. I don't even know what I was going with that. What I'm trying to say is Stalwart circles are exceedingly rare. And right now, we do have a team at the tippity top. Alongside them, of course, are Paradox Gaming. Everyone moving in. DRS, I think they were considering moving up north earlier on, XP, but they were a little slow. So now that advantageous position up towards Stalwart, the ruins over there, has been taken by DEADEYES. Guys, that being said, Paradox Are they going to be going up towards the coast? I think that's a right call. That could be a huge call. Imagine a circle ending there. And Paradox, if they made a fortification on the, on the beach with this vehicle, setting up kind of like a temporary vehicular fortification, they could be in a very good position indeed. And considering that they are trailing at the bottom of the table, this is day 2, third game of the day, halfway through the Super Weekend. Some risky plays, in my opinion, are completely justifiable, but they need to make a little bit of haste, because if they don't do that, Seal are going to be taking away the position from them. Hazard from atop, rattling off a few bullets, but he in turn will be tickled by a bullet from the distance from Team BABLU.
Now, you do have a look at the map over there, and everyone's going to be waiting with bated breath.
I was right.
It's going to go.
I was
When
right.
there you have it. It is going to be a drastic shift up north. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a race for the beach, as you did kind of mention. However, I think, judging by the circle right now, I think we are going to end towards the north. Even the final circle could be towards the beachfront. So, I think it's the right decision.
Reaperbot.
We are going to have a mad.
Take a look
dash.
at Baron and Reaperbot, the 2 last surviving members of the team on the northeast towards Kameshki. Oh boy.
Well,
oh boy. This
It could be a one-on-one situation.
You
right
said it's a
about
mad
now.
dash. It's a
The
mad
two
dash, and we
breeds.
have someone already getting taken down. Deadeye's guys, but it is going to be Killer actually getting found by Shifu. That was on the back of the buggy. There's a lot of hectic vehicular action taking place, and it's not just the wheels that are turning. It's also the magazines, the churning out, just spitting out bullets. Vibes doing a good job to try and get the res in, but amongst all the commotion, XP, another team might have made that, might have won that race to the northern side of the island. Someone else might have made it to the beach, which could be anyone.
Again, it is a huge gamble that these teams are partaking in right now, because, again, the circle could have a mind of its own. It could come down south. So, again, the teams aren't really decisive enough to make sure that, whether we want to stick on the mountain or whether we want to go down. So they are kind of caught in no man's land. Of course, they are trying to make the best of the situation. As you have a look at Wives, they do have a compound under their control, which is something good. But Senor over here with the grenade could be devastating. But Joker it is, as Joker is blown to smithereens. But now that second grenade was a bit of a mishap. And the question is, does Senor know that the person is outside in the house on the ground level? As C9 is going up against the last member from Raw. But it is blah, blah, blah. Can he bare his fangs and do some damage as the enemy is going to circle around the corner? The Molotov goes off, but he gets taken downstairs.
A perfectly cooked nade there could have found him 3. But ifs and buts, XP.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, coulda, shoulda, woulda. As one player remains, I do believe, for the side of RAW. That is Vishal. 3 teams with 1 member alive. Wizzes with Vibes, Vishal, and Stalwart Esports. That's Baron, Reaper X, and Vishal for their lineups. And Reaperbot's already in the water! He's like, screw this. I'm out of here. And that could be the right call. No one's going to be expecting him there all by his lonesome. He just has to come up for air once in a while. Look at Legend, though, rattling off bullets. He's trying to catch these migrating players in the vehicles where they are basically sitting targets. Legend should be careful, though. He is kind of by his lonesome. His teammate's a little further away, and anyone's going to just give them a wide berth. Jax managing to find some cover right in the nick of time. That smoking buggy needs to be evacuated immediately. Stalwart are in a good spot, though. They're not on the beach, but that cluster of rocks is in the safe zone, and they have a pretty good angle to work with. But that being said, one of them has been knocked down. Paint this picture for me, XP. Tell me what's going to happen.
The angles on Stalwart, they do have that little rocky cover, but oh my goodness, well, the circle is going to make sure that the work is cut out. The fact is, they're going to get shot down upon, but the fact that's going to help them right now is high voltage deny it. Have a look at them. Already in the vehicles, already on the move. They want to make it a mad dash to be the first in the circle to potentially gatekeep everyone coming in. And we are going to have a look at the replay as Monkey did take down Sada early on. That relentless M4 fire almost down to the last bullet. But again, this is something you are going to see at this stage. Cars whizzing by, bullets flying, and ever so often, well, the occupants are going to fall down to the ground as top 2A is laying down to fire on I-8. Mind you, this is not going to be useful because they need to move from this position right about now.
This battle is huge. Whoever finds this compound or maintains control of this compound is going to be in a very good spot to potentially get a chicken dinner. A1, 3 players alive. They're going to be pushing on in. Dante's going to join the fray. I see. Nade. It's going to roll down that slope, but won't be finding anyone. And while they're out, it is going to be Shawl, the last man standing for the side of Raw. And he's going to get a free kill, a free knock rather. And he's going to confirm the kill as well. And A1 Esports, oh, Baron just whizzes past them. He's like, see ya, suckers. And he's going to get the hell out of Dodge. And Dante and Nineboy are in a bit of a pickle themselves. Now, IC is going to be rezzed. Godless and Zeol, they're not going to let go of this compound. They're not going to step out of this compound. They don't have to. They're in the zone. They're very comfortable. And Bishal, is he aware of the second player in the water? There's a Reaper bot as well. And Baron is just chilling. This is hilarious, and I love it. These are the 3 teams with just 1 member alive, XP.
Reaper bot is way out in the distance. He's going to come in slow and steady. He's got plenty of time. But now Baron's position is definitely given away since, well, he did just drive a vehicle down to the bottom of that sea. Now, Shawl, of course, has an idea where the opponent is. But, again, like you mentioned, Reaper bot could be problematic. But it does look like he gets his vehicle, makes the right decision to move out. As Yoga is going to come under fire from 6-9 boys. DP28 not doing the damage it intended to do as well. Can he get a knock? Again, they are battling the blue as well, Blade.
Oh, I don't know how Stalwart are getting knocks while still battling the blue, while in a vehicle bleeding out, but they're still alive, XP, and they made it to safety, but not quite yet. Right, they're out of the blue, but not in the next play zone yet. Wiz, meanwhile, is going to burn Sandesh alive. He's going to cook him. And that's going to be it. T2K are out. It's going to be on top. It's going to finish things off. And Paradox are going to be like, yeah, thanks. 4 kills for Paradox. T2K going to be the first team to be eliminated. We still have 15 teams in contention, XP. That's insane. 45 alive, but 15 teams in contention, which is kind of nuts. That's an average of 3 players alive in each team. As Shifu is going to unleash onto Vibes. ZEUS as well, taking pot shots at Deadeye's guys. Everyone's just eliminating each other at this point in time. Deadeye's guys will fall. That nade could be massive from Extreme if it finds its mark, but no. Blade, though, very low. He needs to push in because the blue is pushing in from behind. He's going to lie prone and try and heal himself, but this is looking extremely rough for the Pakistani side. I8. Blade needs to do everything by his lonesome, but he should be spotted out, right? He should be spotted out, and he will indeed. He will be finished off, and that is going to be from I8 Esports. BABLU, in the meantime, pushing at Stalwart, and Pika, he's going to have to abandon his teammate as he just runs for the hills as well.
That's the right call on Pika's part. He needs to make sure that Stalwart survives for as long as they can. And BABLU, talking about them, they have a good position, a little flat top over here. However, they've got to be careful from teams such as ZEUS, who are a good distance away. But again, they have a better sight on this team. Of course, you can see a bit clearer from further away. It's all about the physics. Now, A1 Esports are going to have to go up against the enemy soon enough. But it looks like Seal 9 are going to mount an attack on Future Station. Mind you, Future Station right now, dead smack center of the circle. Wonderful, wonderful position to be in. They have this amazing cover in the form of a cliff. They have plenty of trees. And, of course, that's massive mountain to their backs, which means they are in a secure position. But right now, Monkey is raining down death in the form of grenades. The question is it going to connect? Because have a look at this, the way Seal 9 are split up. They have sent 2 men forward, Blay. One is going to be staying way back behind to make sure he gets those angles, and Bishal is still not done as he, I think, knocks out with Vibes with an M24 shot straight to the noggin.
He's being quite a problem. Paradox, remember, Johnny picked Paradox to take a chicken dinner, XP, and oh my lord, Clutch Baba, his knees, it must be skinned. You said they were in a good spot, XP. They're getting screwed from every conceivable direction. And Magnet, he is so very low and held 1 nade, a sliver more of damage. And look at CY, and his knees are just getting bloodied. I can feel my skin crawl watching him slide down that rocky mountainscape. Manus managed to heal himself up. Now the res should be coming on in, so it looks like for the time being, the danger of getting eliminated has been abated, at least for the time being. ZEUS in the meantime, the XP, even though they're outside of the zone, they're all 4 alive. And you know where ZEUS thrives in? Chaos. They are the kings of chaos, and they're going to be going in and looking to hunt down these members of the other teams who are nearby in the vicinity. I say that, but Godless is going to be knocked on his knees by Team BABLU, and Team BABLU taking the fight to ZEUS. They're going to finish off Godless, and ZEUS are going to lose a member.
Well, I did kind of feel like, you know, they are going to take advantage of the commotion, but it looks like they are going to get caught out instead. As Icy is trying his level best to put the enemy at bay, and 420 Boy, the last man standing, is finally taken down by a sea of bullets, and that's it. ZEUS is going to knock them out in the 9th position, which means 8 teams are still alive and kicking, and I want to see what's happening with Future Station, because, again, the fact that Clutch Baba kind of found himself rolling down the hill, that is what started that little domino effect and had them pretty much getting wiped out. There you have it, 8th position knockout for them. The fact that C9 held the ground is amazing, as Power now are taking the fight to Wives as Mafia Ninja tries to run over enemies.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They're just driving around. They're like, screw weapons. We just want to get the kills. Doesn't matter how. And High Voltage getting pushed here in DRS. I believe they've managed to do the job. They have eliminated... No. Yeah, yes, they have.
Yep.
They've done it. Look at Paradox XP. 2 members down, but the res coming in the smoke, and the blown up vehicle providing a little bit of cover. I say that. And the nade from Assassin, it could not have been any more perfect. Confirms 2 kills, gets another knock, and Paradox are just down to 1 member and another bleeding out in the open. G1 has a lot of work to do, but it looks like he's gonna fall 1 HP, and it is going to be Icy to finish off the job. Paradox, they fought so hard, but eventually that 1 nade XP from Assassin completely wrecking their dreams.
Again, when you are going to fight against opponents like this, and you know that grenades are the new meta, you don't want to be clumped up all together, but again, they didn't really have a lot of options, and well, they did pay the prices. Right now, Nima is going to be driving around, a little distraction while his teammates are laying down lead on the opponents below. ZEUS, against all opposition, against all odds, are still in this game. We kind of thought that they were going to get picked off one by one, but it looks like they are retaliating in kind as well. A new breed, so to speak. A C9 are going to come under fire. Inky is going to retaliate as well. In fact, he gets the better of Mafia Ninja at range.
Seal9 with the 3 alive. Dante, the lone man standing for the side of A1. Far away in the distance. He hasn't spotted, but no one really paying him much heed. Never mind, Icy is going to pay him heed and is going to send him straight up to the heavens as DR is now pushing in towards Seal9. They want to take advantage of this cliff. They don't want to, they don't want to just creep on up. They want to close the distance, take the fight to Seal9, which is the right call. Mafia Ninja still bleeding out of the open, mind you. Nima's been knocked down as well. Suddenly DR is down to just 2 members now. Galton and AJ having everything to do. Seal9 in a comfortable position. If they can wipe out DRS here, they can just concentrate on ZEUS. But what are ZEUS going to be doing in the meantime? ZEUS are also going to be joining Seal9 and harassing DRS, and DRS left with 1 man standing. It's all on Galton. It is going to be 1 versus 3 versus 3.
Have you noticed one thing? Seal9 have wiped out 2 positions, 2 teams, in fact, in the same position, yet they haven't taken that little hill because, again, it is hot property. That is somewhere you want to be, as Inky is going to get spotted out. They do exchange some fire. In fact, both the helmets went ding, and they are going to have to get back in cover to repass themselves. Senor again with the grenade. It is going to be good, but it's just a little bit short. It might kind of haze the enemy, as Galton is still in this game against all odds. Like you did kind of mention, it is still a 3v1 situation, but the way C9 are, the way they spread out is amazing. And Galton, amazing that he's still alive, Blade.
The guy's blessed. The guy's got his fairy godmother watching over him and saying, yo, shall not die, not anytime soon. And he is just going to lie prone, pray to whatever gods he believes in. Look at the amount of bullets, the nades being tossed in by 2 teams. 2 teams. They want to confirm that kill so they can concentrate on the other. And Galton's like, nope, I'm going to heal myself up and I'm just going to chill. Eventually, the odds won't go his way. Eventually, something was going to find him. Someone was going to find him. And now, the push coming in. Icy, 6 kills to his name, and he seems to be looking for more. The Grim Reaper is able. He's going to find Senor. Now it's a 2v3. Man advantage for the side of ZEUS, and Senor should be finished off here by the side of Zeol. Look at Inky, however, providing a bit of covering fire from the distance, but that means the 2 members alive for Seal9 are very far away from each other. Umbra and Inky just separated by seemingly almost a kilometer at this point in time, and there's no way they're going to be able to group up, to clump up together. That means ZEUS have all the information they need. They know they're separated, they know they're segregated, they can team up together and isolate these fights. The problem being, that slope is wide open, XP. If they want to cross and take the fight to Umbra, Inky is going to perforate them with bullets.
They don't really need to do that, however, because, well, like you did mention, ZEUS have an idea where the enemy is, but so does the enemy. Now, we do have a battle breaking out at the flanks as well. Now, Umbra does have his work cut out because he's going to go up against 2 members. And have a look at this. Icy is still going to keep an eye on him, but Ably and Zeol are going to pepper as much as they can down below, making sure that, they do get somebody off guard. Now, Umbra, again, it does seem like he's out of utilities because I'm pretty sure a couple of grenades would have been lobbed as of right now. Now, ZEUS is, again, baiting.
That's rough.
Baiting the enemy right now. He is baiting Inky so that he gets shot from high above. And there you have it. It's going to make a move. Umbra going up against the opposition.
Alive?
He does put some damage in. Lucky to still be standing.
I don't know how Umbra's alive. Finally, he will be found out, and that is going to leave Inky alone. And for not much longer, ZEUS Esports, they're going to clutch it out. They're going to get the chicken dinner XP. It took a while. We were questioning what's going on with ZEUS, but looks like they're back, and they're back in style. What a fantastic showing from them. 11 kills, 1448 points of damage is quite ludicrous. And with that, they're going to be catapulting themselves straight up the rankings like a SpaceX launch.
Well, that is beautiful. I did like this one comment in the comment section earlier that, wait, what happened to ZEUS? Did they forget what the Mongolians did? Well, they are back, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 in their pockets. And again, something I want to point out is the way they fought this game. They took chances, Blay. In fact, even the last couple of gun battles that did take place, I did kind of see Icy and ZEUS shooting from outside the blue. In fact, they went back in the blue repeatedly, taking damage, but they got those amazing angles. So again, it does kind of seem like the aggressive ZEUS, as we know them, the gods of Olympus, are back.
They are back. Shout out to Paradox as well. That was a great fight. I think 5th placing, 6th placing, along with like 7 or 8 kills. That's not shabby at all. Great showing from them. But we're going to be going to a very quick break, and that's it from both of us for today. Of course, taking over will be Fixes and our dear friend Necro as well. But before that, we have the analyst to break down what was a very, very fun map.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the first Super Weekend, that is where we are at. And on the third match, finally, we do have the Mongolian domination as was anticipated earlier. Ocean, you ought to be really happy. ZEUS is in the building, dude.
I told you, I told you. I don't predict, I give you spoilers, so don't ask me which team's winning. It will ruin the entire game for you guys.
But on the other front, going back to Johnny, actually.
I mean,
Johnny
I would
was
say
talking about Paradox, right? And Paradox
yeah.
absolutely performed miraculously in this game.
I mean, I'm happy with that. I mean,
Johnny,
just,
true.
Yeah.
So I'll say one thing. Yesterday the cat wrote right? The best analyst, the cat did right.
I'm pretty sure Ocean is like doing some sort of weird black magic off camera that helps him get those circle prediction and team predictions right. I don't trust him.
With that,
I don't trust him at
let's
all.
talk about the MVP, the icy play that was showcased, the cold-blooded skills that was showcased from the side of ZEUS. Certainly, yes, has to bring up Icy Dari right here with the MVP. 7 kills to the dude, 554 damage. Talk about precision.
Oh, well, yeah, the precision was amazing. 554 damage as well given, and 472 healing done. First things first, they went on to their traditional drop location. The circle on the northern side actually favored them. I mean, I get it. ZEUS, the players are doing good. I gotta give props to Ronin as well from the backline, just doing everything in the most amazing fashion with the team.
I mean, he's the OG member of the team now turned the analyst, and
Rocky as well, yeah.
I mean, also, me and Ocean were having this conversation when the match started. The one time ZEUS went to Giorgio, the circle just moves away from them. It was looking risky, but still the team converted. In the middle, I got worried when Godless fell down, but hey, these 3 lads, they know how to recover.
Yeah.
Well, that's all they need. On the other front, as we move on to the top players, let's have a look at Paradox Wiz right there with 668 damage, 4 kills to him all by himself. I mean, when we go back to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, we'll see, I mean, Paradox, they were a killing machine in this game right off the bat as soon as the jump started off.
So, Paradox actually, I mean, the reason ZEUS actually did really well was because they know how to play from the Georgia possessions. They know how to capitalize on fights when they are stuck on the edge. That is their thing. I mean, even the casters pointed out this team thrives under chaos, and that is what they love. This game as well. Paradox, they have to. This team needs to learn how to distance themselves. They were forced into those fights because of the position. They were put into a position from where they were able to pick up those kills. But the way ZEUS were charging in, there was an opportunity when Clarity BABLU actually took down Godless. Paradox could have capitalized, but then there was a lot of pressure being put upon them from the side of Vibes as well. But hey, I consider this a win. They did well.
They certainly did well. I mean, from Hazer to Wiz to G1, all of them, they were a unit as they moved on across this game. Ocean.
They did really good, I would say, overall. Wiz obviously just getting the highest damage stats for himself. I see onto the other side from Team ZEUS obviously had the highest skill numbers, and then ably coming down with utilities. And I would say it was needed. You remember, when Godless was moving forward, he was taken down, and the other players actually just needed the right cover. Everyone just stepped up. I get it, Godless was taken out in that fight, but still, ZEUS made themselves so comfortable in the final moments when it was, ZEUS versus Seal9 versus obviously DRS just on the backlines. I would say, in fact, DRS Erangels are their lucky charms right now.
Oh yeah. I agree.
Definitely does look like that. Definitely does look like that. On the other front, as you move on to the match ranking, we do see ZEUS Esports back in the arena with 26 points along with that chicken dinner that they walk away with. But talking about the teams in the top 5 position right here, all of them, I mean, talk about the kill department right there, right? But all of them were part of some really good cold-blooded kills.
Exactly, and the best part is, I mean, DRS, alright, they were at the bottom 2 games earlier. The last game wasn't really theirs, but this time we see a decent performance from them. But take that out of the equation, and then you have Seal9 Esports and Paradox, the teams on the 15th and the 16th position, popping off in this match. Now, Seal9 Esports have, I mean, in the past, have also been a team to really watch out for. You give them an opening, they were like the second Seal Esports, right? But this time, things were looking really, really different. I'm really happy for them. And Paradox, I want this consistency. I want this performance to be consistent. Even if it's just on Erangel, just make sure that you're getting 10 plus points every single game.
Exactly. I mean, that is exactly going to be requested from Paradox, because when they find themselves in kill departments, well, they're always there. But the placement points kind of do falter down. But this time around, it was certainly not a shabby performance coming in from their side. On the other front, I mean, I shouldn't really even say that, because there's never a shabby performance from any team, as they are, as long as they're part of the kills itself. And on the other front, talking about I8, I mean, this did not favor the team whatsoever at all. Same for Wizzes with Vibes, a team that is so aggressive, but this time around, not being able to showcase that charm. Motion.
I mean, I8 did try to actually, make it happen in their favor. I would say, had the things, worked up pretty, I'll tell you actually, in the zones, I'll tell you, how it actually just things turned the tide. I mean,
Let's move on along with the zone.
I mean, we have it here, and just, have a look right now. Let's just keep it paused here. First skirmish that I8 almost had was around this area. We all know I8 starts moving and they move on to this area, and then they try to move inside the circle, right? This is the standard rotation. But they find Stalwart here, they instantly, I mean, I'll just, pick a different color. They instantly move from this direction to this direction in order to change or maybe, avoid the fight that there had been, and they start moving around in the next circle. Like, this is what we'll see in the upcoming zones as well. We'll see this happening. So if you just, move on, you'll see I8 just, avoided that fight overall and started moving to the right-hand side, which is not their way of rotation. Look at this. This is where they almost had it for them. Like this cluster, they almost had a fight amongst themselves, as you'll see in that marker, as the video is just moving up. You see that happening. The call is, let's avoid the early skirmish. Well, they did avoid this fight though. I would say, had they taken this fight, they know this area much better than any other team. They would have had potential good amount of kills. And then moving forward, they would have had the momentum as well. But well, they did not get there. Now the circle moves quietly away from almost every team that there is. And this is where you'll see I8 and Stalwart, they were still amongst each other, on and off, on and off, on and off. And in this, I8 is feeling one pressure. The pressure is, first thing, they'll have to get inside the circle. The circle is filled with teams. And secondly, there are teams behind them as well. Not just one, but 2 teams behind them. I mean, A1 Esports, had they wanted, they could have, rotated from the sun. Like, that the difference of rotations was something that was just, against them. And in that, I8 started faltering down a bit. The pressure has already begun. But at this moment, think about the positioning that Paradox actually had. One of the finest
Yeah.
positionings inside the circle. I mean, I remember Johnny and we just met for a while in the map and in the match, and we were like, oh my god, Paradox is doing really good. Well, at this moment, look at this, where ZEUS was. I mean, just if you just pause it here right now. Look at the best part of ZEUS right now. Obviously, there was one player of DRS here as well, was taken out, and then Zeol on the backlines can look down to Inky, or if maybe Amra wants to, maybe move around this ridge or something, Zeol is the man who will take all the low angle fights. Meanwhile, IC and Ably are the people who are putting a lot of pressure on actually Amra, or maybe if there was someone else. Obviously, there was not, because Sinner was taken down. But had there been multiple people here, Ably and IC are the people who are pushing them downwards so that Zeol could capitalize. This is such a synergistic gameplay coming down by these lads that actually helped them. I mean, just think about it. They obviously, no one plans their final circle strategies already. It just happens. And it happened for ZEUS.
I mean, definitely. And they were able to make it happen as well. And coming back to what you mentioned, I mean, the conversation we had about Paradox, I got a little bit worried when the fight broke out between them, Seal Esports, and I believe there was another team that was part of that triple threat action. Because I wanted them to actually move towards the Stalwart Hills a lot sooner. This game was supposed to be Paradox's, and they did really well as well. I mean, making sure that they moved into a safer position towards the western side of the Paradox Hill, Stalwart Hill, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe it was Assassin's Nate that completely dominated against Paradox. But overall, of course, there were so many moments that took place right off the bat. And since we're talking about Paradox, I believe the Oppo F94 moments is going to be showcasing some amazing skills from that team.
I mean, this is where that triple threat was happening, right, Johnny? And so many bold moves just being done by the players. But the best part was, Paradox, they came in, they actually put a bit more pressure than the actual pressure the teams were facing. And this was the fight.
Look at this.
Killer, yeah, exactly. Was on solo HP. One bullet just by his side would have taken him down.
You see stuff like that happening in comedy movies, wherein some guy is just gonna duck down and the villain is just gonna miss them. But Wiz actually used that to his advantage, and it was a nice play. But as you said, Paradox did really well in that fight. In fact, they did well in most of the fights that came their way once they made it into the circle from here on out. I believe it was 17-minute onwards when the pressure started to build upon them. But that is the thing. They fail to realize that you can only hold so much pressure upon yourself. As soon as Wiz was knocked out, I believe it was around the 22-minute marker where Wiz was taken out for the first time. They should have disengaged. They needed to find that breathing space for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And at this moment, I mean, no one thought of it, but yeah, that does happen. It was such a brilliant move. Such this is where you see good IQs coming out. And this is where Godless was taken down, was instantly finished. I mean, the players did try to give up a cover, but after that, they knew what was important. Yeah, and this nade, oh my god, this was the ending for Paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what got into the players of DRS for a second, but all right, that
Erangel's good for them, man.
I mean, no matter what we say about the play that was made, it was still quite impressive. I mean, they made it work somehow.
Yeah. They definitely did. With that, as we move on through to the damage graph, we shall see what sort of a play has been showcased from these teams. And talking about DEADEYES, let's bring up that team. I mean, you're looking at 761 damage from the team, but sadly only 2 kill conversions. Same for Stalwart Esports as well.
Yeah. I mean, hey man, those hill fights are brutal on the side of Stalwart.
I mean, I would say, yeah, that's true. But alongside this, I don't know if it's just me who has noticed this, or is it someone else as well. So, previous map, the zone was around, the backside of that school area, right?
Yeah.
So there's also a minute hill where you were seeing the fights against, we saw a fight against Clarity and I8, we saw a fight against CE and DRS, and this time as well, we saw I8 kind of struggling around the hill area. So I don't know, for me personally, what I feel is the areas around where there's a slope, I8 kind of struggles around that. Not for the upper side, basically, but for the lower side, because they are really exposed to those areas. That's my personal opinion.
I agree with that. I mean, the reason behind that is because I don't like to back out from a fight. They're like the second ZEUS. They don't know how to back off. If they see someone, if they see action heading their way, they're going to push forward.
It's not in the dictionary for them, the word
Yeah.
is just not there. They're not going to back out. Simple as that. And on the other front, let's move on with the story to the storyboard itself, which is going to be, of course, dictating the overall rankings. There we have I8 still leading the chart, but of course,
Yeah.
this game not working in their favor, so not being able to create that massive lead for themselves, nor getting into the 50 kill point for now. On the other front, talk about ZEUS Esports comeback. I mean, just a
Yeah.
perfect play for this team.
I mean, Blotter, Johnny,
Yep.
67 points right now. One chicken dinner gets you, obviously, 15 points and 5-6 more kills. They might just even be at the top position if it happens. Not exactly. I mean, just not saying that it might not. Depends. High voltage as well.
Exactly. That's literally what I was about to say. I mean, it's not just ZEUS Esports, it's high voltage as well. They have the opportunity to actually steal away the first position, but the only thing that can make that happen is a chicken dinner with a lot of kills. And this is what I wanted to point out, that Paradox, they were so far behind the rest of the competition that this good performance does not in fact change a lot for them. It does bring them a little bit closer to Wizzes Vibes, who with a chicken dinner right now for some weird reason are sitting on the 15th position. That is actually happening right now. But apart from that, Paradox, they need to make sure that from here on out they are consistent. From here on out they need to make sure that they are bringing in those 10 points, 9 points minimum. That's the bare minimum I want to see from them for them to actually slowly and steadily move up the standings. Yeah,
Johnny, I don't know, it's a weird thing, but why do I feel like actually Paradox might just not be the last team by the end of the day? They will move
I
forward.
agree.
I mean,
Which
just
is
the same
listen-
conversation that you had for I8, right? I mean, Paradox is also a very aggressive team. No
Yeah.
matter what situation they're in, they're going to take the fight. I mean, in the previous one also, we saw them take up a fight against ZEUS Esports, and that was not it. They went for the final player, and they hunted him down, or rather tried to. Of course, Baron was able to get away, but nevertheless, I mean, that was a different conversation. Now, is a different map altogether, and the conversations that we've been having, the aggressive stance that these teams to make, that is definitely going to be helping those aggressive teams, because Sanhok is coming right up.
Yeah. I mean, and there's this one thing. I mean, Johnny, you and I mean, Blotter, you as well. We have casted a lot of different regions as well, right?
Yeah.
So every region has its specialty. I mean, talking about talking about South Asia region, we know that it's really aggressive when it comes down to gunfights. If we talk about region, right, like obviously North America or something, like, we know they are really tactical with their approach. Now, Australian region is something that we are just understanding right now for what they do. And talking about that, they have a balanced approach. But right now, in Sanhok, I would say the best approach is like Wizzes with Vibes, and they are at 15. They need this game as well for themselves.
That is so true. I mean, and again, it definitely can work for Wizzes with Vibes as well, because the aggressive stance that this team also ends up taking, it is just ludicrous. I mean, they just are kill hungry when they are part of that wonderful synergistic play, and that again, the game will dictate, the zone will dictate, and not always can you be a part of that, and that is why we see this team on the 15th position. But hopefully things are going to be different this time around. With that, any predictions from you guys?
I mean, you want to go first, Ocean? Do you want to spoil
Want me
everything?
to spoil it for you? No, I won't spoil it. Let's
With
just
that,
enjoy
let's
the game.
Move on. Exactly. Let's move on to game number 4, and this time around the casters are going to change. We've got the Panda Bros back on the virtual awesomeness right here in front of our screens.
Well, Blur, I gotta say this, right? Quite a lot of unusual things have happened over the course of the evening today. First, of course, us witnessing that ludicrous Erangel circle. Second, of course, has to be the smile, a smile, coming up in Godless's face, which I seem to have never ever witnessed it, right? Necro, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The last time when we were in the studios, we were enjoying watching ZEUS get multiple chicken dinners. The boys maintained a really calm and steely demeanor. They did not even flinch. Now it has come down to the point where they're fighting for it, where they're feeling happy about their achievement. Now heading into Sanhok, yesterday we do know that they did back themselves that second spot. Do you think this can be a back-to-back for ZEUS?
Man, it's going to be really tough to say, because we've known Sanhok is kind of like one of those maps where we can't really say which team can take it, right? Because it really does come down to that zone, and making those rotations happen, especially in a map of Sanhok where things where fights are really in close contested, areas where it just gets really hard to say that which one's going to be coming out on top. It just comes down to that sure gun power that a team has, unless if you have some kind of an insane tactical mindset even going on inside Sanhok, then yeah, it does make sense. But ZEUS, yeah, as you mentioned, those smiles coming in on their faces, it's understandable. Last time, I mean, it was nothing new for them. We just saw ZEUS domination all the way. They were just straight up going inside like a drill machine, drilling everyone out their way. They're like, all right, if we want to make a rotation inside the zone, we don't care about it. They just straight up took their vehicles and just book it inside the zone. That's how they were rotating inside. So last time, I would say it was way much more easier for ZEUS to kind of get the chicken dinners and kill, but this time, they're on that struggling phase. But finally, that previous game gave them that chicken dinner, and I feel like that should boost their morals up way higher.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% agreed with you. And they've already started climbing up the ladder, right? Already at the 6th position. They're still, a few points shy from, well, the table toppers, I8, who apparently are doing so well, despite the fact that they still haven't gotten that $1,000 that they're craving for quite some time. But then again, we've got teams that do have that $1,000, but are almost in the bottom of the ocean over here. At the 15th spot, we've got Wizzes with Vibes. Now, yesterday we did see this team particularly get this chicken dinner in Sanhok. Now, Sanhok has certainly been one of those maps where, you're gonna expect a lot of randomness, a lot of unpredictable teams coming in, getting the chicken dinner. A map where, the center becomes absolutely crucial, and that is exactly what they had. The ideal condition, Wizzes with Vibes, right? However, they did have to work out really hard for that. They did take that fight against their counterparts that's wiped themselves, and they did wipe them out. They got that spot, and ZEUS almost just snatched it away from them. But again, well, they did manage to win that one out. But again, the desk has been talking a lot about Team Paradox, right? And I completely agree with what they're saying. But I do have a few pointers to add on. Now, this team has certainly realized that they have nothing to lose but a lot to prove. And now they've started getting aggressive. They're engaging a lot of fights. Now, that one particular fight with Team Seal, that really impressed me a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Paradox has been one of those kind of like new bloods coming inside, and they're actually doing quite a great job keeping up with these teams, considering, as I said, it's their first time inside of here, and they're doing a great job keeping up against the best of the best. I mean, teams like ZEUS as well, as you mentioned, Seal, and then all these teams. But I feel like over here, we really need to talk about IAT as well. Yeah, even though they're on top of the leaderboards, one thing they're missing out on is that $1,000, and they need to get it, man. Like, look, even if you're on that top of the leaderboards, you're still not getting any money in your bank.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, if they can tend to stay on top, they're gonna get a lump sum cash amount. But again, those $1,000 do help. Some personal bank accounts being riled up with extra cash. I would love that, wouldn't I? And they certainly, everyone does. But in a while, we're gonna step inside the rainforest and get ourselves all muddy and dirty with the action breaking out. But of course, talking about Sanhok yesterday, we did see that cluster forming around that southern side, right? And we're witnessing a lot of unusual zones today, especially today. And I think we might have something around maybe the southeastern side, or maybe that that X circle that we get on the western side around Camp Alpha, and which sort of really helps teams like let's say High Voltage over here, who apparently are really holding themselves really well, despite the fact that well, Assassin is no more with them.
Well, I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, Assassin, of course, that used to be one of the star players for High Voltage, used to make a lot of things happen, but now he has switched sides. He's went to Vibes, he's having a great time, he's vibing with them, so hey, you might as well just stick with them, you know what I'm saying? But now, as you mentioned, the top left island is where you want the circle to be, and that's the same thing in my case as well. I actually want the circle to shift on that island because the fights just happen so insanely, right? Because it's pretty much teams just stacking up on those bridgeways or even on those waterways, and you see a lot of fishes just swimming inside the island, and where you see those fishermen trying to catch those fishes, and those kind of moments do really excite me. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, but those kind of moments are one of the most, I would say, action-filled moments, because at the same time, when you're trying to focus, there's so many teams, there's so many chances you might just get third parties, so many teams get attracted towards that gun sound, and this is just the beauty of Sanhok. Over here, though, now we clearly do see teams pretty much going on their preferred drop locations, and ZEUS, of course, being one of them. Now, as you asked me the question, is ZEUS going to be the one again over here, as I mentioned as well, it would just really come down to that circle. If the circle is favoring the gods, then of course Zeus will take it. If it's not, then in the end, I don't really know what to say.
You know what? Despite the circle being away from them, Zeus does know how to get inside the circle and have a good chunk of it. And well, this time, even the gods of PUBG Mobile do want Zeus to get that back-to-back circles. That's certainly gonna help them out. So has been apparently formed. But we were having a little bit discussion about Team I8. Now, of course, being the table toppers, they still are in a quest for getting their chicken dinner. And Sanhok is one of those maps. We also did touch upon it yesterday as well. Is definitely not their strongest suit. And how on earth can it be, right? You've got DRS on your north, you've got Zeus on your west. But we did see some slight changes around over here, especially in that Painan area. Yesterday we did have a skirmish happening around that. We did have Raw going up against Clarity BABLU, but they didn't take a lot of fight out, right? Towards the very end, they did. Of course, Team BABLU did face some casualties, barring which they have decided to finally change their drop location. Now they've gone completely towards the western shores of the southern island, which I really believe is a nice decision.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I noticed in the kind of change coming in inside the Stalwart Esports lineup now, Apex was playing throughout the game, but this time Scurry is the one who has kind of replaced Apex, and Scurry is the one playing inside. So I would say this is kind of like the lineup that they're mostly used to, because we have been watching Scurry play with this team, and he has been doing kind of phenomenal job. But up till now, even Stalwart Esports, I would say they're still on the struggling phase over here. Maybe they will, start to get over it. Maybe they will, slowly and steadily start to, roll teams as well. But let's just see what really happens at the front lines. DRS, another team that got themselves finally a chicken dinner today, and that should bring a lot of smiles on their faces as well, because now in the first map of Erangel, yeah, they did, but again, now look, DRS as well has been one of those teams who hasn't really showed up in those super weekend tests, right? That's their first chicken dinner coming inside. I really do want to see what DRS has got their sleeves inside the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, of course, 100%. Now, talking about DRS, well, a good start to the day, and they're still looking strong, right? You take a look at the kill leaders. You've got Kyolzin right at the tippity top. He's managed to rack up a lot of kills. I mean, Crypto is still being one of those most consistent performers. But again, for me, the find of this tournament so far has to be Bishal, right? From Raw, the way this lad is holding up all by himself. I'm not really going to be surprised if, the big orgs from Nepal sort of pay some hefty buyout cash and take him in. I mean, this is exactly what has happened, right?
Yeah.
The survival of the fittest, where the strong, where the rich always keep getting richer, and things keep happening. And he's proven his mettle so far. But what we have to talk about is the zone itself, right? This is one of those zones. It's one of those common zones that we have witnessed in Sanhok, right? A zone mostly around that Paradise Resort area. And talking about zones and rotation, well, ZEUS are really making things up quick, right? They did drop around the quarry area. They've managed to get that basic loot done. Now they're prying for the center of the circle, and which I believe they've managed to secure for themselves already.
Yeah, that definitely has. But this also, up till now, not really anything happening. All the teams are just, taking their sweet little time to loot. Yeah, a little bit of visual on other teams, but I don't really feel like they are interested in fighting each other. This also gives us enough time to talk about the previous map, right? I mean, an expected circle completely towards the Stalwart, ending towards the beach lines. Now, over here, we had a lot of talks about how those rotation came inside from the side of I8 and even Stalwart Esports, right? They were just sticking next to each other all the times unless they separate apart, where I this time took the right side of the bridge instead of the left side, and Stalwart Esports went from the left side. Now, over here, correct me if I'm wrong, Fixes. Now, over here, when they actually met towards the Nepal region, what if one team would have taken the left route? Right, they went from the Nepal bridge right there, and then they went in right next to Seal 9. I feel like that could have changed the entire course of the game. At the same time, one of those teams could have gotten themselves quite a safe position, and they could have lasted for a really long time.
Again, we're talking about ifs and buts in this particular scenario, right? We do have the
Yeah.
map feed. We do know where the other teams are, but they're
Yeah.
just shooting arrows in the dark, right? If it
Mhm.
works, it works. Now,
Mm.
that one particular circle was quite rare, like Blair did
Yeah.
mention. However, I do have a different opinion from the desk on the part where Team I8 isn't afraid to take up, participate in fights. They go in for every single fight that they seem to
Hmm.
have. No,
Yep.
I really
Yep.
think they're the smarter bunch, right? They
Yeah.
tend to avoid fights which they can, and they do take the fights which they have to
Yeah.
and which they must. Now, the situation, what happened in the previous game of Erangel was they were late inside the party, right? It was, of course, a slopey area. It was sort of coincidental, but I really feel, the way the players have been playing fight, they don't have problems around those hilly areas. If they are in a good position, and if anybody, for God's sake, is in a good position, does have that higher ground, tends to win fights on most of the occasions.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
the options were very limited for I8, right? They did not
Mhm.
know that they would be running to the same squad that they had been avoiding for so long, and as a result, for which they've caused state fall. Now, we did take a quick gander at Team BABLU. Now, all right, I was happy. I was happy because yesterday was the first Sanhok. No one did take that water route. We did not see a lot of boats exploding, but seems like we are in for that action today.
Maybe. I mean, we still can't just say anything because but they're doing a great
I'm
job
telling you, it's
keeping.
gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's
but they're
gonna
doing a
happen.
great job keeping their distance from the island, right? So, I mean, they're taking quite a safe rotation. Yeah, you also do see Deadeye's guys right next to now. They're pretty much sticking to the
Someone
zone
will take the
lines.
shot, Necro.
Someone, I mean, yeah, on top is still on the island, but even in the front, right, there is one more
Yeah.
team that's going to be sealed line, pretty much camping those edges of the island. So maybe you are going to be seeing some shots being rattled off, and that might just happen anytime soon. And yeah, as you beautifully mentioned as well, right, about I8, they have just like such a good kind of game sense where they do realize, okay, if a fight is not really going to be panning out in their favor, they understand they have a disadvantage. They just don't take that fight, which you can clearly do see replicated on their overall ranking. They have
Necro.
they have more kills than positioning points. Yes.
I'm really sorry to cut you off over
It's
there.
fine.
What on earth is happening? Shifu and Illusion, why on earth are they swimming? I do not find any rationale as to
AFK
why would
question
they.
mark?
No. They're still moving.
Oh yeah,
can
they're
see,
moving.
the bodies are moving, but why from the waterways? I wish we could have a special interview with the lads, but guys, I'm
Okay.
proven wrong.
Damn.
I'm proven
Tokyo
wrong.
Drift.
No, maybe not. Maybe not at all.
Okay, wait. Yo, the way they kind of ran around and just started scattering over, it just reminded me of ants. When you accidentally kind of when there's like a horde of ants and you accidentally kind of just do
Step
something
over.
and they just not step over. Okay, that's just a little rude. You accidentally kind of just want to mess with them and they just start scattering over. That's how it literally felt like to watch. But no, Clarity BABLU, man, they're in a massive water trouble. You
A
can't
sandwich.
ask for a way much more worse situation than that. They got peppered down hard, and with that, they're also going to be using a lot of utilities at the same time, a lot of meds to get themselves patched up back, but that also gives them a safe pathway to safety.
Are they safe? I mean, that's a big question mark over here. And I must say, they just did not get peppered down. They were hammered, right? But at the same time, look at Deadeyes. If they start closing in, I think they might be able to intercept Clarity BABLU somewhere down the tracks and might just take a lot of shots at them and maybe take down a player or two. Now, again, that's maybe ifs and buts, right? That is something where we would not want to venture in. Now, this sort of a rotation from Team BABLU is very risky. That was a gamble, which sort of has worked out up until now. I do not know what the future holds for them because what I can see on my map feed is Deadeyes indeed are closing up, and FSEAL also start taking the move over there. Then Team BABLU might just get sandwiched. Now, Team Paradox, they've sort of changed their pacing up a bit over here because the last time in the game of Erangel, they were pretty aggressive. Now they're kind of enjoying the circle. They're waiting as long as it does not go away from them. They're not going to move.
This makes me wonder that is the circle going to be shifting all the way on the northern side, the next circle, or is it going to be shifting down south? Now, this could be really game changing. On the southern side, there's a lot of teams stacked up. Now, if it's in south side, uh, we might just not really see that many fights erupting. But if it moves up on the northern side, that means all the teams that are in south side, they will have to move up. But hold on. This time, ZEUS are going to be the one to pretty much inject lead in Raw. And one man falls down, and that's going to be a little problematic start for Raw already.
Yeah, indeed. And this is something that Raw did not anticipate. And now we've got ZEUS, and the gods are angry, right? Now we have to bear with their wrath that they're gonna incur across through the lobby. And well, Team Paradox, they're getting up on the kill boards as well. Now, High Voltage is one of those teams that almost every child watching PMPL does know. Or if you're aware of the Nepali region, they do know that, High Voltage have always gone towards the Western Islands, right? So, well, Team Paradox did a really good job just waiting for them. And once the boys came out in the open and well, that's where they did take their shots and managed to take down a few. I believe just one, and it was Extreme, who's out of the lobby right now. Considering how the circle has been and how the game has been so far, has been a rather slow affair, but Wizzes does manage to find out the players of DRS though, and will just trickle down them with a few bullets, but it's all right. They have managed to escape.
Till now, not really any kind of like insane fights happening. We have seen one or two players kind of getting knocked out. Nothing really insane happening as expected inside the map of Sanhok compared to that previous game. Man, it was action-packed throughout the time. But TDK was the first team to get eliminated, even though the game was action-packed, but still TDK was the first team to get eliminated after a really long time. Now, this is where, this kind of gives us kind of a mentality where most of the teams this time, it's like they're not really giving it kind of their best, like they're like, okay, when one player is kind of next to impossible to save, they're like, all right, just give up on him. Let's just try and play for the placement points. And that's what they're really kind of favoring for, which is quite understandable. Sometimes your life is way much more valuable and you can make much more things happen instead of putting it in risk to save someone where you don't really know what the outcome's going to be. So it's quite understandable why teams are doing that. But on the other hand, now, this circle, as I mentioned, the zone is slowly and steadily closing inside. Wizzes is the team that is taking that late rotation inside the circle. High Voltage as well is one of those teams that is rotating all the way from the left side. Now, the problem for High Voltage that can be here is that if they decide to go from the waterways, which they probably are not, they're probably going to be rooting out for those bridgeways. And I'm pretty sure Para have their eyes out for that.
They certainly do. And I don't think they're going to let them inside the circle so easily.
Yeah.
But again, I'm sort of concerned about where the next circle shift is going to be, because every single time we've seen this sort of a circle, it has either gone south of Paradise Resort or towards the eastern side where T2K are. Now, if it goes south, then this is pretty much ZEUS' game, and they're not going to let go off that. Now, if it goes towards T2K, they will, of course, want to win it, but yeah, those two areas were remaining, right?
Feeling.
And now this is gonna help Team BABLU a lot. Now, we have seen them doing a lot of ludicrous things. Starting off with they did give up on their ego. They did not head into Pina. That's something that I really respect. Now, they did go in for the waterways, which I do not approve of, but it has worked out. And well, now they're in really good position. It all comes down now is how well they hold their grounds.
TRs as well now. They're moving in quite close to a team, if you take a look at the map. But over here, seems like one lad from TDK has already gotten themselves an airdrop. It's going to be Legend, the IGO, coming in from that squad. So probably he's going to be the best one to get the airdrop in his hands. And I just want to see it in action. But now as the zone moves in pretty much on top left, that means DEADEYES guys are in luck. They have high ground for themselves, and I'm expecting DEADEYES guys to at least dominate this particular zone. But now Raw and Stalwart Esports, this can be a really good fight to watch out for or to look out for, because both these teams are pretty much, I would say, doing quite great up till now. But this fight is probably going to be the one deciding their fate inside the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, and now this is one of those fights that we had been longing for. Bishal did have that rooftop coverage, and I don't think this is for the first time we're witnessing this particular fight at this particular place between these two teams. Now they're familiar with how the other sort of acts, but they certainly did not anticipate C-Wine from the far off Ray taking those shots and getting that knock.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, Seavine used to be a man from Eccentric Infinity, right?
Yeah.
Back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
And yeah, dude, he used to put on a show in the PMCO Spring Split. But getting back to the fight, Zeus up here now. Zal falls down as well. Zeus on the struggling phases. Same thing goes with Wizzes with Wives. Trays are happening back and forth. Zeus as well, not really falling apart or not really falling behind against Wizzes with Wives. But the nade parade is coming in from their side as well. Godless being pretty much the man who's surviving up till now. Icy's way far behind. He needs to catch up with Godless. If he just lets Godless fight for his lonesome, that can be a little bit problematic factor over here. In these kind of moments, you need to work together, and that's a huge mistake from Mullik, exposing his back right onto Godless. Even though Godless has shown his presence in the past, he still does it.
Yeah, he definitely does, and this is something about Team Zeus that I absolutely like and dislike at the same moment. Now we've been talking a lot about this, right? In the map of Sanhok, you cannot afford to be way apart from each other, right? Now Zol, Ably, they're all struggling over there. You need to get those revives on them, and by the looks of it, they're gonna let Zol slip by. So of course, one player lost over there. This is something that not just one. I believe Apley has been also finished off, of course, by Team Vibes, who did come in to third party them. Now this is where Team Zeus needs to understand, right? In the map of Sanhok, you need to stick to each other. And look at that southern cluster, right? That has been built up. Not just one, but I think 4 or 5 teams around there. And this is where I love the coverage out of DEADEYES, right? They've got so much of map control. They've got nobody behind their backs. And with this circle shift that we are witnessing over here, now tides have changed. This is where DEADEYES are in contention of getting a chicken dinner. But what we do have in front of us is maybe a fight breaking down between Team Seal and DRS.
Maybe that can be happening, but another fight that might just be breaking out here. Stalwart Esports against Wizzes with Wives. Now, do you want to see which one makes it out alive? Wizzes with Wives have done a great job surviving up till now, even though they got involved into some fights. But hey, another fight breaking down. It's going to be DRS versus Seal Esports. And Seal, as well, doing quite a great job fighting back. And take a look at Zake. He's single-handedly just putting in so much gun power inside this fight. At the same time, he managed to knock out 2 players. That's a huge trade coming out inside from their side as well. Mafia Ninja finally finds 1 knock, but instantly gets traded out. There's trades back and forth. It's just such a great job being done by these Mongolian teams. And now, Killer, being the last man alive, he's barely surviving. His HP bar isn't invisible at this point. That's how low he is. And AJ pretty much confirming those kills for himself. He does know, even if he goes down, at least he has some points to back him up. And Killer decided to patch himself up, but AJ is not going to let that happen. Finally connects that final bullet, and that's going to be it for the last man alive for Seal.
Yeah, and DRS off with another beautiful clutch. And well, we know these lads have been in that sort of situation, and AJ, he knows how to maintain that calm demeanor over there. But now hell has finally broken loose, because we did have a very early slow game in Sanhok, and had to happen. So many teams trying to rotate inside the circle. A lot of them are going to be gated off. A lot of them are going to take those fights finally, which they were sort of hesitating to do so in the earlier stage of the game. But now we've got Team Vibes, who apparently have already taken 5 kills, but now are in a bit of a situation as Team Zeus to arrive and finish them for the better good. But now this is where things start to get really spicy, because Zeus, they've got to deal with I8 as well. Now Uzum leading the charge. Things are looking really, really interesting. Where on earth is Johnny? Oh, there he is.
There he is. Well, Johnny not really going to be stepping far behind. I mean, of course, he's the man who helps team to enter inside any kind of fights. And finally, Stalwart Esports pushed up against Wizzes with Wives. Mullik is going to be the one to charge on forward. And Malik not really scaring away from this fight. Stalwart Esports this time, though, they're playing with Malik's said. Scurry nose is quite low. He needs to heal himself back up because he's taking his own damage. But hey, little does the Wizzes wives care. No, they don't. Malik finally going to be putting in the final bullet right in his skull. And that's going to be it for the last man alive from that squad. But that being said, another fight panning out. ZEUS, well, they're just being the one kind of really annoying teams over here. They're third partying, they're finding kills over here and there, which is understandable. They're not really being exposed as much as they used to be.
Necro, I mean, if my producer can just show where the circle went now, this is gonna be absolutely, absolutely horrendous, right? I mean, all these teams, nobody does have the better of the circle, and it is, of course, DEADEYES who have the control
With the
over
higher
the
ground.
entire zone. Not just the higher ground, Necro, the entire circle. They control it, and now it's going to be so troublesome. But now we've got Team Paradox, who are apparently making a lot of noises, and they've finally managed to down their rivals over there, and that's high voltage, reducing them to just a one-man team. But now we've got ZEUS. Now they've been causing a lot of
Look at Ozzy.
right? Yeah, I mean, Ozzy, all he can do is go in for that coveted Sanhok heal battle. We have seen teams pulling off a lot of miracles by just healing themselves. But now I8, who apparently are having a really good Sanhok game, have tried and contested this area in Tatmos against C9. Let's see what happens to them as those nades are being lobbed at Amra. He's taken some heavy chunk of damage.
This is not good. Crypto is taking so much damage from the zone, but he needs to move inside at the same time. He doesn't care. He needs to move inside. That's the main priority. But no, Amra, no, switches the gun in the wrong time, and Crypto capitalizes on it. He's not going to let these kind of mistakes slide away. Johnny, though, now pretty much his teammates are dropping all the meds that they have and helping Johnny to pretty much battle the situation out while they have one lad inside the zone, while Johnny's probably going to be just sitting back and healing himself back up to full HP. Another zone again on the DEADEYES guys. Now, I do really like this kind of a split coming in from the side of DEADEYES guys. 2-2 split, even if the zone kind of shifted away, making sure at least one duo is going to be staying closer to the zone. And in the end, I mean, the zone again favoring them. This is where Para versus DEADEYES guys fight is probably going to be one of the most interesting one to see. But Para as well, they're quite smart. They're a smart bunch. They have a 3-1 split coming.
You know, being casters, we are not supposed to be biased, right? And but you know, watching Team Paradox make it so close, you know, somewhere down my heart, I really want them to win this one. I mean, that would be the tale for the evening, right? They have been so close. They've been maintaining those spots. They've been very vigilant with their approach to the circle. And now this is the infamous heal battle that we've been talking about, right? Which apparently started off with Dr. Ryzen. No, I mean, I'm just talking in general. He's one of those players who loves to do that, and he does, you know, get it right every single time. But now we've got DEADEYES in contention against the players of DRS, and Nima seems to have fallen from his buggy and will get taken down.
Now, one man being minus from that squad. DRS are definitely not going to be having smiles on their faces, but with that time being taken, this is where Para as well are being quite intelligent with their approach. But unfortunately, G1 falling down, they should hold back Para for a little while, and they should give DEADEYES guys a decent amount of time to wipe out DRS, and that's what they're exactly doing. DRS under so much pressure, and how they're going to get out of this, the answer is going to be so difficult to find out. With that being said, AJ, the last man alive, he has to opt out for a heal battle. No other choice, and that's what he's going for. Has he screwed up? Up? Probably he has, and yep, he's not going to be having enough time. With that being said, that's going to be it for DRS, getting eliminated on the 4th position.
And this is really good for Wizzes with vibes, you know, they
Circle
barely have
shift
to
on
do
the Para.
anything. Yeah, and now this is getting really exciting. But this is where, you know, I love the positioning. Look at Wiz. He's got a really good flank angle, and you've got Keith and Hazard on that front lines. You've got G1 providing the support, but DEADEYES do have that little bit of a high ground advantage. It all comes down to who gets the first knock. Now, Wiz needs to start coming inside the zone. Now, we're down to our last final 2 teams, and it's a 4v4 skirmish where we did have Para opening up the kill bots over here. They've managed to take down one of the players, but Illusion is still trying to hold on. And has he got a knock for himself? No is going to be the answer. Team Para, they need to patch themselves up, but those nade barrages going down. Deadeyes, they're in a whole world of trouble. Now this is where Wiz has to make the movements, but Keith getting those 2 knocks, and Illusion right out in the open will get wiped out, and Team Paradox do manage to get it, baby. They have managed to secure a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves, and well, talk about them in the bottom spot. They aren't there anymore, and well, the prophecies of promotion, they do stand true.
Man, I'm so happy. Yeah, as you mentioned, we wanted to see them win, and finally they do it, man. And I feel like that's a well-deserved one as well. They have been waiting for this one since such a long time, and well, in the end, the zone gracing them as well with its presence right onto them. But Deadeyes, guys, not really falling behind. They were also trying to pretty much pressure Para as much as possible. But in the end, you know, just let the better team win, and that's what happened in that situation. Para were just better. They just got diffed out.
I mean, I can have a different notion. Again, it's the same way the cookie crumbled, right? Again, Sanhok circle shifting to a certain team, and they have the better area around it. Now, the only problem with Deadeyes was they were too much constricted to just that one location, right? They did not have a lot of angles to play around, and that was purely because of how the zone shifted towards the very end. Now, Team Para did have a lot of contingency plans, right? Had the front lines not worked out, we did have 2 players on the flanks, and either ways that did not go to that, and they managed to get that beautiful chicken dinner. But again, that was all from the game of Sanhok. We're going to be pushing for a short little break, because coming right after is the death to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Oh, what a game. What a game. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is just incredible, dude. PMPL Season 4 is off to a crazy start. Varun, Ocean, talk about a comeback. Talk about Paradox. The way they were able to just capitalize on that. Happy. Definitely makes me happy.
Yeah, we said this.
We said it,
This team was improving with every game, and this was bound to happen.
We said it that like they won't be at the last position after the next game, and that is happening, and that too with the chicken. I mean, it's good.
So good. $1,000 in the bank. Along with that, of course, you are able to move along in the storyboard altogether from that 16th position that they were stuck on for such a long time. With that, let's move on to the MVP and find out who's going to be the most valuable player coming in from this game. I mean, there were some incredible fights that were being taken on. I mean, talk about Godless coming in from ZEUS as well as Icy, right?
Talk about Malik from Wizzes with Vibes, 35 first aids. Took his team to like such a good bounce, right? That was impressive. I mean, that's Sanhok nowadays, classic Sanhok. Just talk about it.
Yeah, that's the new meta in this map.
Yeah. But well, talk about the MVP in this one. I see. Well, once again, the lad is just outnumbering his opponents. 4 kills, 3 assists. 565 healing done and 920 damage. Well, this just shows, right? You know, the circle was just kind of giving troubles to the players overall, and a lot of fights. As soon as you try to enter inside the zone, a lot of things were just not working out in your favor. I mean, not just this team, not just ZEUS, right? I remember I8 as well. They were healing themselves or then trying to move on to the shacks around the areas of Tatmok. That also did not, like, so much happening. But last time it was Wiz, this time G1 and Hazard.
Yeah, impressive performance from these two lads. And one thing I was a little bit worried about was because, I mean, we tend to notice patterns, right? And the pattern that had been there for Paradox was the fact that, as I pointed out after the last game, they did not really pace themselves in any of the fights they had taken before. This time, they did exactly that. Because what was happening, the mistake that was commonly being repeated by Paradox was one man would go down and they would just commit everything, and you would see them fall apart, fall down like a couple of dominoes. But this time, the spacing that was done just to reset themselves from intense action, coming back from fights to go into the next one and move on into their positions inside the circle, everything was on point.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And with that, as we move on through to the match summary, Ocean, this is where we can definitely talk about the highest damage coming in from the dude right there. I mean, I see last game also he was popping up. This time around again, it is looking like Icy from Godless is back on track. Or rather, my apologies, from ZEUS is back on track along with Godless.
Yeah, but you guys remember, right? Since the 4 matches that have happened,
yeah,
I mean, Clarity BABLU is one of that team that actually is thriving much more on the rotations. This time specifically when they were, just marking up that water rotation for themselves, just trying to move to the northern side, like to the sides around Hathin and Khao, and then they entered and like they were using a boat as well. That explains their longest distance traveled overall, and that also shows, I mean, Johnny, there's always that one team that goes through the water lines, and this time it was Clarity BABLU.
And I mean, it is because of that man that we saw as well, Wolf. Because I remember he was brought on originally to tackle situations like these, to tackle those rotation sort of troubles that were disadvantages and troubles that were being faced by BABLU Clarity. But now it looks like they are sort of figuring stuff out all over again, because everything has been changed in the Super Weekends. But again, Paradox, those 26 points, that is an impressive jump.
That definitely is a beautiful jump for the team, and the only team from this game that was able to get a 2-digit kill department for themselves, 11 kills.
Yeah.
That is a really good high-fracking game coming in for the side of that team. On the other front, I mean, Sealy Sports trained a kill. Raw was the first one to get eliminated, and that too pretty early in the game itself as they got caught in that rotation itself.
Guys, say whatever you want to say. I now kind of low-key feel bad for DE. First game at the second position. This game at the second position. They have been trying to just push themselves for that chicken dinner.
Well,
it's so close, it gets snatched away from them. This time it was just, Fixers explained it really well. In the final circle, they just did not have it for themselves. Like, they were being pinched out from one side.
Yeah.
So.
That is so true. That is so true indeed. With that, Ocean, let's move on to the zone analysis itself and have a look at the rotations from all of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, when we are just talking about the rotations, look at where Wizzes with Vibes is. This is gonna be, there's gonna be an important one for them in the final moments. I mean, see, they did not have any fight right next to them. Like, there was such a big area where they could have just stayed, went around, and then high voltage. Well, they always drop down here and they rotate from the left side. I mean, this was also explained by Fixes as well. But Paradox, well, they had a good area. So does A1 Esports. Right now, A1 Esports has the center lines of the circle for themselves. As soon as the circle starts shifting, this is where Paradox kind of just gets slightly advantageous for themselves. But moving forward, now is where, if we just keep it here, think about DE, right? They have such a good cushioning for themselves. This right here is kind of a dip. I mean, one player can look if there will be a backstab, and hey, high voltage is it, there will be a backstab definitely. Meanwhile, even if they don't engage with anyone like this entire area, even if they don't engage with anyone, it's still good because there's a fight here. There will be a fight here. There will be, like, a lot of fights will be happening onto the outskirts of the circle that will originally mark their opponents for themselves. The people who will be entering inside the circle, they will be really vulnerable and all those. But DE had such a good cushioning till the last circle. But in the last circle is where things just went bad. Well, this is where Zone was doing its own damage, and you saw a lot of teams just going down. But this moment right here, AJ, alright, just staying outside the circle, had just one first hit at the end, just was popping it up and was taken down. But Paradox, this last moment is where the circle just shifted away from DE, and the game shifted away from them as well. This is where Paradox did not panic, and trust me, I'm really proud of this team right now because this would have been a time when teams might have just panicked, but Paradox, well, they did not. They just stood their ground for those 15 points and $1,000.
Exactly. With that, well, again, I mean, a GG play being showcased from Paradox as well as the other teams, but there were so many fights that took place all across the board on Sanhok. Let's cue in the Oppo 94 moments. Well,
and I mean, again, these early fights that happened inside the game was so important because the momentum could have been completely changed if you lost one or two players in these early skirmishes. And talking about skirmishes, I mean, Paradox, we saw them be a part of the few as well, but this is exactly what I meant. I mean, this time, instead of committing everything to a 4v4 collision, they were being really, really careful with how they positioned themselves. They were being really careful with how much resources were being put forward, and that is, in fact, the thing that also paved the way for them, along with their rotations. Because me and Ocean, we've had this conversation. This team is good with their rotations, but they are like I8 on day one, wherein they see a fight, they just run in.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's true, right? Because I8 on day one, I would say, again, they were just trying to understand the lobby as of what is happening, what's not. And we talked about this in Paradox's, gameplay as well today. Oh, this was such an amazing momentum, right? You remember, Killa was just on, he was not even on any HP when he was surviving. Still, he was just, trying to dish out damage, take out all the fights. But yeah, coming back to that conversation again, you remember the way, Paradox did on the first day versus the second day for their qualification? Well, it's kind of the same. Their first day, yesterday versus today, now they are delivering results. And that's what I was saying in this game, before this game as well. Like, we'll have to understand what Australian meta is. And now it's coming up, right? They just need to survive, then they deliver the results.
Exactly, because when it comes to delivery part, well, we have been seeing them again and again, game per game, walking away with kills, but now they do understand that, well, the survival also matters, and they're delivering on that point as well. So, again, I mean, that is what the consistency is requiring, and being dynamic is so important.
And I have to say something. I mean, Ocean said he was feeling bad for DEADEYES guys for not being able to clutch out the chicken. And I have to say we should feel bad for T2K. They have been shut down the entire day. The team that we saw yesterday seems to be missing.
So true. That is so true indeed. With that, as we move on through to the damage graph, let's see what stats have.
All right, well, wow. ZEUS did really good. Well, Paradox did really good. If we talk about the graph, but high voltage, I guess they got 6 placement points. They did not get any kill points for themselves. T2K as well, Raw as well. I mean, it's not just T2K then, I would say. I mean, Raw has been impressing us back and forth again, but today it seems like they are also being taken down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, even with Raw, there has been sort of a shutdown. And I guess as we were talking about it, Raw yesterday as well were looking little uncomfortable in their performances. And it was those individual plays that were being made by the players of the team that made sure that they were getting those few points again and again and again and again. But even that seems to be missing today. So I guess we're going to have to wait for the reset to happen for the team, and maybe we're going to see them regain their old form tomorrow.
Absolutely, we can certainly anticipate the same for the side, because RAW Raw has been pretty phenomenal in terms of the games that they have been able to work in their favor. On the other front, at times when it comes to a dip, well, the teams just absolutely shamble onto themselves. On the other front, talking about the storyboard itself, I8 still leading the chart with 2-point difference, and DEADEYES guys are catching up. That is looking real good for them as well. But that 50 kill point is still missing for I8.
Just one.
Just one, but the thing is, now it's important for I8. I'm pretty obviously it's going to be Erangel. They start from their own area. So it's a Rozhok versus military base that's going to happen.
Yeah,
right? T starts from Rozhok, I8 starts from military base. Wherever the circle is, wherever they rotate, that's important. And at the end, it's for the supremacy of day 2 as well. Which team just stands at the top of the mountain by the end of this day. So for that, it's going to be a lot of pressure on I8 as well, because they actually got the top position today. They would not want to lose it today.
I mean,
Definitely.
Also,
yes.
Also, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 3 teams, 81 points to all 3 of them.
Yeah.
What is going on right there? But as we move on to the next page, Paradox, look at the jump that they have made. Are on the 11th position right now, but there's a massive difference if they want to make it inside the top 8, because I believe the team on the 8th position is somewhere around the 70-point marker, and Paradox, they've just crossed 56. In fact, they are on 56 right now. So they need one more good game. Don't worry about getting that chicken dinner or the $1,000. Paradox, they need to be consistent, because at this point they have to make sure that they're in a position from where the teams that will be coming next week will not cause any trouble to them.
Exactly. With that, let's keep our show flowing. Let's move on to the schedule where the final game will be taking place, and that will be, of course, on Erangel. But what a day it has been from the real soldiers stepping right up in that first game, moving on to Vibes performance, and then ZEUS finally showcasing that, yep, we're part of the lobby as well. We're just chilling around for now. And then comes the biggest turnaround story for the day. It is Paradox who just got that chicken dinner, but now,
Yeah.
I8 should be the one, I would say, to get that chicken dinner.
I
mean-
agree. I mean,
I
I'm
mean-
feeling I8 as well.
I8 needs it, DE needs it. It's gonna be, for the final game for today, and both of those teams did not have a chicken dinner. Still, they're in top 2, so I would love to see actually which team gets
I
it.
mean, alright, so I'm gonna take a risk again because I like to gamble. Seal
Alright.
Esports.
Oh.
That's an interesting yes.
Oh!
Most certainly could be. Most certainly
I don't know
could be.
why. I don't know why I did so many O's in this one. But yeah, all right.
It's almost like light bulbs happening in the head. But on the other front, I mean, Ocean, coming back to you, mate, would you want to perhaps predict what team should be in the top and get that chicken for this final game?
So, talking about the chicken, as much as I'm saying, DE should get a chicken, I get it, like DE should get it, but I want to see I8 at the top as well. Like, I want them to just, stay for today, then tomorrow, obviously, we'll see what the different story is. But I don't know why I feel, actually, T2K might just get it. I mean, they have been quiet, but now it's the time to just, roar again. I feel so, I just don't know so.
Well, with that, let's find out, and we shall move on into the game itself with our caster duo. It is none other than the Panda Bros. That is, of course, Necro and Pixis.
Well, of course. I mean, we did take a look at the overall standings, and the top 8 teams, they all have a chance to end this day on that coveted first position, right, Necro? And heading into Erangel, I mean, what better way to be clinching the first spot over here?
Oh man, I mean, that definitely is, but at the same time, as analyst Des beautifully mentioned, TDK, man, yesterday just banger of a start, right, for the Super Weekend, and today they have just been being swiped off early off from the floor today. What do you think is going on, man? Is just that other teams realize what TDK were doing yesterday, or it was just that like a fluke from TDK?
I mean, definitely not a fluke, right? We do know what this team possesses, the the potential of the players, and it's just that they're having few bad games. They've been making those little bit of mistakes while rotating around, and they do see that slump from their side, but I'm pretty sure that they might recover, right? This was the only concern with T2K. Now, heading into the Super Weekend, of course, the way they started creating huge expectations from us. Now, we've been always very particular about those roster swaps, and this is one of those teams that made some massive changes. Now, you've gotten 3 new players in your roster, of course, 3 veteran players that have come in, and 3 players that could win titles even at the global stage, considering if they play at the very best, where they have that proper synergy going in. So yeah, they do have the players, but they still need some time to gel up with each other. What happened in the first day? Yes, 2 beautiful chicken dinners. We started to think that okay, they're gonna be ruling the table over here. Then we did have teams like I8 and D without any chicken dinner still being very consistent with their gameplay. I have managed to prove that you don't need those chicken dinners to stay on top, but we all need that $1,000 that's on the line. That's what you get to get the when you get the chicken dinner. But right now, getting back into the game, we've got another Erangel circle, and today's circles in Erangel have been pretty interesting, right, Necro? I mean, 2 ludicrous circles. We have been enjoying that overall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, today overall has been an exciting day, and I do want to see another unique circle in this one. I want to see a military island circle, and guess okay, that was a unique scenario as well. Well, unique things happening all around the place, but now I feel bad for Nima. I feel so bad for Nima. I actually feel him in that situation. He just gets bopped with that one shotgun bullet. I feel bad for him.
Necro, it's revenge time. It's redemption time.
Yep.
You forgot what happened in Sanhok? DRS did clutch it out, and now we've got Stalwarts coming to seek revenge around Yasnaya. And they've already gotten a really good head start with Nima, of course, being taken down. Now, this is something DRS never anticipated, them being threatened at their own drop location, and now they're already one-man short.
Man, I absolutely love this as well. Now,
drama.
if you clearly remember in the third map of Erangel, in the end, DRS was the team who was getting pinned down between two Mongolian teams. It was ZEUS and Still 9. And now this thing happening over here, this is great. This is just absolutely great storyline.
Yeah, 100%. And we're loving that, aren't we?
Yeah.
And take a look at Team Clarity BABLU. I think this is where Team R3D usually likes to drop, and that is where they've opted. They've changed so many drop locations. They've headed towards Zaki, and yesterday in that final game of Erangel, I think it was C9 who just clobbered them down, and they did realize, right? They just can't take fights anymore over there. Now we've seen that little bit of a change in ZEUS's rotation, right? Where IC goes in for that squad house compound, where you tend to ensure that one little vehicle, and those small little things, change the game on a big level, right? At the grand scheme of things, they do matter. But again, well, the desk has been harping a lot about wanting either of DEADEYES or I8 to win. And now talking about I8, considering how the flight part really went, well, they sure haven't made it up to military base yet.
That is pretty understandable. But I also like one more thing from TDK over here, right? Now, of course, two players being the former players of P and Crew, and they have taken over that shooting range in Severny area as well. And sometimes they even do go towards Milta. Like, I think so previous rank,
around
they
that
went
farm
towards
area.
Milta. Yeah, they went towards that area as well. Now, you've got some players who pretty much know how to handle that Milta and the farm area. At the same time, we've got a few players who pretty much are so well familiar with that drop location near shooting range of Severny. It's just absolutely great.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder as to what could be the possible reason why they would head over there. Of course, we do know that P and Crew is not with us in this Super Weekend, but again, I still like that farm split that they used to do. But I think the only reason would be the traffic around them. A lot of teams, just hovering around, and one little mistake was causing them a lot of trouble. Now, this is where T2K has rather opted for a safer approach, so as to speak. And so far it has worked out really well. But I'm rather, getting worried as to how on earth are they going to take that central position for themselves, because when you're dropping off as far as Severny, you have to play, edge to edge. And well, I mean, the players do have the caliber to shine in those situations, but this is something that they're not accustomed to, right? This is something they're not accustomed to how to rotate, the timings especially. They know around farm area, in 2 minutes maybe we're going to encounter this team over here, but now heading in from Severny all the way down below, things are going to be a little bit gambled over here. And you're talking about gambles, I8, they're scared, right? They're making sure there's no one on the bridge. Now they've managed to head in towards the Sanhok military base. Now what is really interesting is they are not yet even begun looting.
Yeah, that definitely is a little kind of troublesome thingy that would probably haunt them later on in the game. They should start doing it, actually. But again, the thing is that a decent amount of portion is in the military island, where they can probably chill out on the right side of the bridge, and they can even, opt out for the late rotation. But we have seen, sometimes late rotations do, usually comes with advantages, but mostly it comes with a lot of disadvantages where you can get focused by a lot of teams. And that is not really a thing you want, especially if you want to play the survival game. And I8, I mean, up till now, they've been doing a great job, keeping their toes dipped in both the kind of scenarios, even in the survival games, even in the kill department. But mostly they're kind of tilting towards the kills, which is the classic I8 we know. They have the skilled individuals, and why not? Hey, you might as well just put the pedal on the metal. But trying to kill, squatting out some lands of DRS, not really able to deal any critical damage. That should be a little safety cushion, or that should at least give DRS a little bit of a sigh of relief.
This is what I was talking about. Now DRS have been shoved off from their own drop location. Now look at them just scattering away from each other. The distance being created. Now T2K don't realize that. They do know that Mafia Ninja is sort of isolated over here, and they are in for the hunt. And Mafia Ninja does manage to spot one down. Does manage to take him out as well. but still not able to get any confirmation on the kill. Now, Mafia Ninja, his position being completely compromised, Legend is going after him, where
Perfect.
Sandesh will have no difficulties in taking him down. And that being said, T2K clearly capitalizing on this situation, have managed to secure one easy kill, but that kill is really big.
Man, I feel so bad for DRS. It's just like before they were against those lions and then the rest of the food is being eaten by the hyenas. That's a little problem for DRS now. They're just left with one man alive, and that can be a little problem in the future. But for now, Raw are the one.
Yeah.
Also finding themselves a few knock. That's going to be a great starting for them. And that's what they're probably looking for. Raw is one of those teams that has been, I would say, decent up till now. And I want to see them do much more better because we do know they have the players. All they need is that one single opportunity that can help them put their mark on the top.
But here we have a pretty interesting skirmish building up. I mean, Sea Lion was just passing by. They were minding their own business, where they did, catch glimpses of Sandesh, and they did start asking themselves the question: do we commit? Do we try to engage? And they did. Right, they did lob out a few good grenades, and which did some hefty amount of damage. But after that, they realized, let's look at the bigger picture. Now, taking a look at the replay. Now, the boys from Raw, of course, they've started getting themselves on board. A few knocks here and there, but again, and let's take a look at the bigger picture, right? The way the circle is panning out, the next shift, the second circle, where is it going to form? That's the bigger question over here. TMI, they have managed to make it down all the way towards the military base, where they're going to have no trouble in looting so far, and I believe no one's going to bother them on the other side of bridge, because everyone's so concerned to get and have a good spot inside the circle. And this is where the shift comes in. Now, T2K, are they going to be happy with the decision? Because had they had the previous, had they had the original drop location, they would have been right at the center of the circle.
I see, beautifully pointed out. Yeah, if they would have been at their main kind of drop location, that could have been way much more comforting for them. But I would also like to point one more thing out, the separation in DRS. Now, Galzon's all the way near Yasnaya, and then Asia's all the way up off north. And, well, Galzon being caught off guard. This is not a good news. And with that being said, DRS is just down to a one-man squad alive. With that being said, AJ is the last man alive. He's really far away. He still needs to make it inside the zone. So we have a decent amount of timing left. TDK, he's right behind TDK. Now, if TDK spots him out, that can be a troublesome factor, but let's just see how he really does play that situation out. I expected the circle to kind of move down south because we have seen these kind of circles in the past, and usually it does kind of a little bit tilt is shown towards the southern side.
I was rather surprised. I really felt we were going to witness a little bit of teabagging, maybe a little of pans here and there being flung over, to get the finish done. Now, they did come in for redemption, and it seems they've gotten it, right? They completely shook DRS apart. Now, DRS never saw that coming from miles afar. They had no idea that they were going to be contested, and losing that early grip, that's where everything started falling down, one after the other. And the kind of a spread, I do not know what was going wrong in the IGLing department, but everything just flung by, and they could not even realize. And once they got grip of it, well, they were no more. And it all came down. Now, rather, it has all come down towards AJ, who's been apparently performing really well for this squad. Let's see how far can he take them up. But we do have a fight almost about to break out. It's going to be Team Raw going up against A1 Esports.
I feel like that individual situation that happened with DRS, even the IGL couldn't do much, It just happened so randomly. This was unexpected. Even the IGL got caught off guard. And, well, I don't really know what to say. I definitely do feel bad for them, but that's it. Nothing really above it. With that being said, now Raw going head-to-head against A1 Esports. One man is quite close. But again, they're really looking for that opening for them to just give a little bit of wake-up call and push up against A1 Esports. A1 Esports are quite pinned down. I do like the separation coming in from the side of Raw. You can clearly do see blah, blah, blah in the back lines, who is a threat to Sinister's life. But it seems like Sinister as well is quite well aware that there might be someone behind. So he sits in his buggy and pretty much moves away. So that's a great decision.
This is what I was really scared of, Raw being caught off guard. Now, you're making that ballsy decision. You're going in for that fight, and you need to be prepared, right? You're right around the central areas. This is where a lot of teams tend to surround you. Now, they've heard those gunshots. They know that a fight has broken amongst that region that they are around. Now, this is where they would want to try and capitalize. Now, DEADEYES is, of course, a team that is in still pursuit for that coveted chicken dinner and the $1,000, which they apparently haven't. But taking a look at the circle shift, now this sort of a shift is going to favor a few of the teams, right? Especially Stalwart and, of course, Paradox.
Oh man, Paradox. They're being graced by the PUBG gods up till now. But one thing I want to say after the circle shifts is I want to see a prison circle. It's been a long time. I want to see a prison circle. I want to see some chaos being caused. I want to see some high ground battles. I want to see some insane fall damage battles as well that do happen. It does.
Faster.
Yeah, who falls faster down, and who pretty much gets knocked out or pretty much just completely dies. But now, Raw being the one, as this fight has been continuing since a long time, but finally A1 Esports realized that moving inside the zone and prioritizing the zone is probably the best thing they can do, and that's what they're going to do. So that would at least give them a little bit more positioning advantage over RAW. But on the other hand, you also do see Seal9 going head-to-head against Para, which the team, they had the zone on them, but finally with that kind of an opening, Seal9 will gain a confidence boost, and you don't really want your enemies to gain a confidence boost on you, because Hazard, being the best man in the team, he has been taken out.
He certainly has, and so has Wiz, who had a really, really instrumental role in the last game Chicken Dinner. Now it has all come down to, of course, Keith and G1. Apparently, Keith's position has also been compromised, and Amra's grenade will seal that, right? That one beautiful knock. And that being said, G1 has got to make a chase for his life. And, well, Senor, he's definitely feeling himself. And with the way Seal9 have been playing, I think this could be a potential good game for them. Now, Seal9 has always been one of those squads who tends to get really aggressive in those early phases of the game. We did see semblances of it with them just wiping out Team BABLU in a matter of few seconds. Then now again going after Team Paradox, they do realize how important it is to get those territory control for themselves, and they've established that in a quite good manner. But what has always been their problem is sometimes they get too overwhelmed, right? Sometimes they overextend in those fights, leading to their early demise.
Definitely. Overextending a few fights can lead into early demises, and that is understandable. As you pointed out, overextending means staying inside a fight in way much more longer time. As long as you're able to end that fight quickly, that's the best thing you can do. But if you keep on extending it, if the fight's really not coming down to a conclusion, that means just because of the gunshots, the teams will be attracted towards you, and you getting third party or backstab, the chances are so much more. So try not to extend those fights, and that's probably what these teams also try to do. But it just really comes down to what kind of distance you're engaging in, right? Mostly the close distance fights, they do usually turn out to be kind of short. In those mid-ranges fight, it just really comes down to, oh my fixes. Okay, I had to cut myself there, but that's a prison circle, and I'm so excited.
Indeed it is. Now the big questions do arrive, right? Who takes the prison compounds? Because whoever does is going to be playing a big gamble, and I believe it's going to be G1, because he does not have a lot to work around with. Now if he does manage to take over that hospital building in prison, then that's going to provide him a really, really strategic advantage. He might not be able to push up as easily by other squads. Now that being said, the DEADEYES did have the better of the circle in the previous zone, but now it has shifted towards C2K, and DEADEYES apparently catching the players of Seal while the defense did rattle them out with a few bullets, but it's the boys from Wipes that are engaging against T2K as a lot of knocks do come in, but Seal somehow have chimed in inside this battle, and Assassin, he has fallen, Legenda is down. It all comes down to where are the teammates? Suyog, what on earth is he up to?
Well, it seems like he's definitely trying his best, but somewhere down the line, the struggle is being shown from their side. Vibes now. This is not really looking good. Same thing goes with Seal. Volley, pretty much far behind. this time he does realize maybe staying alive is probably the best thing, but not anymore. Even him being taken out and completely confirmed. Well, Seal in a really shaky kind of situation near the prison area, but let's just see how did they come out of this one, because Vibes is in the close lines. Even you do see one more team in the left lines, and they're just completely surrounded. They're like kind of like a sandwich team in between a lot of teams. At the same time, Vibes as well. And these kind of circles, this is why I just love it, right? So much open field. The only cover you have is those little rocks here and there and just trees going around. But now another fight panning out, and it's going to be RAW against C9.
Yeah, of course. I mean, C-Line, they were holding the better of shelter for quite some time when Raw decided to show some of that aggression. And indeed, perhaps as it looks, they would be wanting to retreat in just a while, because they still are inside the zone, as a result of which they can stay here for a few couple of minutes. But after that, they will have to move somewhere. But you know, the way things are panning out, a lot of teams have taken that northeastern shift. This is where I love R8's rotation, but I see getting caught off guard, and this time again by the boys from Team BABLU. We do have that little bit of a unwanted rivalry building up, right? Team BABLU somehow every single time catching one of those players of Team ZEUS off guard. Last time it was Ruthless, this time had to be Icy.
And yeah, the main problem in that fight as well is that ZEUS needs to move inside the circle like Clarity. BABLU are the one being the guardian angel of those edge lines. That means ZEUS are having a lot of trouble dealing with Clarity BABLU, because at the same time they need to get inside their vehicles and try and traverse inside, and BABLU is not going to let that happen that easily. They're going to be keeping on pinning down ZEUS, and to make that thing happen, well, let's just see how do they do, because Abli as well finally goes down, and this is exactly what I was saying. To get out of that situation, you need to do something miraculous, maybe use those smoke grenades, but finally Zol and Godless, they have just booked a ticket, and they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. No matter how many bullets are being rattled, they're just straight up booking it inside the circle. The next circle shift kind of moves away from the prison, but it's fine, you know. In the end of the day, it's quite out in the open, and finding a cover for the team still is going to be really kind of difficult, and the struggle will be shown.
You know, very well pointed out by Necro. I mean, it's right out in the open. Now, Sandesh does have that little bit of an high ground for himself, but look at the spread, right? Shane, Sandesh, completely far from each other. But, you know, we'll get back to them as we do have a fight brewing amongst us. It's going to be Crypto going up against Rules, and of course, another player over there. I think it's going to be Uzim, and well, Crypto has managed to get that knock over there. But Repo Bot being the last player surviving for of course, Wizzes with Vibes. Now, this is where Crypto has gone in for the resist. Now, Malik does understand that he's been given another life. He's got to make something out of it. But from the backlines, some things have happened. Some things have changed. Crypto magically goes down.
And keep this in mind, up till now, not a single team has been eliminated. Only the players are being taken down, but not a single team. All 16 teams alive, but you can clearly see DRS teams like Vibe. They all just have like one player, even Para, and then you have Future Station, ZEUS, TDK, Wizzes with Vibe, Seal, CL9. They have like 2 players alive up till now. But CL9 now, oh, they're getting pressured inside this bunker. They can't really do a lot of things. Sonori's being burnt down to death, and Inky, well, he is the last man alive. He's the man on mission. All the meds have been dropped down to Inky now, and he has to make a lot of things alive, and getting out of this one is going to be so tough because he's funneled in one single direction, and he's being camped by players, so making it out alive was pretty much next to impossible. But now, as the circle moves out in the open, TDK, they have found themselves in quite a split, and I don't like it, especially when you only have 2 players alive. That's not a situation you want to be in, but a lot of firecrackers blowing up here and there.
Yeah, apparently a lot of kills happening across the lobby, and Godless and John, they might be together for now, but they're not scared as they are going after squads after squads. Now Sada is going to make that push onto with Dante, and he's going to be the cause for his demise. Now this gives them enough time to go in for the revive, but that certainly does not happen as Team BABLU, they have started to bag on quite a lot of kills over here. Now DEADEYES, look at them. They're completely oblivious about Killer's positioning, who apparently is enjoying himself in this shroud of smoke. Imagine the situation, Necro. Had they run over him?
Oh, this can be a one-on-one situation, and this can be really interesting as well. Illusion has no clue. He has no clue that Killer's right next to him. At the same time, I'm pretty sure Killer's hearing a lot of audio cues, and he wants to chime inside the fight. And Illusion, being one of the men who has been so impactful for DEADEYES, guys, if he goes down, that's going to be it for DEADEYES, guys. That's going to be not really a good thing you want to be in, or not really a good situation you want to be in. But this Molotov is going to be game-changing. Forces Uzum out of cover. Uzum has no other choice rather than to take this fight out in the open, but still is dealing some insane amount of damage. Illusion being damaged that much is still how? How does it win that fight?
He does it by his pure grit and experience that he has, but is not going to be surviving for quite long, because Killer, he does know how to capitalize on such a situation and has managed to wipe out the last final player of I8. Now I8, they did show some really good display of skills over here, but not for long. And with another circle shift, things are looking so interesting. Now again, Jane has been pushed upon. The players of Seal, they're still alive, but look at C-Wine. He's just hiding. He's just hiding beneath those rocks. His presence completely not felt. No one knows that he's in between all the action. But can Seal spot him out over there? As Stalwart, they are going to be, just throwing a few frag grenades, maybe in anticipation of finding a few knocks here and there. But Baron, apparently he's burning. He needs to drop and roll. He needs to do that, or he might just get knocked out from over there. Had they followed it up with one grenade, this could have been really interesting.
Could definitely have been. Nace as well not really making it up till the market. Oh, look, the players are on 1 HP. You can't be any more lucky than that. You can't be any more luckier than that. Right itself. Another nade might just do it. It might just do it. And yes, it is again on mark, and both of them being eliminated. Beautiful precision of those utilities coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. And that's what you expect from a team like that. Wow.
Things have started to get so tasty with all these teams. Now this is where BABLU, they are hungry as ever. 10 kills already, that nade being lobbed into perfection. But I believe it was Clutch Baba who did manage to get a grenade finish. A lot of things happening around us, and it's so difficult to keep track of all the kills. Now, High Voltage, they have a really good position, but one thing I believe they're unaware of is Pika's position.
Definitely are. But I feel like Pika over here, him striking inside this fight, the chances are pretty minimal. I don't really feel like Pika over here is going to be striking that much hard, because he still needs to move inside the zone, and challenging a fight like this where you have a huge disadvantage and where they have a massive advantage, I feel like it can definitely be a lot of damaging to yourself. So trying to find yourself a safe pathway inside the circle, that's probably the best thing you can do. And that's what they're really looking for. But again, the problem here is that even if you do move inside the zone, you don't really have a guaranteed cover for yourself.
Pretty interesting, sitting postures by Zipiano over there. I mean, playing on playing with your gyroscope and still be sleeping. He's definitely professional.
Have you seen Crypto?
Yeah, I mean, how do they do this? I mean, every single time I was playing, while you have your gyro on, you have to sit and play. Gives you the maximum precision. Now, a lot of critics do take a lot of emphasis on your sitting postures while you're playing PC games as well. That's a different discussion. But let's get back into the game. As Team BABLU, like you did mention, they're really hungry for that chicken. Now, 10 kills. Now they've started feeling it. This is where it all comes down, right? The Pakistani fans have been missing it, one of their teams getting the chicken dinner, and Team BABLU are as close as ever.
Definitely are. And finally, Stalwart Esports on a move. They realize this is the right moment to strike. They finally see the kill feed shining in with High Voltage's kills in there. And finally, they get the goal call. But the problem is that's a beautiful precision, and that's a great find from the side of BABLU. And that's going to be stopping the entire rotation of Stalwart Esports. They don't have any other choice rather than stop and try and play for their lives. And that's what they're exactly doing. With that being said, C-Vine's position given away. Last man alive from 1952. His position being compromised. That's not really what you want, especially if you're in the shoes of 1952. But still, he is alive. The focus doesn't really seem like it has been onto him that much. But BABLU,
yeah,
they do have it.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, having control over that visit tower, you've got a few cars to play around with. I would have, even loved it more if they sort of built that, a fortress around those vehicles, right? Create some guards. But again, I mean, despite the fact they're getting a lot of kills done, and C-Wine finally falls down to the play zone now. That leaves us with our final 3 teams in contention. Now, high voltage. Well, Team BABLU, I believe they are aware of their position. Are they not? Because every single player
Yes,
of
they
Team
are.
BABLU is looking at one particular decision, which is not supposed to happen.
BABLU clearly does know high voltage is right on the left line, but I feel like the main priority here is definitely team in the front, because now when they want to make the rotation inside, the place where they are going to be moving in is going to be straight up north, and that's what they're really looking for. The guy in front of them is the player of Stalwart Esports. If they manage to take him out, that means the smoke pathway can be built and they would have a straight way inside the zone. And that's what they really want, because the zone is placed between these 3 teams. It's right in the center. That means everyone will have to move out of their cover and finally fight in the open ground. This is where we might just see a lot of smoke slobbed in.
We certainly will. I mean, taking a look at Havoc and Extreme, I mean, I've got to say this, man. They've been doing so well. They've been maintaining those consistency charts, and well, they do have that experience to back it up. But that's it, From 2 different directions, it's of course going to be Top, who apparently is in a 1v3 situation against Team BABLU, and they are charging at him. And Top does have that ghillie suit for himself, just to be one with the nature. Does start with 1 knock, though. Might as well get the second one, as Dane Wolf was figuring out his position, but of course the damage has been mitigated, and Team BABLU, they have done it. And Dane Wolf is still not able to believe it. He's still wondering as to where on earth was Top all this while. But again, a 13-kill chicken dinner coming in for Team
Overall
BABLU.
ranking 3.
And boy oh boy, yes, Necro, they've managed to get the 3rd spot. Now this is something that we did touch upon, right? Any single team who manages to get that 1st spot in the final game will of course be propelling themselves upward. And look at Team BABLU. Not only have they bagged the $1,000, but also have become the first team from Pakistan in this PMPL to get the chicken dinner.
Man, Team
in
BABLU.
the Super Weekend. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have gone themselves that $1,000 as well. That's the main thing right there, that $1,000 money, of course, that's what we really need. But yeah, with that being said, 3rd position in the overall rankings, BABLU, man, that's beautiful.
Yes, that is amazing. That is something we expected from the team that did lose its former glory, but they are getting it back. But that being said, we're finally done with all the games for the evening, and right now we're going to be heading for a shuttle break. But coming right after is of course the test to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the first Super Weekend is where we're at, and the 5th game, the final game for the day, has just come to an end. And in doing so, Clarity, well, Ocean, you ought to be really, really happy, dude, because that was a dominating play coming in from that team.
Yeah. That was indeed like the actual BABLU that we have seen right from the first PMCOs, Johnny. It's the same one. I still remember me and Johnny just sitting on the desk and seeing the first ever match, and I remember Johnny saying, if I, I'll just have to divert from it, and Johnny saying, BABLU maregi. And that's what happened, right? And it's the same BABLU again just coming up.
BABLU's gonna kill, and that's exactly what they've delivered.
Exactly. I mean, that has been the expectations from this team from day one. But again, we know every single lineup, there is no team in the world that will not have a dip in performance after going through a roster change. And that was the same scenario with BABLU Clarity as well. But it seems like the players have figured out everything that they needed in order to succeed in this season. And now they are starting to fire back. It was an impressive performance from this team. I mean, we have the MVP on our screens, 420 boy with those 7 kills, 1086 damage, and only 202 healing done. BABLU, they were dominating those fights, by the way.
Yeah, they definitely were dominating those fights, but obviously it was just not a one-man affair. There were a lot of players, just, that were just, trying to get the best of the best gameplay forward. I mean, 420 boy, we know he was in, but Zebian as well. Just think about it, right? Out of 13 kills that the team has, 12 are just here on this area. 7 for 420 boys. Zebian has 5, and then top from Stalwart comes on with 6 kills for his own team, 1092 damage. Joker, 1 kill, 792 damage, and 19 minutes of survival time. Still, he is above Action because of the damage stat that he has for himself. Meanwhile, Action has 400 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time, and 2 kills.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, in all of that, we can clearly see that when it comes down to Raw and their playstyle itself, it is an aggressive force that the lobby has to reckon with on the other front. As we move on forth to the match summary, we're going to be dictated with, well, again, a lot more stats. Ocean. Johnny.
I mean, talking about a lot more stats, this is where, it just comes on. ZEUS, I would say they were a lot on their own rotations, here and there, here and there, here and there. I mean, Godless specifically. Now, he was kind of, actually on the role of scouter as well, as he was just, trying to scout out the areas for his team. Well, Joker with the longest distance skill and the highest damage coming down 109.2, just as we said about top, but Zebian was really good with the utilities. I mean, the final moments as well, all those smokes, all those nades, whenever it was needed, he was delivering it in the rightest forms. I mean, smokes just being deployed on so the team gets cover, but last moment, I mean, that's where they did not find the last player of Stalwart. I mean, that was a different affair, though.
That is so true, mate. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in. I mean, it was certainly a dominating chicken dinner winner team coming in from Clarity Esports' gameplay. But on the other front, Stalwart Esports were also right up the alley with 10 kills. So, again, a wonderful performance from their side.
I mean, it was an impressive performance, as you mentioned, from both these teams. But look at that, a bounce back coming from the players of Future Station and Train to Kill. I have to say, a decent performance. Not a good one, but a decent one nonetheless. Getting those 10 points and 9 points for themselves. On the other side, though, Aid Esports now, I mean, they definitely after this match have for sure crossed the 50 kill marker. And with those 5 points, I want to see exactly where they end their day. I mean, will they have a safety cushion big enough for them to actually not panic when they come back in tomorrow's matches?
Yeah, that's who I would say things might just be a bit dicey. I mean, surely they will have a safety cushion. I mean, DE had 4 points, right? So I8 will be 1 step ahead of DE, but it's just that 1 step. If you want to start your day without any pressure, it should be a bit more. True. But it's, all about those steps that you have taken in the game as well. That just, kind of became good, bad, ugly, crazy. Like the story overall.
Absolutely, and it becomes so very crucial when it comes down to each and every single game to get your rotations done right, to get your homework done right. And right now, it's time to move on with the zone analysis with Ocean.
I mean, in this one, Johnny and Blora, you're going to agree with me on one thing, and that is, look at where Clarity BABLU is right now, right? The best part is, they were all the time, this team was surrounded by their opponents. Like you see Seal onto the northern side. If they move in, they see A1 Esports as well. If they want to go for a safer rotation, well, there's DE as well. Like, wherever this team moves, it will be surrounded by its opponents in like a numerous number. Well, the first circle, as soon as the circle shifts down, everyone's saying this, right? That Paradox is in a really good spot. I heard Fixer saying this as well. Like, Paradox is in a really good spot, and Necro wanted a prison circle. Well, he kind of got that. But look at Team BABLU again. Let's just pause it here. Now, this is kind of the first circle where if you're in the center lines, you will be taken down. Everyone will be having their eyes on you because it's just this side is the prison's hillside. Apart from that, this is just the plain ground. This is just a plain ground. So you will be spotted down. You will be taken down. I mean, you'll always have that pressure on you. whenever the circle's there, right? And that's where we see a lot of players just being taken down. We don't see a team elimination till that circle, but we see player elimination. But this is where the pressure slowly and slowly releases from Clarity BABLU in one sense, and that is that, the teams right in front of them were being taken down, not by them though, but they had an open area to move in, and well, they had the players surviving. They had 3 players surviving. It was a 1v2v3 affair. Numbers advantage was in their favor. They got an easy chicken dinner, but I mean, it was not that easy. I mean, they had to fight for it for sure, and they fought good. They fought really good.
They fought really well, of course, and just to add on to one point, if you guys would agree, that watchtower that they had control of, that definitely helped their position quite a lot, where the other teams, of course, as we saw, were on the open end, just getting caught off again and again. With that, let's move on through to the Oppo F9 in pro moments.
And I have to say, I loved the way this game started.
Yeah.
Stalwart Esports
Yeah.
going towards just Napoleana and taking on DRS. Now that is something that you, well, say for the last game of the day, and this time they delivered.
I mean, this is what casters were also talking about, right? In the previous times when DRS was there, they were kind of pincered down by Seal9 and obviously ZEUS as well. This time it was Stalwart just putting up a pressure on them. So this the early stage skirmishes where DRS will have to see, no doubt. They were in Yasnaya, that's their job, that's their home ground. But being taken out of your home ground means that, you'll have to be ready for the upcoming affairs, because it's a 3-week affair plus 1 more week. And we all know that DRS will be there in the final week as well. So if they are there, they'll have to be ready for these kind of surprises, because these surprises, they are surprises for a reason, right? You won't be ready for it, but you'll have to have a plan B.
Exactly, and I agree. That was the perfect word you used, a surprise, because DRS were definitely caught off guard. I mean, Stalwart Esports had there was a reason they did that, I guess, because DRS, I mean, the team was struggling a little bit in the Super Weekends, and along with that, I mean, they wanted to make sure that, well, at least some of the competition was definitely not going to be confident enough to take them on. Along with that, trying to switch things up, because, I mean, throughout the game, crossing was the easy part, but while crossing the bridge, they were always getting pincened out towards the edges of the circle when they like to be quite close to the center. So that was something that Stalwart Esports wanted to do as well. Also, in this match, now we're gonna see it. Killer, the smooth criminal in action in a few seconds.
I mean, he does do this as soon as he lies down, right? He's been spotted down. It's a thing about the game, right? You need to find out your proper covers. If you don't, well, you will be punished for that. That happens.
There was no cover for him. He was literally just thrown out in the open, and no one from, I mean, DE, they did not see him. He that is one more thing, like as we were saying, right, on day 2 of the league play days, the impact of the lack of cues, the markers on the minimap, that is quite clear in some of those fights. That was one of those moments. Man lying right behind you, you missed that, and he is like, all right guys, you guys fight it out, whoever's left, he's mine.
Well, what a play. What a play. What a day, rather, is what I would say throughout the entire day. I mean, there have been some incredible comeback stories to talk about throughout the entire saga. But in all of this, let's have a look at Raw right there. I mean, 1628 damage that they were part of, and only the 4 kills.
I mean, it just means, that they were trying to dish out damage. So this, again, this kind of circles, you might just knock someone, they drop down, that's an instant cover for them sometimes, right? That happened against Raw. Second thing, there were a lot of times when they actually dished out damage, they knocked someone, and in the kill feed, you could read it, 1 or 2 kills, well, they were snatched away. They were not ready for it. This happened around 5th circle or something, right? Those things. Wizzes with Vibes, 619 damage, 2 kills for them. Seal9's 3 kills, 775 damage for these teams. I mean, they did, even they also tried to have really good fights for them. I mean, you have 2 kills, 3 kills, but the damage is above 600, 700. That shows that they were in for the fights. But this final Erangel, I would say till high voltage as well. It just did not turn out in the way that the teams wanted. It only was a Stalwart and BABLU's affair.
Exactly. I mean, they stole the kills away. 13 kills to BABLU right there, with 10 kills to Stalwart Esports. I mean, the others did not really have that much opportunity. But with that, as we move on to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall rankings, let's find out, as you were talking about it, 50-point kill will be converted for I8. Along with that, they will still be able to maintain that lead.
3-point advantage against DEADEYES, guys. But BABLU Clarity bringing themselves to the podium, 91 points. Just just 6 points shy of i8 Esports. And well, me and Ocean, Ocean and Lotta were discussing how, well, this Super Weekend has been the domination from the Pakistani teams. They have been doing so well. i8 sitting on the first, BABLU on the third. Just absolutely phenomenal performance from these lads.
Exactly. I mean, the comeback for them was so very much required as well. I mean, during the league plays as well, we were talking about i8 and where they were missing, and same for Clarity Esports again and again. I remember, Ocean was being put on the spot again and again for where is Clarity Esports, but move that along into the Super Weekend where it actually matters. Well, here they are. The teams are doing phenomenal, and they, of course, still have the power to take on whatever team they go up against.
Yeah, definitely. They do have it, but Paradox. I mean, this team is an impressive team for today, to be honest.
Yes.
And today, I would say, has been a day of comebacks. Think about it, right? ZEUS, DRS, Paradox, the teams that everyone just wanted to see. We were asking, like, Paradox, obviously, different region coming down here. But yeah, they are delivering now. ZEUS, DRS, where are they? They are delivering now. It has been good. And again, in the final game, everyone was like, BABLU, Clarity, where are they? They are delivering now. And they are in top 3. This is just an amazing day, to be honest, for all PUBG MOBILE esports fans that have been cheering their team in South Asia. And I would say that this is kind of a day that we actually needed in the competition. This shows that every team can step up. They just need the right game for themselves.
And I have to say, I mean, I guess Fixus is going to be happy, the happiest person right now, because we know how much he loves the masala in the league. And well, the standings right now look really interesting, because look the teams that are sitting on the second page of the standings. ZEUS, DRS, we have A1 Esports, we have the squad of Raw. I mean, some of the biggest names from their region. And,
Future Station.
Well, on the second page, Future Station as well.
I mean, yes, all of them, of course, are going to be giving us a comeback story, I do believe, because A1 Esports is one of those teams that has gotten so close to that second and has yet not been able to take one. On the other front, talking about BABLU itself, Clarity Esports, let's bring up the team card for the same and have a look at their performance itself.
Right, talking about this team. Talking about this team. I mean, look at 420 boy, right? The lad has been delivering so much for himself. I mean, 27 kills, 6144 damage, 1.5 KPM in 18 matches. That's amazing. Now talk about Danny right now, right? The lad has amazing survival time for himself. The thing is, he is delivering the damage department for the team, on which the entirety of the team is capitalizing. I mean, talk about Wolf. 2085 damage, 15 kills as well, and obviously his ideal skills are actually on point with the markers. Like wherever he says he needs to take the team actually follows that area, and it's good. Zibian as well. I mean, this is the team that obviously we'll have to look out for in the upcoming weeks as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, BABLU, they have an interesting sort of strategy as well, because the reason you see the stats for Danny the way they are is because he is always the man who is going to be the front line. I mean, just clearing those positions for his teams, making space for his team as well, followed by Wolf, and then you have 420 and Zibian just making sure that once these guys get into position, they control those positions in every single map. I mean, look at the average kills on Erangel. That's a pretty decent number. In fact, on every single map, on Sanhok, on Miramar, on Erangel, those are good numbers that this team has put on throughout the tournament so far.
Absolutely, and that damage that their map stat is showcasing, right? I mean, that just tells us that Clarity Esports, well, they are part of those fights as well. I mean, they do take on those fights head on, and with that, as we move on forth, we are going to have a look at the kill leaders coming right up, and on the first is still Gyalzen from the Real Soldiers. 33 kills to the dude, but Crypto following up.
I mean, it's a fact, because Gyalzen, I would say he did deliver today. I mean, today DRS had an incredible game, right? That still keeps Gyalzen at the top, but they'll have to have that for themselves. I mean, wherever DRS is lacking, those are the games where i8 is performing really good, and that's the reason, I mean, yesterday, if you talk about it, right, yesterday's full day, i8 was doing amazing. Today, i8 has been doing decent. We see them in top 5, back and forth, and that's the reason that Crypto is getting really close. I mean, the damage department and survival department, well, Crypto is ahead of Gyalzen. And if things go in the similar fashion, well, Crypto tomorrow, he might just be ahead in kill department as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive performance from these two lads, but look at how aggressive they like to be. I mean, survival times in 17 minute 53 second, 18 minutes
Exactly.
46 seconds, and then you have players with 20-minute plus survival time
Yeah.
sitting right behind them. These two players, they like to fight and they don't shy away from the action. But talking about those fights, Vibes were part of a lot of action today. Praveen, Killer, two really impressive players from the lineup. Although, I mean, when we talk about the players sitting on the 7th position, Stalwart Esports, Ocean, as he likes to mention, I mean, teams have the ups and downs during an entire tournament. Well, Stalwart Esports, they had a lot of ups and downs throughout the entire day. Consistency was a little bit lacking, but hey, we know Stalwart Esports. When they pop off hard, and it is those two matches that they look for every single day.
Yeah.
True, mate. But you know what? One team that's missing from all of this?
Yeah.
ZEUS.
Yes.
ZEUS is nowhere to be seen in the kill leaders as of now, but
Yeah.
maybe things are going to change for them. With that, let's move on to the day summary, where we've had 5 incredible games, one on Sanhok, and of course, as we moved on along, it was the real soldiers who started things off looking pretty phenomenal and in style, but then following them, of course, we did have Vibe Esports take that second game. Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, but this is where we see ZEUS as well, right? And with 11 kills for themselves, I would say obviously the numbers have been distributed. Well, I see obviously, getting two games back to back, he was MVP, so he has been getting good kills for himself personally. If you talk about it, well, Vibes Esports, they had the maximum damage today. You see that in the green marker. Well, that's the maximum stats, and Vibes had good stats for themselves. 12 knocks, 14 kills, and 2,651 damage. Meanwhile, ZEUS, well, the game that they actually got the chicken dinner, they had the maximum healing amount. That actually shows that ZEUS is kind of on a seesaw, which is, moving back and forth, back and forth. I mean, they are delivering damage, but they are taking a lot of damage on themselves as well. Well, they'll have to, tip the balance in one good scale, and that is the damage scale, if they want the game to be theirs more and more and more.
Absolutely, but as we move on forward to that match number 9 on Sanhok, it was the biggest comeback story of the day, where Paradox just took us by surprise in Storm, and they had slowly and steadily been picking up that pace, but now as they moved on into Sanhok, a completely different map, and that just completely was dominated by them. So a GT play coming in from that team as well, and of course, as we saw from the Pakistan, it was Clarity Esports who took that final game with a high fragging affair. Warren, what more would you like to add on to the entire day's saga?
I mean, today, Ocean, correct me if I'm wrong, all the teams that we saw during the day summary, all of them started their day on the second page of the standings.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
still, they made sure that even though they were sitting at a disadvantage, they were trying their level best to make a comeback, and we saw a lot of comebacks, be it from BABLU Clarity, because I believe, as I said yesterday was dominated by T2K, and today was a day all about BABLU Clarity, because I mean, under the radar, every single map they pop off that one last game, and we see them just bounce off on the podium on the top 3, and that's when we notice, hey, this team, they were there in every single match. They were making sure the points were coming consistently, and slowly and steadily, they have chipped away on the competition.
Absolutely, mate. But what a day. What a day. This is just the first Super Weekend itself. And in PMPL Season 4, things are off to an incredible start. Alongside that, viewers, do not forget to follow all of our social media channels. We do have, of course, Facebook, YouTube, as well as, Instagram. And go ahead and you can very well showcase your fan love right over there on Instagram. And when you're doing that, you might as well just, search for our names down there as well with the hashtags. And you can let us know what you think about the entirety of the show. With that, we do reach the end of our show for today. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye.